think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that.
HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-2. That's in the air left field. That's trouble. Jankowski back, and he finds a catch! Oh my goodness, what a grab! He brings the game back!
It had to be something spectacular to start off the show with the Texas Rangers, and we got it last night. Good morning, Metroplex, the Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby, live as always, 11th floor Odyssey Radio Tower.
Don't tell us what floor.
Oh, don't give away our location. You ever think that when you walk out of the building one day, someone's waiting for you, a listener?
Yeah, no,
I probably think it more than you all do.
for Bobby.
Mr. Champlain, it's going to be like the end of the movie Talk Radio from Oliver Stone.
Good movie.
Never saw it.
Bad ending.
Bad ending.
Bad end. Yeah.
It was a good ending for the Texas Rangers as Travis Jankowski, one of, if not the catch of the year that is being played all over TV.
Great play. It's because the play itself stands on its own, but then the moment in the game,
Yes.
because the game's over if it's another couple of inches. You know, it's a game of inches, Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
Sports is a game. It's life sometimes. Game of inches.
Yeah, some inches more than other.
And this was a tremendous play because it wasn't even glove side. You know, I mean, he had to reach. It's not like he's a lefty where it's on his right hand. I mean, he had to reach to the other side. Just a tremendous play from Jankowski. And then you add the moment in. And now, granted, look, they're not. It's not like this is Game 7 of the World Series. They're not going anywhere.
It is for them against Chicago.
But for them, this is like this is the only team that they could beat. And that was just a big play. A big spot.
I walked in here, first thing Peyton said, he said it beats the Gary Matthews Jr. catch. I still say no. But, I mean, given the moment, because, I mean, I think they lost that game. They were down like 10-1 when Gary Matthews made that catch.
I remember.
But this is pretty impressive because it's almost like he doesn't even get a chance to break stride. This is like in stride, climb up the wall, grab it, turn back around. And he played it super cool. Like they cut to him back in the outfield, and he's still just like looking super like, yeah, well, big deal. This is what I do.
My man Kenny Powers is not looking like a great acquisition.
Oh, no.
Not at all. The mustache is not even saving bringing him on over here to help in the bullpen. He offered afterwards to buy Jankowski a steak dinner. He's like, nah, man, just a hug. Just a hug is all I need. As the Rangers get help from Corey Seager and Wyatt Langford in order to complete the double-header sweep of the White Sox. They're 9 games back in the American League West and 10 games back in the Wild Card.
Man, that 9 games back. They're getting close, Bob. They're getting close.
Too bad Jordan hit 3 home runs against the Phillies. The Astros beat filthy 10-zip.
Philly is the fans are. They had a little bit of a panic in Philadelphia. They kind of trying to right the ship a little bit, but fans are a little bit panicking in Philly. But Jordan's a beast. But 9 games, hey, still doable.
It was a laser from Wyatt. That home run he hit yesterday was just an absolute rocket, and it was good. because that was the first one, Sean, in 10 days. Took 10 days for us to get another home run from somebody not named Corey Seager, but somebody finally did it.
That's bad.
Well, this focus was all about Jack Leiter for me. A 30-pitch first inning, settled down a little bit, but he ends up going 4 with 6 hits, 2 earned, 2 strikeouts. Excuse me, 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. The fastball reached 99.5. What did you think of Leiter, who Bruce Bochy, again afterwards, was talking about being a little bit amped up?
He was amped up because he was high with a lot of his pitches in the first inning. When you have a 30-pitch inning.
Like Trey Lance.
Yeah, right. No.
He had the Lanceys.
He did. He had the Lanceys. He was a little high, and he's really got to stay out of fastball counts because it is evident that that's what players wait for with him. Now he was able to get some swings and misses on his fastball, but when it's a fastball count, when it's 2-0 or 3-1, I mean, that's a terrible spot for a pitcher to be in the major leagues, and he found himself in some of that. And you see, I think it was Benintendi ripped the double on the fastball. There was some hard hit balls off the fastball. That's just his pitch that he has to stay away from. Even though it's a good pitch, he just has to be able to stay away from fastball counts.
It's I understand it sounds like such a consolation prize. It sounds like whenever anybody says this, I'm always like, what are you not saying when this is the headline for you? But he deserves credit for battling. I know people hate that word of just like, well, he battled, he toughed it out, but he does. I think that's important for him because he's shown in his other starts it was really tough for him to battle through adversity. And he did that. He was not great yesterday, but he didn't let it break him, and it's broken him other times. And so I feel a little bit better about that. He's still very wild. Threw a wild pitch yesterday, had a couple walks. He's had the issues when he's come up of hitting batters or throwing wild pitches. So you definitely see like he's got to control his emotions because they can get out of hand sometimes.
If you were to ask ask a pitcher and ask Baskin, he'll tell you like you can throw any pitch in any count if it's in the right spot. And when you're amped up like that, one of the first things you might lose is a little bit of command, and that creates pitches in spots that you don't intend them to be in, and you'll find a bat.
But the most exciting thing pitching-wise is happening now in AAA with the debut last night that Bobby was tracking as well of Kumar Rocker. 5 innings, no runs, 1 hit, 10 strikeouts, no walks in 67 pitches. Are you kidding me? He generated 11 whiffs on his slider and averaged 98 on the fastball, according to MLB Pipeline. The hype is here for Rocker.
Yeah, let's just get him here. Get him here. Let him have an inning. Let him have 2 innings. Let him have a start. Let him have 2 starts. Just want to see this.
He looks like he's going to be everything that you thought he was going to be after his sophomore season at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, because he went downhill a little bit.
He had
at Vandy.
Yeah, because he had peaked at Vandy early in his career there, and then it was by his junior season or whatever it was that people were lower on him, and that's why his stock had tanked. If you would have taken Kumar Rocker 3rd overall 2 years before you did, everybody would have been like, "Oh, great pick! Yeah. Kumar Rocker's a super stud." But the shine had kind of come off of him a little bit. Him bouncing back this way from the Tommy John surgery, though, is super impressive. Alex Friedman, the play-by-play guy for the Oklahoma City, whatever they are up there, the AAA affiliate there for the
Red
Dodgers.
Hawks.
Yeah, he had tweeted and said, I don't typically tweet about opposing players, but holy smokes, Kumar Rocker was something else in his AAA debut tonight.
And this guy looks the part. For as small and petite as Jack Leiter looks, Kumar Rocker is none of that. This boy's a hoss. He is a big boy out there. He's thick. He's tall out there. He looks imposing, and he looks like a monster, and the slider was working.
Already the best rocker pitcher that the Rangers have ever had. I think we can safely say he's surpassed Joe.
Look at him. Does that look like a AAA prospect? Look at that. Look at that face. That's a man.
He looks like if the Cowboys need a linebacker, they could call him.
So you're getting all the stars, all the ones that you want in play yesterday. Seager, Langford. We're sitting there talking about Leiter, Rocker, but Travis Jankowski steals the entire day with the thrilling catch last night.
Stole the ball and the day there. By the way, I was about to say, when I made the reference, this just clicked for me. You know what Kumar Rocker's tie is to the NFL. He's 6'5", 245.
It's dad, right?
It's kind of surprised that he didn't end up in the NFL. His dad is the defensive line coach for the Eagles.
He is?
Mm-hmm. Tracy Rocker.
Well done. Eagles insider Bobby Belt.
That's what I do, man.
We're live.
I got to update Wikipedia.
We're live on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube. It doesn't have it on there.
It says Tennessee.
Oh, no, he's
Titans.
Tennessee now. That's right. He got switched over to Tennessee.
Well, I got to update Bobby's Wikipedia.
Yeah.
See, this is why I'm not the Eagles insider.
Bobapedia.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Got another big show for you today, a Texas Rangers ticket giveaway at 7:20 with the commercial-free expressway. We will have the Neighborhood Watch. We'll have the Payload coming up in about 30 minutes. Pat Doney, NBC5 with the patented high school football preview, and then Armin Kantayan gets us ready for the college football season at 9, along with Nick Harris at 9:20.
I just want Armin to come out with a book on Dion in Colorado right now.
Him and Feinbaum going back and forth.
Man. And
Colorado
then
plays tonight.
They play tonight. Most bet game of the first week.
Really?
Because everybody's betting against Dion, right? And that program that they built.
Who are they facing, and what's the spread?
It's they're playing. Get the spread, Bobby. They're playing North Dakota State.
It's 9.5.
It's 9.5. Yeah, I mean,
for North Dakota.
I didn't bet the game, obviously, but yeah, it is the first most bet fading the public in early week kind of game. So, but it's the most bet game right now.
Pepe, are you getting the betting itch starting off with college football?
College football has not been polite to me over the last couple of years. I don't know. You know, I think I have to go with the parlays usually in college football, which I know no one likes parlays, but that's the only way I can really win any money is get parlays going on Saturdays.
So according to BetMGM, it is the most bet game in terms of tickets, most bet game in terms of money. It is the most bet over. The over's 59.5. Most bet over game in terms of tickets. And the most bet underdog to win is North Dakota State as well.
So the Jankowski catch is going to be all over television all day long. That's probably the extent of the baseball that they're going to be talking. And a prime example of that, and the reason why, is Stephen A. Smith yesterday.
On First Take, and it was Wednesday, right? So that's the day they have Russo on. So that's the one day of the week they will talk baseball. So they were discussing who's having the better year. Aaron Judge, who is like hitting like 335-ish with, you know, on pace for 63 or so home runs, or Shohei Ohtani, who is already a 40-40 guy, fastest ever to 40-40, 40 home runs, 40 stolen bases, and is about to be the first guy to have 50-50. And Stephen A. Smith.
And maybe teammates with his dog soon after what happened last night. What an awesome, cute moment, Bobby, as we finally got the name of Shohei's dog. We got it verified.
It wasn't Dodger.
It's Decoy.
Decoy. Just like Shohei is a decoy.
Now, how is that going to give something?
Handicapped dog.
How is that going to give something away? What
I don't know.
What was that? Was that handicapped
dog?
Oh, is that Spittle?
Yeah.
His dog is handicapped.
His dog is
got the best
handicapped.
parking everywhere.
You know what? It doesn't give anything. It doesn't give anything away.
Could you imagine if you had handicap parking just because of your dog?
They'll make it one day.
They
the
might.
dogs probably have their own spots.
They probably would.
Yeah,
They probably
they
would.
can get closer to the grocery store than I can.
No, the name doesn't give anything away. He is just a psycho egomaniac. You don't ask me about my dog's name. Don't you dare ask me.
So this is Stephen A. And in this 28 seconds, they basically explain why they never and should never talk baseball.
On the verge of becoming a 50-50 player. By the way, they have game better than the New York Yankees. We can't ignore that. And then we want to give Aaron Judge credit, and he deserves it because a 465 on-base percentage is lethal. It's phenomenal, no doubt about it. But you do got Juan Soto batting up behind you. You understand what I'm saying? They can't get around you a little bit. So, I mean, they got to pitch to the brother. You understand what I'm saying? Because you got Soto waiting in the wings. So all of those things facilitate Aaron Judge being who he is.
Soto Bat's ahead of Judge. Stephen A. says he's a Yankee fan. He would know that.
So you can tell when someone sounds uncomfortable talking the subject matter. One of Stephen A.'s tells is just throwing out all these statistics. and then he's talking way too fast. He's like Bobby out there.
Yeah.
And he's just stumbling and bumbling over his statistics, and someone's telling him what is a good on base.
Right.
Okay, 465. Is that good slugging? Is that good? He's 465, and then actually a 637, and then he's sitting there with 50 home runs, and they're a half game up, and you're throwing out all these stats to make it sound like, but we know.
We know. And like, if you want to say that Shohei's having a better year, I'm not going to argue with that. I mean, they're both having all-time great years. Like, that's just that's I'm not going to argue that one. But
that's not close though. Like if you
really
look at what they're doing at the plate, it's really not close. It's Judge.
Yeah, like Judge's like weighted runs created is like the 5th best season in league history. It's like it's really not. But I'm not going to argue. If you value the stolen bases higher, I won't fight you on it. I disagree, but I wouldn't fight you on it. But like Soto doesn't bat behind Judge. He bats ahead of him, and like Shohei gets Mookie Betts behind him, and it's just totally different.
I'm dead serious. I think he knew exactly where Soto hits in the lineup, I think. Not because he knows baseball, because he was prepped for the segment. I don't think he knows what behind or ahead means in the lineup. I think he just doesn't know what that means.
Well, do we know what Jerry Jones means when he was talking about Dak yesterday? The first sentence he gave while talking to the media, I was like, oh, there it is. My theory of them being undecided about Prescott is actually true. But then did Jerry admit it's not actually Dak, it's us. We take you inside the Star where the Cowboys practice squad set as well. The 6 o'clock club is up and going strong with the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Hectic morning. We've got you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Locks, garage door, and more with a single app. Score big with DFW Security.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, let us. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Props to the Twolos, who I guess Tolo Chris had said I had angered over the past couple days because I was just giving YouTube shout-outs to like David Sullivan and Brian Anderson and Kid Cowboy and Alejandro and Dylan, but thanks to the Twolos as well. It's amazing the different outlets that either like or dislike you. Like the fan text, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube.
Yeah.
It's like all different.
All different. Like they all love me. But like there's a no, the text does not like me very much.
No, absolutely not.
So it's very intense. It's very split. There's either people who really love me on there or really hate me, like you guys.
So
we're not really split.
The Cowboys with some additional roster tinkering, adding to the practice squad with Carl Lawson, Jalen Cropper, Malik Davis, Princeton Fant, Josh Ball, Kaman Hall, and Dalvin Cook. As the news broke yesterday at 9:40, also expected to join that group on the practice squad. The Cowboys had put 2 players on waivers. Secondary got claimed. Eric Wood by the Kansas City Chiefs. Eric Scott, by Kansas City, and Julius Wood by the Tennessee Titans. The Cowboys were not awarded any players on waivers.
Yeah, and then they lose not on a waiver claim, just decided not to re-sign here Justin Rogers, your 7th-round pick who you released, who I thought played pretty well overall. I just don't think they had a roster spot for him, but he decided to sign with the Cincinnati Bengals practice squad, and so Cowboys lose really 3 guys, and I know there was a lot of people that were upset that Julius Wood is gone. Brian brought us. So funny, Brian, the old scout in him, comes out where he's like just heartbroken over like guy 55 not being here or something like that. Where
Invested.
Yeah, it's a little
that's how he'll feel when Trey is one day no longer here.
Yeah, he'll feel dug in on Trey Lance, but I mean, Wood is the guy that probably they were most upset with, I would guess, and not even upset, but that they just felt like, all right, that was the guy we would have liked to have had here. He played well enough to be one of our 53 guys. The room was just full. The numbers didn't work out, and so they hoped they could get him to the practice squad, but unable to. He had played pretty well at East Carolina. I mean, that's a Division I program. That's an FBS program. It's not like it's a small HBCU or D2 or D3 or anything like that. He had played against that high-level competition, just didn't get drafted, and then played really well in the preseason. And so Tennessee clearly had a good enough grade on him that they said, all right, gamble on him because he showed it in the preseason.
All right, there were 2 things that I thought jumped out that we needed to try and decipher from Jerry Jones yesterday, talking about Dak Prescott's deal. I guess, we can start off with 5. Pepe. Now that you got CD done, they had a little hug yesterday that Nick Eatman captured on his iPhone. It wasn't that great of a video, so I'm assuming it wasn't Bobby's phone.
No. Damn right.
But now that you got the CD deal done, has the urgency changed to get your quarterback locked up?
That hasn't changed. So we're continuing to, first of all of us focus on what's coming up here in the next 10 days, 2 weeks, opening game. And that takes priority over anything. Lamb wasn't here. Dak is here. So we have really no more to do in those significant things that we talk about every time we meet to have this season on go by opening day. So it'll remain like it's been.
Okay, so that's the urgency buzzword that I'm sure the media tried to catch him with after the urgency mistake with CeeDee Lamb. But here's the comment I really want to focus on. There's two parts of this. It's, have we already seen enough to know about Dak? And then this contract hold up, it's not anything about him, it's all about us.
You could easily say, if you hadn't seen it by now, you haven't seen it. And so I'm such a fan of Dak's.
Stop it right there.
You know what? If you haven't seen it by now, you just haven't seen it. That's what I say about Bigfoot every day. I haven't seen it by now. I just haven't seen it.
Bobby, is there any other way to take that other than like a subtle shot of, look, we still might be. My theory has been that this is the second time they're trying to judge him and ultimately figure him out. They may well have it in their offices on a board. NFC Championship game or he's not the guy. Like it may just simply boil down to that. We're going to move on and we're fine with paying 70, but we have to see playoff advancement first. Is there any other way to take that little clip differently than a little subtle, not positive?
No, I mean, it's look, they whenever they talk about any player who's up for a contract or anybody they're negotiating with publicly, they talk about it like they're talking to a car dealer about the used car, like, this fender's a little isn't this a little scratched up over here? Like, when was the last time the timing belt was changed? I don't want to have to to do that. Like, there's
is
all
the
these
timing
things.
belt a thing?
Yeah, the timing belt's a thing. Yeah.
I don't know if it still is, but it used to be.
The timing chain is no longer
timing
a thing.
chain is no longer. I used to have a big problem with the belt.
Yeah, and so I mean they're always trying to knock value off publicly, but there's a little bit of Broadus had said that when they had Mike Sando on from The Athletic the other day, that he had asked him, he said, I saw you were out at training camp and that you got a chance to talk to some people. Did you get anything interesting out there while you're out there? And Sando had said, we were just there for kind of the quarterback tiers list and doing some different things. And he goes, I'll say this though, I guess. I don't think that if there's if there's a divorce between the Cowboys and Dak Prescott, I think both sides would be at peace with it.
Oh.
And it's like, I think there's definitely they love each other. It's a little bit like a couple that when
we're
they
not
get to
in
a point,
love.
Yeah, it's like man, I love you. I love what you've meant to my life, but maybe there reaches a point where you say we're ready to move on.
Look, I mean, I think that you're in such a brutal spot as an organization. Like you do really want to go down that road? Like, do you really? How much is relevance important to you?
For them, it's number one.
Then they won't get rid of them. Like because
they're relevant regardless. Though.
They are. But like I'm going through this.
They're not going to be as relevant if they don't have a quarterback of Dak Prescott's stature.
If they're 5-11, they're not as relevant. They're still on TV.
That's what I mean.
If they're not relevant. You know what I mean?
They'd be relevant like for this year with the fall and the crumble. But if you get a quarterback, I mean, they're going to be relevant, but they're not going to be as relevant. Dak Prescott is a polarizing figure. You could argue any Cowboy quarterback is, but post Aikman, I mean, I wasn't here during that time. Would they be leading every SportsCenter and First Take show with that run of quarterbacks that they went on if it was today?
They would be leading it from the, how bad is it? What are they going to do? But they wouldn't be like every day with the Dak Prescott stuff because Dak is a polarizing. You know what I mean? Like it would be different because when it's 5 quarterbacks a year, you can't dig in on a storyline.
Yeah.
No. It's just a little bit more. It'd be different. It'd be different. They still be like talked about, but I think I'm talking about relevance, like within like the context of like, hey, you're relevant to the league from a championship or playoff standpoint.
Let me amend it. If they had like a high-profile replacement or a big draft name, it still would.
Still,
if they got if they plugged in Sam Darnold or someone else like that caliber for a year or two, it would tone down.
I don't know, because like I think if you're talking about in this day and age, there's still 6 a.m. we're turning it on and it's like 20 years ago it's Carter conundrum when they're trying to figure out if Quincy Carter or Chad Hutchinson's starting. Like that's what they would lead with because that's what they talk about.
Here's the entire clip from Jerry.
You could easily say, if you hadn't seen it by now, you haven't seen it. And so I'm such a fan of Dak's and appreciate all of the great things that we all know that he's there. And I appreciate his work ethic probably more than anything out here. And I can't tell you how proud I am that we've got him this year to start this campaign. Needing to see, I just gave an explanation of where when you look at a situation, you've also got to weigh, okay, what are the consequences of the other side of the coin? And so Dak's situation right now, for me, from my mirror, has more to do with our situation than it does with the merits of Dak Prescott being quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
And that's the most important thing right there. That is why Dak has said over this process, yeah, we've been in contact. Yeah, we're kind of all good. You know, it didn't seem to be that much animosity because our thought was they were telling him, look, we want to sign you. We're just trying to figure out the money. We're trying to figure out how to organize everything. We're trying to figure out how to pay Micah and Lamb and you. It's going to happen. We just got to figure out how to do it. That's what I'm taking, and that is a positive for Dak if he wants to stay here.
Yeah, look, I think they are at a point where both of them are kind of like, let go and let God. Whatever happens. Whatever is destiny will happen. And I think both sides are okay with that. I think they would prefer probably, if you're asking about a slight preference, Dak would probably prefer not to go somewhere else. Just figure things out here, make it work. The Cowboys would probably prefer not to hit reset on quarterback. But I don't think either of them view it as big a problem as they did 4 years ago, the last time they negotiated.
Let's talk about the new running back. What did Jerry see in wanting to officially sign Dalvin Cook?
Well, Dalvin is someone that we all have an appreciation for his career. He gives us a chance to get in here and learn the system. He's initially on the practice squad, gives us a chance to get in here and learn the system. We had hoped that as time went along in this offseason, that we'd have an opportunity to maybe look at a player like of his stature if the right circumstances came along. They came along. We're appreciative of that. We had to work out for him. He's in good shape. He'll get a lot more work, but he'll learn our system as he goes, and he could easily really help us out this year.
Yeah.
A lot of repeats there.
A little bit. He's Zeke. He's Zeke right now. Like when you watch the tape back from last year, he looks like Zeke to me.
Doesn't have more burst?
Maybe slightly, but not. It's not much. He's not a pass protector. He's not a pass protector. He does not securely run with the ball. I don't know how much this moves the needle.
Is Peyton's girlfriend ready for football season? Peyton gets you ready for high school football. And my visit yesterday to the Peyton Russell Estates.
Oh, wow.
That's next in the payload here on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they love to be able to hook up the Tolos on that brand new
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the payload every Thursday at this time, but I think right now, all the attention goes to Sean Sharif, who he's so tired of Sunnyvale already. He came to Rockwall yesterday to look at some new real estate. Sean, why were you in Rockwall?
I was in Rockwall to go to the Costco for party shopping.
Oh, baby.
So took the baby out there with the wife, went to the Rockwall Costco, and then I had, while Peyton was supposed to be reading fan texts, He was texting me restaurant suggestions yesterday. Very detailed, very nice, but, let's get the Tolo input first. And he's writing me all these different things. One of them was closed. The best looking one was that Italian one in Rowlett. And I was like, oh, my
Dude,
God.
That place is incredible.
This
You have
looks
to go for dinner time.
fantastic. But I was like, let me just double check. They open at 4, so that wasn't going to work. RJ told me one of the ones is a chain I could just go to anywhere. I wanted to go to a local place. So I ended up following Peyton's advice. Very good, very solid pick. And then Peyton's like, hey, if you have time, stop by the house. I'm just like 4 minutes from there. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to get the baby out, and go in your house and all that crap. You don't want little annoying kids around anyway.
And you're boycotting Mackenzie.
Yes.
Until Sunday.
Well, we'll see.
If she shows up.
Yeah, if she shows up, she may have to, clean for for Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Whoa.
She may have to get the house ready.
Get the house ready for Labor Day weekend.
That's right. So I said, well, send me the address because I want to come by and see the house anyway. And I'm heading on over there. And I enter the neighborhood, and I was like, oh.
A little fancy.
Very
fancy.
Very
Is there a
nice
gate?
neighborhood. There's not a gate, but a very impressive brick house. Very, very impressive. And then he lets me, I know he's rolling deep because he told me that Colby Tolbert from Tolbert Garage Door lives in the same neighborhood. Colby has Mavs season tickets like in the 4th row of every daggone sporting event in the Metroplex. Does a phenomenal job with the garage door business, and Pepe is in that same neighborhood. So I drove by, checked out the front. I wanted to, see if I could see the yard in the back, but it was that wooden fence blocking off. So I had to do a Peyton drive-by yesterday.
Very nice. Did you see the water pooled up in the front? He texted me yesterday about a sprinkler that he's got popped.
Yeah, I need help. I had my dad come over after work last night to check it out. He said, yeah, I think the sprinkler's busted down there. Well, because they were putting internet in the whole neighborhood. So they were digging up, and so it's been like this for a couple of weeks, but it hadn't gotten this bad. And now there's a puddle of water in just this one spot. And I'm like, man, if there's a pipe burst or something, my water bill is going to be triple the amount here in a few days when I get the bill.
Yeah, I was trying to find the house. I'm like, is it that one? Is it that one? I was looking for the Mustang. I was looking for that to be the tail.
To the garage.
It's in the garage.
That car is, it's a Camaro, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
That car doesn't go out in the sunlight.
The rally
guys.
sport.
That's why I pick morning drive to drive at night.
That car does not make it out into the sunlight. So Pepe, very nice house. And good restaurant suggestion. Well, what was it? Wells? Was that it?
Wells, yes. In downtown Rockwell.
Wells Burgers.
Very nice.
They need to get the main menu. There's a different menu when you go up to the counter and order than the one that's on the big board. That's my only suggestion. They need to fix that.
Come on, Wells. Get together.
Come on. Let's go.
Sean's disappointed. Okay, so guys, look. A week from today, we finally get NFL football back. It's a real deal.
And the spider webs in the corners. Clean those up a little. Very nice room there's a very nice room in the back. It's this nice wooden room, but we're sitting there back, towards those windows, and I was like, all right, this looks like my garage a little bit.
Or somewhere we'd stay in Oxnard.
There goes the sponsor, Cody. Sorry. We don't get Wells Burgers.
Ants. Wrong insect.
The food was good. The place was good.
Awesome. Okay, guys, so next week, NFL season finally kicks off. Now, for a lot of us married and taken men, our lives change for a little bit here. Depend on who you're married to, who you're in a relationship with. Because for wives, man, it's difficult. Saturdays and Sundays with college football and NFL, back-to-back days. The guys, devoted time is to the TV, to the television, to the sports. So how does it change for y'all? You guys have been in this business for a while, so your wives, fiance, RJ, have known this for a while about you. You have to watch the games. Sean, I'll start with you. Does Amanda understand, hey, this is your job. Your job is to watch the games, analyze it. Obviously you have to watch everything. And she fine with it? Or is she like, hey, if the Cowboys aren't relevant or if there's not really any big college football games on, can we go do something Saturday night, Sunday afternoon?
She knows Sunday's deal. Mm-hmm. I'm a little bit nervous. Like, I got to get the baby out of baby phase so I can have clear sailing for the most part in the day. I am a little bit worried about handling my daughter since she's 4, 5, 6 months. That's what she's going to be throughout this football season. I'm not just going to be able to go upstairs for 10 hours and not see either child
upstairs.
But she pretty much knows. Don't you have an upstairs?
Yeah, I do.
All right, well, shut up.
Well, I don't.
She pretty much knows what the deal is, and that's why I don't apply the same to Saturday. That's why Choppy's here. That's why Bobby is also here, because Choppy is going to be in love with your college football Saturdays. Bobby's going to be scouting it up. So I still keep Saturday pretty much a family day until all I'm waiting for is the one big afternoon game. and then the night game. And by that time, I'm not doing anything on a Saturday anyway. We're, getting the kids down for bed. But she knows Sunday, red zone. That's my church right there.
Yeah, it's
and then Monday and Thursday.
So like Saturday, there's some Saturdays where you can slough off because sometimes the college slate is not great.
Yeah.
Then you have your holy day of obligations on Saturdays, which are like October 19th, for example. You cannot do anything that day. There's so many good games. So you got a few of those. For me, it's like it's all around baseball too with my kids, and because they play a lot of fall ball and what they have and when they have tournaments, like that takes up a large chunk. I can't tell you the amount of Cowboy games that I have to like either watch on my phone at the game or record. So it doesn't change much unless there's baseball. Now, fortunately, my older one's old enough to where there's less baseball. They actually play less baseball as they get older. Go figure. You get to high school, you play less baseball. I don't know. That's the way it is. So it doesn't change tons because our weekends are generally booked anyway.
Tolo Steve sent me yesterday the contract that he was putting in front of his significant other to sign, of just like, hey, here are the days and times that I'm available during the football season starting August 31st. And which has become like a bit. You hand him over. Shout out to Tolo Steve, by the way, this morning having a bit of a heart procedure. So shout out to him. But no, Kristen knows like I'm going to be taking up Sundays. Saturdays, half the time I'm on the road because we leave for the road city on Saturdays with the Cowboys. So those 8 Saturdays a year where I'm home, I get like one game live and then I can watch another one back on Sunday leading up to the other. Like I use Sunday to rewatch like another 1 or 2 college games that I missed. But live, I get one. On those 8 weekends, I get like one live game before it's like, all right, I got to be committed to like being here on this Saturday.
And is this your first or second NFL season or football season with Mackenzie?
This is my first full season because me and Mackenzie were just in the talking stage this time last year, through September and then to late October. So, she didn't really have a say in what I did on the weekends here and there. Obviously, I want to hang out with her, but college football and NFL took over as well. But it's a little easier for me because I'm working all the Cowboys games this year, so she knows I'll be back here. So that kind of gets me a little by. But yeah, Saturdays, with Texas up there and, whatever school I decide to root for.
Yeah.
Which actually, by the way, in a couple weeks, I will be going to the UNT Texas Tech game in Lubbock, taking my first ever trip to Lubbock. And I will be repping the Mean Green, Sean. I already have my polo picked out.
You really?
I'm gonna rep the alumni.
No finally. Tortillas for you?
No.
What a simp.
Don't like
simp you
please
are.
Don't anymore whenever we're talking Texas, don't refer to our 2 Longhorns fans, please, because he's lost it.
I'm not going to the game for Tech, I'm going for the game for UNT.
Neither one of those are the University of Texas though.
Well, he actually went to UNT.
I
know,
UNT.
but then the Texas, he's going to Lubbock, traveling again. He wore the Lubbock polo last year. And by the way,
I gotta give him a break on this one. I gotta give him a break.
He just told us he wasn't committed last year, so he was free to do whatever he wanted during the college football season. And with his free choice, he chose to wear the Texas Tech polo.
That was December. We were dating at that time,
And you're the guy who wears matching outfits, so you would endorse this.
Hey, that got way more praise than hate. Way more.
Soft society.
All right, look, so we talked about the NFL season, which Sean mentioned red zone, by the way, and then that means Scott Hansen is up, for 7 hours of commercial-free football. Now, I found this audio clip early this morning, and I thought it was pretty interesting because, a lot of us here, especially me, I get recognized in public. People go, oh, it's Peyton for the payload, and they want to chat it up. A lot of Tolos. Shout out all the Tolos in Rockwall, by the way. Lots of them out there. And so this is Scott Hansen on a DraftKings podcast saying he was stopped at a grocery store to give his signature line to a fan.
I was at a grocery store one time. Putting the cart back, right? I'm one of those guys. I'm a good guy. Put the cart back. Good. Guy from like 2 or 3 parking spots over, right in the parking lot, goes, give it to me. Give it to me. And I look at him and I'm like, ha! 7 hours of commercial-free football start now. And he goes, yes! He didn't even say hi or anything. He got back into his car and he went.
That's so cool. That would be like a Tolo going up to Sean and be like, all right, show me the hands, man. Let me see it. Let me see it.
It would not be like that. I thought he was saying, give me the cart. Give me that cart.
I don't know, especially like around Dallas. I don't know how comfortable I feel with someone, random person in a parking lot just coming up to me and screaming, give it to me.
Give it to me.
I don't know that I think, oh, yeah, my phrase.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
And there was a red zone development yesterday.
There is a red zone development. This is on WFAN. Scott Hansen was on the fan with our boy Mraz, and he said that there is a new little wrinkle to the NFL's schedule.
We had a Zoom with all the NFL executives in the offseason, kind of getting us ready for the regular season. And I was told that the schedule makers particularly brought up NFL Red Zone this year and said, we cannot have any 2-game late windows. So if you look through the schedule, which I've got it not memorized, but I've got it right in front of me, the lowest number we'll have in the late window is 3. And there are many games or many weeks that have 4 games or 5 games in the late window.
That's great.
So they did us a solid there.
Yeah.
Because a 2-game late window for red zone purposes is death.
So much better. This is the college football equivalent of the boring 11 a.m. games. Way too many times in the afternoon on an NFL Sunday with red zone. I'm just waiting for the night game.
Right. It's one or 2 games, and they're not always great.
It's the Cardinals and the Rams. And you're going, geez, please don't let this be what I'm watching.
I went through the 3 o'clock slate. Got a problem.
Not good? Got a problem? All right, finish up with your T-shirts.
T-shirts, that's right. So Channing Tatum out there, he had said on Twitter, or Twitter got a hold of it and said he buys a new T-shirt he'd buy new T-shirts for an entire year just to avoid doing laundry. And I was like, okay, now he's got a lot of money, I get it, but is laundry that big of a deal? And what's something you guys would purchase if you had millions of dollars to avoid having to do with either maintenance or having to clean up? Because my first thing was like a car. Would you buy a car so you don't have to deal with tires or oil changes?
Just buy new cars instead of buying
every year.
Remember he said he had a flat or something. He was just going to leave the car there, Bobby.
Bye.
Yeah.
I mean, I would do that. You know what? He did this, though. Like, I saw this. He told GQ this. He did this in 1999. Like, he wasn't even rich yet, and he was doing this.
Dude, find a wash and fold. Like I did in college.
Hire someone to do the laundry for you.
There's an age limit to this. Like, if you're rich at 20 years old, like an actor or athlete, you can do this at 20. Once you hit like 26, like just be kind of half an adult.
Okay, so what is it where you're like, I would throw this away. I'd throw this away and buy something new.
Golf balls. I wouldn't go look.
Oh, go look for ones other people have hit?
Well, even like if I hit one like near the woods, like sometimes I'll go look for it. If I had unlimited golf, I was like, oh, screw it. Wouldn't even go bother. Like in Michigan, we came back with like 100 extra golf balls. We just went through the woods looking for them.
Well,
and doing other things. And we found, look, a ball. Here's another one, honey. And that's
doing
what
other things.
Right. That's what happened.
Bob, do you have one?
I mean, you guys would probably recommend undershirts. That'd be one of them. But I don't know, probably something.
Yeah, we need a GoFundMe for your undershirt.
Like, I don't know, probably something as basic as like socks. Like just like
underwear.
Just basically have a new pair of socks each day. So it's like I'm never wearing them twice.
They always get lost. I mean, you cannot do a load of laundry and not have an extra sock.
A Texas Rangers ticket giveaway, the Neighborhood Watch, and Pat Doney previews high school football in the great state of Texas all around the corner with the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get you set up for that next job. How many of you are starting it because you listened to me 3 or 4 months ago? mycomputercareer.edu is training.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Up during the commercial-free expressway. That starts at 7:20. Neighborhood Watch, the biggest local segment in radio, at 7:40. Pat Doney with the patented high school football preview at 8. Armin Kintayan previews the college football season at 9. Loaded Thursday edition. Show of Wales continues on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, where other starting quarterbacks around the National Football League have been named and some not. Mike Tomlin named Russell Wilson the starting quarterback. How many games until we see Justin Fields actually start one? And Bobby, you were throwing out some Russell Wilson stats that they were blowing my mind in the commercial break.
He's 13th all-time in touchdown passes. With 29 this year, he passes Eli and Fran Tarkenton and becomes 11th all-time in touchdown passes. Which is...
I can't believe it.
I can't either. 9-time Pro Bowler. They threw that up on ESPN. I was like, there's no way he made 9 Pro Bowls. But it was all but 1 year in Seattle he made it.
Russ or Eli?
Russ was at one point a top 5 quarterback. Like somebody like in probably during the Let Russ Cook era was around top 3. Like there's a reason Denver was willing to say we'll throw you $245 million or whatever the number was.
I don't think anyone thought of him as a top 3 quarterback at that time.
He was the MVP leader in 2019.
He never got a single vote for MVP.
For the first half of the season, he was like the MVP leader. Though
he was never. I don't think he was ever a top 2 or 3.
He was at his peak. Was like I don't think it's even a question. Like when he was at his best, that he was much better than Eli. And
Okay.
I would never have. But Eli's got the Super Bowl, so
yeah. I mean,
no, I'm just saying, 10 years you get to have one.
Russ
over Eli. Yeah, Eli made the playoffs.
You know, outside of this listening audience, people would think that we're crazy having that discussion or saying Russell Wilson.
Well, so many people live in New York, and so
yeah.
I'm seeing so much like people are kind of like, yeah, we recognize Eli isn't really a Hall of Famer, but you can't leave someone with 2 Super Bowls out. That conversation is happening quite a bit. Like he was never better than Ben.
There's a lot of Hall of Fame voters who are never going to vote for Eli, though.
Sure, but Russ was never better than Ben. I don't think he was ever better than Romo. I don't think he was never better than Ryan.
Rivers?
He was never better than Rivers.
Was Ben ever better than Matt Ryan?
Shut up.
I don't think so, but I mean, I'm not going to go crazy over it.
Okay.
So it's going to be Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh, and Gerard Mayo knows his quarterback.
He does.
But he's not naming them,
No.
not telling the team, apparently.
This guy, look, I hate to do vol-on-vol crime here, but Gerard Mayo's a loser.
correct.
This is Bill Belichick loser vibes. Like, you know,
he came on our show once. We loved him.
I know we do like him.
To talk about Mayo,
and he's a Tennessee guy, so I have to love him. But this is the worst trait of Bill Belichick coming into play here. There's no advantage you're going to lose by waiting a day to name your starting quarterback. Tell these guys where they stand. Why you wait? I haven't told the players yet. Well, if you know, tell the players.
Yeah, the whole that's for me to know and you to find out energy from coaches, I think is always like, what does it matter? Like whenever it's the same thing that I always roll my eyes at when it's, there's the blue-white scrimmage and like McCarthy has taken all the names and numbers off the back of jerseys. It's like, what are you... Stop it.
Yeah.
Like this is not state secrets here. Just say who's starting at quarterback. It's dumb, but this is the toxic Bill Belichick, like everything is like, you know, classified information and you got to wait till Thursday to find out.
Zach Taylor stepped in it yesterday in Cincinnati. He had told the media the day before that Jamar Chase was going to practice. Jamar Chase shows up to practice 13 minutes late in street clothes. And Taylor said, yeah, I put my foot in my mouth a little bit, but this is Jamar chasing his contract, which has a couple of years left on it. So Jamar Chase just casually strolling out there 13 minutes late, not in football gear.
This Jamar Chase thing feels way more delicate than the CD one got to, because the fact that he...
And I wonder if Mike Brown, Bross would know this better. I wonder if like Mike Brown is a guy who's like not going to fold or worry about losing some games at the beginning of their season on an AFC contender.
Yeah, he might not. The Chase thing though, like very publicly walking in there 13 minutes late in front of the cameras in street clothes feels very much like you're going to speak for me when I didn't communicate that to you. All right, well then I'm going to sit out. That one just feels like a little bit of a a peeing match or whatever.
And then Choppy, another positive story out of the armpit with the Texans.
Dude, it's amazing what a single quarterback can do for the culture. Don't ever tell me a coach is the culture or a GM. It's the quarterback. That is 100% the culture of your team. And Nick Caserio was a joke. Like, there were horror stories about the Texans front office, from that charlatan Jack Easterby to the owner to Mr. Over His Head and Nick Caserio. Well, he did a solid here to a local legend. Case Keenum, University of Houston, local legend down there. And they pulled a classy move. They placed him on injured reserve prior to the roster cuts for Case Keenum. And what that did is it gave him an extra year of NFL service time. So it gives him, like, I think 13 years now of NFL service time, which gives him an extra like $20,000 a year in pension benefits. Because I think it's like the way I read it, it's like $19,000 for each year you're in the league. That's your pension. So if you get like 10 years in the league, your pension is $190,000 when you hit 55. But he also gets a salary for the year, because he's placed on IR instead of just cutting him. So that's a good little move. It's a solid move. I don't know how much. I'm sure you got to go pass it with the owner. Hey, we're going to pay this guy for doing nothing, whatever. But good little move by Caserio and the Texans.
Yeah, which a lot of teams, it doesn't always get put out there, but a lot of teams will do things like this very quietly. The Cowboys a couple of years ago with a player, which I won't say who, but the Cowboys a couple years ago, the player kept him on the roster for an entire year, or kept him on IR without releasing him. They placed him on IR, didn't release him because they knew he needed mental health access to things. And so very quietly, they kept him on there the entire year so that he'd have his benefits and be able to have access to that kind of stuff.
The Dodgers have been doing this with a player for like 8 years. They just kept him on the roster so he could maintain his mental health benefits.
And the virtual chains are not happening. We're sticking with the chain gang.
No more chain gang the chain gang is still in play. They decided not to use the trial that they had done in the preseason.
Yeah.
And we've seen this in like the UFL, where they're just trying to get rid of the chain gang and use like some kind of a chip via the VAR, or whatever they use in tennis. And either the NFL is not ready to go down that road, or it hasn't been perfected yet. And if it's not perfected yet, then I'm fine by still using the chain gang. But if it has been perfected, I mean, what are we doing?
Here was my problem with it in the preseason, at least while watching the Cowboy games, when Bill Jones would get all excited. Here comes the virtual measurement. It was too much dead period. They need to figure out a better way to show. We need to judge it as the slow-mo measurement is happening. We all need to see it, not just at the very end. There was too much dead time when they were going to the sideline or going to players or going something else or just trying to fill conversation. That gap right there needs to be filled better. They need to immediately go to the measurement, show us, so that we're all sitting on our couch and judging it at home. That's my opinion on the TV presentation of it versus the dead period that I felt was there in the preseason.
Because in soccer or in tennis,
yes.
Let's just use tennis. Because tennis one is...
And it's quick.
It's quick, but you don't necessarily see the ball. You see a virtual ball.
Yeah, but that's still great theater.
It's still great theater.
It's a slow-mo of the tennis ball. Oh, my gosh. Is it going to land? Oh, we see where it is. I didn't feel like we got that with the virtual measurement with the NFL. So sticking with the chain gang. The number one highlight in the sports world yesterday belongs to us.
All right, the 1-2. That's in the air left field. That's trouble. Jankowski back, and he finds a catch! Oh my goodness, what a grab! He brings the game back!
Travis Jankowski with the robbery, allowing the Texas Rangers to stay perfect against the sorry White Sox. And I think Evan Grant tweeted yesterday that he literally counted the fans in the stands, and I think the number was 49.
Yeah.
49 people there to watch one of the games.
Yeah, I think he said that was the first time in his life he counted to 49. Now, he meant to the fans, but it read as if he was saying he had counted to 49 for the first time in his life. Travis Jankowski had just been subbed in, too, as a defensive replacement. That's why you bring him in, is because of what he can do out there in the outfield and just in stride. It's a fantastic play. In stride, doesn't even hardly break, jumps up, makes the play, and just looks totally cool doing it. Just, this is what I do.
And now we have to do the obligatory placement in Rangers history for all-time great catches.
Oh, yeah. Gary Matthews Jr. is going to be entirely too difficult to overtake.
Second or third. Number one will always be Gary Matthews Jr. kicking off the wall and spinning in the air to catch it. But there was a catch I remember years ago that Josh Hamilton made in center where it was against the Red Sox in the game, and he leapt up, and it didn't rob a homer, but he caught it in mid-flight as he collided into the wall and then face-planted when he came back down and still had it. That I might have ahead of this one, but this one was
That one had
fantastic.
extra difficulty too because it was during the sun was out. Josh couldn't see.
It was actually a night game, so no, it was not.
Meanwhile, Kumar Rocker strikes out 10 in his AAA debut, and Jack Leiter goes 4 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, with the fastball hitting 99 yesterday in his start against Chicago.
Yeah, and Jack Leiter didn't look
He's
great.
earned the next start.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know. Earn combined with the team where they are. 9 back in the West, 10 back in the wild card. Let him start again.
He'll get. Well, I guess it'll be the Yankees that he starts again.
Probably. He didn't fold though. He had those struggles in the first inning and throughout the game was still getting hit around a little bit, but he didn't fold. He battled. That's all good. That's positive because he hasn't battled at other times.
If it's the Yankees, he'll face Judge, Mattingly, and Soto, according to Stephen A.
Yeah.
I knew you'd like that.
Who's Don Mattingly? Peyton, do you know who that is?
Yeah, former Newark Yankee.
Yeah, but who is he?
Baseball player.
Okay.
What did you want him to say, Bobby?
Former manager.
Virgo?
No, former manager of the Marlins.
Oh,
okay,
there
you go.
Did he bite? All right, fine. Extra credit.
Okay.
Did he bat right or left?
Left.
What a good guess. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franco & Franco Injury Attorney text line, and we have something special for you coming around the corner. Go ahead, Chop.
Real quick, he is not scheduled to pitch. He is not on the schedule to pitch again. They've got an open date on Sunday. He won't be able to go there because he just pitched on Wednesday, but it's Heaney, Eovaldi, and Gray would be against New York, so he's not scheduled to pitch yet.
Jacoby Brissett was named the starter in New England, even though Drake May has been a better player.
God.
Just got announced.
How do you do that? How do you say this guy's been better and then start the second best player?
Well, because I think at one point he said Jacoby was also better. Like he's gone back and forth with it. Let's see how much we go back and forth with these NFL lists and rankings that just came out. Let's see how much of a Cowboy fight we have during the commercial-free expressway while we hook you up with Rangers tickets and the neighborhood watch. Everybody loves lists. Let's see if Chris Arnold is right after this. But I know I'm right about this. Hurtado Barbecue is the place you need to go for all of your catering needs. Do you have the big time event or the big time party where you want to impress everyone? Maybe this holiday weekend you need to do it. Go ahead and get the barbecue platters that feed 6 to 8 from Hurtado. 2 pounds of brisket, 2 pounds of spare ribs, 2 pounds of pulled pork, 4 sausage links, 6 birria tacos, 4 pint sides of your choice with 12 tortillas and a pint of barbecue sauce. How about the El Patron platter? Feeds 4 to 6 with a pound and a half of brisket, pound of pulled pork, pound of pork ribs, 4 sausage links, 4 tacos, and 4 sides. The El Jefe, third pound. You can split this for lunch today. A third pound of brisket, third pound of pulled pork, spare ribs, turkey, burnt ends, and sausage. Serve with 2 sides of your choosing, or go and treat yourself with the Texas Trinity. $26 for a third pound each of brisket, spare ribs, and sausage. Beat that deal. Serve with 1 side of your choice. From the official barbecue of the morning show and the Texas Rangers, it's Hurtado. Tell them Sean for the fan sent you.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
You're waking up.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Let's hook you up right now for turning it on, leaving it on. Then we'll get into some NFL quarterback fights, neighborhood watch, and Pat Doney. Text us all the questions. Maybe through the Odyssey app, you can record a question for Pat Doney to answer at 8 o'clock here on Sean and RJ. But it's Thursday. We're feeling good. So let's help you win.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Los Angeles Angels on Friday, September 6th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Congratulations to the winner, and thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. Your home of the World Series champs who got the little mini sweep over the White Sox yesterday. All right, Chop, who is evaluating quarterbacks?
103 players are evaluating quarterbacks.
Oh, top 100, we already did that.
No, this is 103 players were asked 6 questions by ESPN to answer who is the most overrated, most underrated, biggest trash talker, all the things.
All right.
Okay, so here we go.
I like the superlatives.
Yes. Who is the GOAT? And if it's not Mahomes, what does he have to do to get there? Of the 103 respondents, how many said Mahomes is the GOAT?
The same group of people had him number 4 on the top 100. So I'll say 90.
90, okay. 7. 8,
okay.
The GOAT.
Oh,
not the
like,
best in the league.
Okay.
The GOAT.
Oh,
GOAT.
all time.
All time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So 85 said Tom Brady. 7 said Patrick Mahomes. That's only 92. That means 11 people said somebody else.
Okay.
And they didn't list who it was, but several other players did receive votes.
Is there any chance one person playing today said Joe Montana? Who's an old white quarterback? Hell, it could have been Jacoby Brissett, who just got named the New England starter. The old school history and knowledge of the game. Be able to throw out Montana. Someone might say Rodgers.
Is one of the McCown brothers still playing or something? Maybe one of them.
One of them's coaching with Minnesota.
Someone probably said Peyton. Okay, so 85 said Tom, and 7 said Pat.
Which is more likely, that someone said Montana, or there was one player who would have said like Lamar Jackson or somebody else playing right now?
Lamar.
I think it is more likely somebody would have said Lamar than Montana.
Rank the top 3 current quarterbacks. They went, and there was, let's see, only 5 players got any vote. Only 5 players got a single vote. Number 1 is Mahomes. Number 2 is Lamar. Number 3 is Joe Burrow.
Oh. All right.
Josh Allen was 4th, and Aaron Rodgers was 5th.
And this was weighted. So it's like number 1 got 3 points, number 2 got 2 points, number 3 got 1 point.
Right.
And this Rodgers thing is going to be a fascinating seesaw. Which way are we going?
I think we know which way we're going.
Mahomes.
You're always going down.
Mahomes had 87 first place
Bobby,
votes.
let me have the joke. Just let me have the joke.
I said, hell yeah, I was
Just shut
agreeing
up.
with you.
Can you.
That's agreeing with your joke.
Can Bobby's dealer text him, please? I could tell. I could tell yesterday. I could tell.
Yeah. Mahomes had 87 first place votes and 12 second place votes. One player did not rank him in their top 3.
Mahomes?
Yeah, one player did not rank him in their top 3.
Someone in the AFC West?
Probably.
Who hates him?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not Crosby or somebody.
Which rookie quarterback will have the most successful career? Caleb Williams was first with 34 votes. Second was Jaden Daniels with 30. So a lot of votes. Maybe some SEC love, who knows? J.J. McCarthy was 3rd, and then Penix, and then Bo Nix. So there's your top 5.
So nobody in the NFL believes the answer could be Drake May.
No.
Which Bobby was watching Drake May highlights in the commercial break.
Drake May's got arguably as high of a ceiling as Caleb Williams. He's boom or bust. But I mean, Drake May can be And like Drake May to me was clearly the only other first-round quarterback other than Caleb.
Who is the NFL's most overrated quarterback?
Ooh.
According to the players. These are your top vote getters. There's a tie for number 2. Number 1 is
Trevor. Actually, I saw the list on Twitter. My answer is Trevor, but the answer was Josh Allen.
Trevor did get some votes. Josh Allen is number 1. Tied for second is Bobby's boy Jalen Hurts and Tua.
Oh,
they are tied for second.
All pretty decent candidates. Not enough people are talking about a possible fall for my guy Josh Allen this year. No one is talking about it with a lack of weapons. I'm terrified. I'm terrified for my boy, for my guy.
Well, as Mahomes has shown, if he's elite, there will be no drop-off.
Well,
I know.
Unfair comparison. Elite versus all GOAT. It could be a GOAT.
Correct. That's true.
Not elite.
Yeah, we're talking about elite versus like all-time.
Like Peyton Manning, I'm not trying to start a fight. Peyton Manning, he never went without.
No, he didn't.
Like Tom went without for some time. Now, they weren't some high-octane, crazy, great offense. I'm just saying he went without a cast during the beginning of his career. Peyton never did. And Josh Allen, unless they got some talent there, I'm not thinking he's about to go without. Like Pat, we always forget he always has Kelsey. But he went without a stud receiver.
Yeah, Tom early in his career, like they won with defense. They didn't win with like he made big plays, but like they didn't put up gaudy numbers.
No.
That wasn't their style.
Yeah,
like Manning always had. They always drafted offense. They never bothered with the defense. Other receiving vote getters and the most overrated. Justin Herbert was next.
Oh,
then Trevor Lawrence, then Deshaun, then Kyler, and then Brock Purdy.
No Dak.
No Dak. No Dak on the most overrated.
Because no one thinks that highly of him to start with.
Most underrated.
Kidding.
Most underrated.
Quarterback?
Yes. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 guys in the top 3 that were all tied. Number 1, Brock Purdy. Tied with Matthew Stafford.
Oh.
Okay. They pulled the wall check. Good for them.
Then a 4-way tie for third place. Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Bryce Young.
Ooh, okay. Hot take.
That's somebody taking it very literally. Like, who's the most underrated? Well, people think Bryce Young is trash, and he's not. So it'd be Bryce Young.
So Purdy was on the most overrated. He's also the most underrated on this list. Other top vote getters. Justin Herbert was on the most overrated. Now he's on the most underrated. Dak is there. Lamar is there. Hurts and Tua are there as well. They were also the second most overrated quarterbacks. Biggest trash talkers. Runaway winner, Josh Allen.
So are those tied together? That he is the runaway best trash talk winner, and then he is the runaway, or not runaway, but he's the number 1 vote getter for most overrated because people just are bitter.
Well, it's tied together towards his style because he has a lot of physical contact. He's a tank. He's going to run. He's not going to slide. He's going to try to destroy you and bowl you over, and then he's going to talk to you after.
Talk to you about it, yep. Baker Mayfield comes in second. Aaron Rodgers third. Other top vote getters, Mahomes, Burrow, and C.J. Stroud.
For trash talk. Just ask Micah found that out on the couch.
Aaron Rodgers does talk a lot. Like that.
Uncomeback with a bowl.
Exactly. He's uncomeback with a bowl. There's nothing you can do with Aaron Rodgers.
He talks to the defenders more than his family.
Well, that's changing. That's changing, right? They had a reconciliation, apparently.
Last year, he talked more to McAfee than he did anybody on the field because he was too old to actually stay healthy.
I can read, though.
He can read. He can read. And there's your list.
Well done. All right, part 1 of Around the NFL, the Neighborhood Watch, is coming up in about 10 minutes. We already hooked you up with the Rangers tickets, and you can record on the Odyssey app any high school football questions for the great Pat Doney with the preview from NBC5 at 8.
ESPN came out with their yearly list of their projection. This is a projection, not where they're currently at. This is what they think it'll be at the end of the season of the top 100 players in football. And the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, wait, so this is
your favorite list.
This is the projection. Okay,
yes.
so this is not now. All right.
Yeah, but this is the list you loved the other day with the tight end rankings.
It's insane. Go ahead.
In fact, let's start there. Let's start with the tight end ranking because it makes me look great, Sean. And so I'm going to say it. This list has one George Kittle ahead of Travis Kelce. as the best. So look, and this is not a player list. This is the writers. This is the ESPN reporters.
Meathead voting on this nonstop since Kittle goes on there.
It's the ESPN reporters who
does the best WWE finishing move? Put them at the top. Who can drink all the pints with me in Ireland?
Exactly. ESPN reporters, though, did this one. So this is like the All-Pro team versus the Pro Bowl team. We don't take the Pro Bowl team that seriously. We go to the All-Pro team because they know what they're looking at. And they say George Kittle better than Travis Kelce. Like I've tried to tell you
a bunch of morons.
For years
like there's
and
no
years.
way to credibly, legitimately make that point. Maybe you're projecting Ayuk not there. Maybe. And Kittle's going to get more targets, but he'll end up getting hurt with his F Dallas t-shirt underneath. What else?
So there's
Plus
4
his helmet sucks.
There's 4 Cowboys on this list. Obviously, the top 3 that you would think of immediately, it's Dak, CD, Micah, that those 3 are going to be up there. But Zach Martin is on this list, and Tyler Smith is not. I think there's a lot of people around the league who think Tyler Smith is, if you're projecting out, who believe Tyler Smith's going to be better by the end of this year than Zach Martin. Because Zach Martin has taken a bit of a step back. Tyler Smith has continued to progress and being able to stay at the same position. We saw that in the ESPN executive list that they voted on. There were people saying he's the next guy up. It's going to be him who we're talking about as like the next dominant guard for 10 years. But Zach Martin is on this list. There is no Tyler Smith. But Dak Prescott comes in on this list as the 6th best quarterback in the NFL. And he comes in ahead of guys like Jordan Love and various people like that. The guys that are in front of him at quarterback include Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and then who was the 5th one?
Lamar was 2nd overall.
Yeah, Lamar. So here's the top 10 on this list. Tell me if you have any issues with this. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, Lamar Jackson. Number 3, Justin Jefferson. This was pulled after the McCarthy stuff, and that they're still projecting out that Jefferson.
This is the best players?
This is a projection for who's going to be the best by the end of this season, like who we're talking about.
Man, is Lamar Iverson? Is that what this is in terms of like the players
overrated?
just loving him and he's so cool? Maybe overrated. Like Lamar Jackson. I'm sorry, he's not the 2nd best player in football.
No, and it would have to be, for that to be an exact comparison, you'd have to say, is Allen Iverson the best center in the league? Because Lamar Jackson gets credit for playing a position that he doesn't even really play well.
Look, I think you can absolutely make a case that he's the 2nd best player in the league. He's the most difficult to game plan for. He's more difficult to game plan for than Patrick Mahomes. You have to spend more time game planning for Lamar Jackson than anybody else. I mean, that's...
You have to spend more time game planning for Trey Lance than Cooper Rush, too.
Yeah, the broadest argument.
Yeah, but that's not what we're doing. Number 4, Myles Garrett. Number 5, Josh Allen. This is the first one that I think is... I'm fascinated.
Is everyone taking Lamar Jackson in the league over Josh Allen?
Right now they are. It feels like.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, but right now it feels like everybody wants to.
Who would you take?
I like Josh.
But you're thinking about it.
Lamar, I'm thinking about it because, like, Lamar, people, this is the fickleness of sports. Like, people gave Aaron Rodgers a pass for not having any weapons. Nobody's ever given Lamar that.
Yeah. I've talked about a lack of weapons there for a long time. Ozzie Newsome could not draft receivers.
Number 5, Josh Allen. Number 6.
But Lamar gets a playoff pass that Dak doesn't.
Yeah.
You're right. And I think part of that's because he doesn't have... and he has been to a conference championship game.
Yeah, but you could look at
he's
his
underperformed.
team. His teams have choked. They
Yes,
absolutely
they
have. Number 6, Jamar Chase, the 2nd highest graded receiver, above CD, above Tyreek Hill.
I don't know how you can say that.
Above both or above one of them?
I mean, really, if you want to put him above CD, I gotta lose my mind. I disagree, but you definitely can't put him ahead of Tyreek. I don't believe.
I gotta look here. I felt like when I looked at it last year, like I think cumulatively, you look at it like there's a hard argument I think for you to make that says Chase has been better than Lamb.
Yeah, I mean, maybe maybe he's a better peak. I don't know, but look, Chase or Burrow, one of them's gonna get hurt every year. Seems like.
Number 7, the highest graded Dallas Cowboy on the list is
Micah
Parsons. That's right, baby.
Micah Parsons.
Ahead of TJ Watt.
Yep, he is ahead of TJ Watt. And look, they
overrated.
They clearly know football from what they've said about George Kittle and Travis Kelce. So number 8 on the list, Tyreek Hill. Number 9, Christian McCaffrey. Number 10, TJ Watt.
Oh, man. What an overrated loser he is. How is he ahead of Nick Bosa?
Because he's really good. He's led the league in sacks 3 times.
He's so good, they never double team him. He's so amazing.
He's so much better than Bosa.
He is like, I don't know how many times I can explain this to you. He is a stand-up edge rusher who is moved around. You can't double the same way.
Hey, listen. Don't tell me about the pain. Just show me the baby.
It's like you're complaining that like somebody's in the slot and they're not bracketing him on the outside. It's like because they can't. It's not where he is. It's not where he's lined up. I don't know what you want him to do.
They wouldn't even. So you can't even dedicate a running back to help out. You can't even do that.
A chip block?
Yeah, you can't even do that.
It wouldn't count as a double team if he's stand up and moving around. And I'm just saying. I don't know what it is exactly you have for him. Number 10, TJ Watt.
Have your try hard guy. I'll take Micah.
Number 11 is CeeDee Lamb. So that's the next one. Dak Prescott came in on this list overall 27th. So he was actually one spot ahead of Justin Herbert. Then Zach Martin was the last Cowboy on this list, and he came in at number 34. So the Cowboys only have 4 players in the top 100, but all 4 of them are in the top 34. And this kind of shows the top-heavy nature of their roster.
Pat Doney with a high school preview at 8 o'clock. Below the belt at 8:40. Armin Katayan gets you ready for the college football season live at 9. And Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Let's go local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That's right. It is time for the Neighborhood Watch, and it's Thursday, August 29th. And you know what that means, Sean? Tonight is pickleball with Jared Sandler. See, Jared, we gave you your extra mention in there.
Has he been retweeting any of us lately?
He's been over retweeting us now, like to the point that it's like now he's clearly trying to make like a point in what he's doing.
Yeah.
But so Jared Sandler will have the pickleball event tonight. As I'm trying to pull it up right now, what the actual address is. I don't have. Here it is. It is Preston Playhouse, 13130 Preston Road. Jared said you don't need to RSVP. They'd like you to because then they can get a head count, but don't need you to. Happy hour tonight, 5:30 to 7:30. I saw they have the mini auction live. There's like a Max Scherzer autograph baseball in there. There's some other stuff. So go check that out and support Jared and support the Sandlot charity. Okay, our Facebook community group post of the week comes from the Johnson County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, baby.
They posted this week, scam alert in all caps. We got a scam alert here. If you receive a call from someone claiming to be Captain Danny Rogers of the Johnson County Sheriff's Office Civil Division, do not give this caller any information. This is a scam. We do not have a civil division.
Let me interrupt for a second. Whoever decides the police officers that give you that phone call to ask you to donate, that person needs to be a radio program director, because they choose the most authoritative, commanding, intimidating people
every time
that call, and it's like, Sergeant Jefferson here. Are you going to do your duty? We're sitting here. We're saving lives.
Can they count on you?
Can
they count on you?
Dude, I feel so like, they paralyze me with fear.
Yeah. What do you need from me?
Oh my gosh!
I'll give you anything you want. Just leave me alone.
Yes, I feel like I'm in a lineup.
On their way, mofos.
Yes, so that's what I think of first when I hear a police figure calling you on the other line.
Can the veterans count on you? Can the police count on you?
Man, they're good.
You called me yesterday, but sure.
One of the commenters on this post received this call and gave kind of recap of it. They say, today I received a call from what I thought was the Johnson County Sheriff's Office. It was a JCSO phone number that called me, and the caller was Captain Danny Rogers from the Civil Division. He informed me that I failed to appear for a jury summons and failed to comply with court appearance requirements. He had a case number, citation numbers, knew my address, and had the voice and demeanor of a typical American law enforcement officer. After I explained that I never received a notice, summons, or any type of document about this issue, he was very helpful and believed my story because there were a few others for this appearance date that were also saying the same thing. He wanted to make sure we could get this resolved today because a bench warrant was about to be issued for my arrest. I don't know much about the judicial process when it comes to not appearing because I've never failed to do that before, so I'm extremely concerned at this point. He explains that he needs me to come to the sheriff's office today, gives me the address that is the correct address, and tells me to call him when I'm on my way. I left work a little early to head to Cleburne, called him to let him know, and he proceeds to tell me everything I need to do when I arrive. Then he begins to tell me about the fines I will have to pay in order to get this cleared up. $1,500 per citation for a total of $3,000. The guy's red flag indicator went up. He's like, this doesn't sound right.
It's like my hail damage.
Cleared it up. But there's a lot of people getting this call. I had gotten a call like this not long ago, not about this specifically, but I got a voicemail left for me that was like, hey, there's a legal issue. We can't. It sounded very real, where it's like, here's your citation number. Here's the company we're with. This is your case number. You're going to be served later today. You need to be present at the address. If you need to reschedule this or you think there's confusion, please call us back. These scams are getting more and more like advanced, and the AI stuff doesn't help it because you can start like doctoring voices and doing different things like that.
Oh, yeah.
The AI is coming for us all. We're going to be done soon.
Ooh, because like, they always say with the IRS will never call you. They always just mail you something. So they'll never call. If you get a phone call from the IRS, doesn't happen.
And by the way, those of you who said I would not hear back that I was off jury duty right before training camp, I gave hey, I'm going home. I'm caring for a newborn. I can't serve jury duty. I was expecting a follow-up letter to say you're excused. I never got it. And I've been checking. I haven't seen a warrant for my arrest like
Don't
I
check
had
too hard.
in California. So don't expect a follow-up if you're thinking they're going to confirm you get out of jury duty.
Did you say you haven't seen a warrant like you have in California?
Yeah, I got a warrant in California for we all went out. We all went out. You never heard this story?
No, is it still active?
We were at Zuma Beach.
No, I paid it like an idiot, and the rest of these fools didn't pay it. And because I think I'm going to land at LAX, and
the fuzz will be waiting to pinch
Reno
you.
911's going to be sitting out there in the terminal. I waiting for Sharif off the
Sheriff's
plane.
Department.
Yeah,
we were playing volleyball. I was the only one who didn't get a citation because I had not opened my beer yet. Technically, like everybody else had opened, mine was still in the sand.
It was open container. We all went out for a beach day. Richie Witt, Slater, Choppy, myself. And it was
a few others.
Got a citation out there on the beach.
I had always wondered if I got in trouble. That first year I went to Oxnard with the station, we parked at the Rudder Room, and I parked in the wrong lot, the one that's like right next to it, but technically that's not parked. So I came out and there was a citation on the window that I never took care of, and I was like, I wonder if like they know that was me, or if I was somehow tied to it, or because it was a rental car, who did it get exactly pinned on? Maybe somebody else has a warrant now. We're doing community. We're doing
real
neighborhood
quick.
watch.
People are saying they would have. It's on the portal. They post all the replies online. They don't send you another for jury duty.
Okay.
There you go. All right. We're doing neighborhood watch here on 105.3 The Fan.
But they sent me the summons to appear.
Correct.
Through the mail.
Through the mail.
News broke from the Dallas Federal Reserve on Monday of maybe the most concerning economic sign yet, that things aren't all sunshine and lollipops in DFW here in the economy.
You've been dying to talk about this story.
A lot of people are gobbling up sausage right now. Sausage sales are up. Now, this is actually I love these sort of notes. Whatever you find from economists, it's similar to whenever in sports you're looking for the new analytic measurement that you're like, ooh, what's a way that I can project out? Where can I find this? What's the new stat that everybody's going to fall in love with? I love the way economists will find markers in society, the way consumers are purchasing things, and then they go, this clearly adds up to it. And one of them apparently is sausage purchasing. And this is one of these little consumer quirks that economists will focus in on. They say that sausage, the amount of dinner sausage being purchased in DFW is up. And it's like, okay, well, what's the big deal there? There's been some modest growth. What does that matter? Well, they say that, quote, this category tends to grow when the economy weakens. Why? Because, quote, sausage is a good protein substitute for higher priced proteins and can stretch consumers' food budgets.
So is sausage less expensive than ground beef?
That's a good question.
Brandon Hurtado, let me know. Hit me up if you're listening right now. Peyton, just Google real quick, Italian sausage versus ground beef. I would think that it was not less expensive.
I don't know.
I support this.
Ooh, okay, so you get your Johnsonville brats 5 count for $4.99. All right.
Aren't we talking about like ground sausage though?
Yeah, like bratwurst,
Like
ground
that's-
sausage.
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, typically they say that this is something that's on the cheaper end than ground beef.
Well, then the economy is doing us a favor because I'm team Italian sausage over ground beef. Italian sausage in your spaghetti sauce instead. Italian sausage in your chili instead. Italian sausage over ground beef, in my opinion. It's just better flavor. So if it's cheaper, winning. You
Yeah.
do sausage and
It is
peppers
cheaper.
as well. And it's just it's a better flavor.
Italian sausage has like a sweetness to it, though.
Yeah.
Almost
Sweet
that
or
I
spicy.
don't like.
Yeah.
Like that's spicy.
I don't
That's
like it.
what am I supposed to do?
Get the
this is
spicy then,
done.
don't
Get the hot
ground
one.
beef.
Get the spicy one and not the sweet one. There's an option.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you like hot sausage. So here's the deal. It says sausage is more often over on Google. I went and looked it up. AI kicked back an answer. It says sausage is often cheaper than raw meat, including ground beef, due to a number of factors, including cuts. Sausage uses less expensive cuts of meat, byproducts, and fillers. Production. Sausage benefits from economies of scale, waste minimization, and shelf life. And the consumer demand is usually not there as much. It says according to True Bites Family Butchers, sausage is traditionally made to be low cost, which can result in a nice texture that's not too heavy or gritty. But that's
Fish eating a lot of protein.
Yeah.
That's an economic indicator right there. Maybe things are not so great.
Well, it's better than the story I watched yesterday that was so disturbing. Namibia
Namibia is a country.
Namibia is killing, RJ, elephants and hippos for their population to eat because of the drought. 83 elephants, 30 hippos, 60 buffalo, 100 blue wildebeest, 300 zebras for the people to eat. They're going to kill more than 700 animals because of food insecurity. Worst drought in 100 years. So we're here dealing with Italian sausage. They're about to be eating elephant and hippos, which I've never heard of anyone eating.
Man, I haven't either. And the problem with the elephant
That's
is
so
that
sad.
They're, I think is it the gestation period? Is that what it's called? That's how long the term is.
Bobby doesn't know about mozzarella sticks, and you're asking him about elephant consumption.
It's like, I know
He didn't
about.
even know there was a hot Italian sausage.
No, the gestation period. Yes, I do know about birth. You remember I come from a family of 9, so I do know about that.
Like that's
I
one
grew
of the
up in a good
reasons why
Christian
those
home.
like the woolly mammoth they
You got to
couldn't
eat the elephant
sustain.
placenta.
It's because it takes 2 years from conception to birth.
The birth is like 18 months.
And with
or
an
something.
elephant, it's very, very long. So, if you start killing out the elephants, that's how species go extinct.
We are doing the neighborhood watch.
Way to go! Way to go! Nature,
no,
National Geographic over
But
here.
if you start
if
killing-
you kill them all off,
No.
that's how they go extinct.
But it's because
if you let them procreate and have sex, they will grow.
You're
If
missing
you
the
haven't
point.
seen it yet, you haven't seen
you're
it.
missing the point.
I'm making a joke. I don't really care about your serious
if they
explanation. I'm
have
just joking.
too long of a birth to conception to birth, that's how those are the more prone to extinction.
Kill them off, they go away.
We're doing neighborhood watch here.
The
on
more
105.
you know.
Sorry, I'm just more enlightened than everybody else in here.
Neighborhood 116.
You're looking
over
at
here.
bratwurst prices over here.
Yeah, I
Over
was.
Italian
I love
sausage.
sausage. I want to put all the sausage in my mouth like a fine.
Neighborhood watch here
I
on
don't even need a
105.3 The Fan.
Drop. I don't even need a
By the way, I saw there was one of these videos. I follow those Twitter accounts where it's like, wild internet videos or whatever. These elephants. I don't know what country it was, but these elephants
Namibia.
have figured out that they can wait on the side of the road and they're given right of way by trucks. So when they see, there's these videos of when they see sugarcane trucks coming by, the elephant will just saunder it into the middle of the road so the truck stops, and then they go over and they just snatch some sugar canes and then let the truck go by. Those animals, they're
smart,
damn smart.
Oh yeah.
Okay, a Burleson Kroger employee, which I believe Burleson is the next spot where we're going to be heading for the Firehouse
Yes,
next
or
month.
Reebok.
A Burleson Kroger employee saved his coworker's life on his first day on the job. This is from CBS News National. It says, in a life or death situation, one Kroger employee jumped into action and saved a coworker's life on his first day. Shane Condon is the assistant store leader at Kroger in Burleson, and he received an award on Wednesday for being a hero. His family just moved from Colorado in June. As Condon was getting a tour of the store for his first day of work, he noticed an associate collapse. Another employee called 911. The operator coached Condon through CPR for 4 minutes until paramedics arrived. The man he saved was Ray Choate, a 21-year-old employee at the store. He had suffered a heart attack.
Wow.
At 21 years old. CPR saved his life. everything's good now. But very first day of work, that's quite a baptism into your first day as an assistant store leader or team leader there.
Maybe he can win Employee of the Month like I supposedly did.
I guess so. Yeah, Peyton's like sitting here telling us you're winning prizes as hats off or something.
Were you in the meeting?
No, I was not. But you guys had left after the show a couple days ago, and Tim Collins came in and said, "Hey, can you give this to Sean?" He won hats off, and I was like, "Did he really?"
For Employee of the... Why'd you say it like that? Why'd you question it like that? Was it for Employee of the Month?
I don't think I've ever shown up to one of those. I have no idea. But
okay. I was.
But Bobby said Employee of the Month, so I assume
that's what hats off is.
It was the random wheel.
It could have been the random wheel thing because he was off for 2 weeks during the month.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Yeah, they're like, take more time.
Take more time.
Yeah.
What was the prize though? Can you share what the?
Yeah. It was two $50 gift cards to Mexican Bar Company.
Oh, baby.
Oh, that was the prize wheel.
Yeah. Okay.
That was the prize
So it wasn't Employee of the Month.
No, but I mean, you know how
pretty
your
good.
July went, so I mean, yeah.
Not with these ratings.
I gave an airline
Not with
employee.
people fixing these ratings out there.
Okay,
I gave an airline employee of the month last week.
You what?
I gave an airline employee of the month last week.
You gave an airline employee of the month.
Yeah.
They were Delta CEO over here?
No. I'm not the CEO of Delta or American or anything, but we were flying back, and they put our bag on the scale, and it was like 50.5 pounds.
Here you go again.
And I'm like, you know what? Just give me because some people are like 51 and a half. It's fine. Oh yeah, just go through. You're fine. It's within the margin of error.
How do you know that? How do you get close enough to see that they let other people go?
Because I've had it where it's like 51 and a half. And
Okay.
they were like, you're close enough. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Like I don't care if it's 50. Make it 50. Don't have any grace period. No.
Yeah.
Just have no grace period.
Yeah.
But you can't have where some have a grace period of 51 and a half, and then this lady goes 50.5. And by the way, that scale was up because we have a scale that we pull it up, and it showed exactly at 49 and a half. So I keep going.
Two times in a row, you have measured incorrectly because you guys probably packed a keg to fill with Michigan beer to fly out there like you did your wine liquor suitcase.
So finally, like 10 minutes later, she keeps up, nope, this is not going to work. Nope, this is not going to work. I take something else out of the bag. I put it up there, 49 and a half, and I said, I hope you win Employee of the Month, and I walked away.
What a walk-off.
Yeah,
that was a walk-off,
how
baby.
kind of you. Yeah.
And that's the walk-off for the segment. It's the Neighborhood Watch every Thursday with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Pepe running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And congrats to the Tolo who won the Texas Rangers ticket giveaway. But it's one of my favorite segments every single year. It is the patented high school football preview for the mecca of the sport. Pat Doney, NBC5, gets you ready for your school with the high school football preview next.
After we get you over to Soda 08.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour Thursday edition as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider and high school football lover, Bobby Roberto Belt. And every year, it's a segment I look forward to. We get a ton of great reaction to it. You can text in your high school football questions, tweet them, YouTube and Twitch for Pat Doney, NBC5, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Patrick. How are you?
Hey, good morning, boys. It is one of my favorite days of the year. I mean, high school football is back tonight, and, man, we are loaded once again. North Texas, some amazing teams, some amazing programs, and I can't believe it's back. I mean, the games are back tonight, boys.
Start us off with the matchups that are standing out and the coverage you guys are going to have over there on TV. Who do we need to be looking out for matchup-wise?
Well, matchup-wise, there are some amazing games already right off the bat this weekend, and that starts with our Big Game Friday game of the week tomorrow night. That is Argyle taking on Frisco Lone Star. It's at Toyota Stadium, the home of FC Dallas. There's going to be a big crowd out there. And as we do every year on NBC5, I'm going to be live at a different big game every single Friday. We try to get to as many different parts of the DFW Metroplex as possible and see as many of the good teams as possible and great matchups. That's absolutely going to be one. Tomorrow night, there's also another amazing matchup between Aledo and Denton Guyer, and that's actually going to be our game of the week on our Inside High School Sports Show, which is on NBC5 as well. You can catch 30 minutes of high school football coverage every week at 10 a.m. on NBC5, and then it re-airs again on Sunday nights at about 11:30. But, I mean, Sean, so many good teams in our area once again. I mean, the storylines are unbelievable again. And if you're good, man, I'm ready to go. I'm just going to give you some of the things you need to know about this upcoming season if you're ready to rock. You ready for me?
Real quick, I just got a quick question, because I know a couple years ago they changed the classifications. They added 6A. How many DFW schools are still in 5A? Is there a lot of them, or are they mostly 6 now?
Yeah, I don't know the answer of how many there are, but there are quite a few, and there are some really, really good programs in both 6A and 5A. And in fact, I think there are going to be championship caliber teams, and I would not be surprised if there are state title winners in both 6A classifications and the 5A classifications here in DFW, because it's loaded. And the thing is with these realignments that are happening year to year, I'll give you a great example. It's every couple of years they have the realignment, and Highland Park, for example, has moved back down from 6A to 5A now. So they're back into state title contention at 5A, where they were a really, really good team in 6A. And so then you have a program like Anna, who won a state championship in 4A last year. They're now up in 5A. So it's a little bit more challenging at that level. So that changes year to year. One thing that doesn't change, though, RJ, man, is that there are really, really good teams, and there are state title contenders here. And the battles throughout the regular season through the district schedule really sets a lot of these DFW programs up for success in the playoffs, because they've already played some of their toughest opponents during the regular season before the playoffs even begin.
Let it rip, Patrick. Do your thing.
Here we go, man. So the number one team in the state, once again, the team that was the number one public school in America last year when it all settled, the DeSoto Eagles are back and loaded once again, looking for a three-peat. Claude Mathis, what he has done at DeSoto is unbelievable. They are, without question, the number one team in the state going into the year, the favorites to win another championship. They've got an awesome running back in Tiger Ryden. By the way, great nicknames on this team. Tiger Ryden. I mean, I'm loving that at running back. Booby Feaster, the wide receiver, one of the best wide receivers in America for, is just an outstanding talent. Dalen Singleton, another great wide receiver. DeSoto is loaded once again. I'm going to be surprised if they don't win another state championship in 2024. Their biggest rival is probably the second best team in the state, and that's Duncanville. They're also looking for a three-peat. They have probably the best wide receiver in America in Decorian Moore.
Whoa.
You may have seen recently that he picked Oregon. He was that five-star recruit, and he could have gone anywhere in America. He's going to Oregon. I mean, and he is a phenomenal talent. They have their quarterback, Keelan Russell, is also a fantastic player as well. South Lake Carroll is loaded again. A little bit different this year with a new quarterback coming in, but their running game is going to be stacked. They have two really good running backs in Riley Wormley and Davis Penn. Riley Dodge is going to run the football behind a huge offensive line. And look, South Lake Carroll wins double-digit games every year. I expect that once again, and I expect them to be in the mix. North Crowley, what Coach Ray Gates has done there is really impressive. And their quarterback, Chris Jimerson, headed to North Texas after this year. Man, what a winner. And that program has become one of the best in DFW, and that's saying something. Their facilities are amazing. I think North Crowley is going to be awesome again. And then watch out for Denton Guyer as well. They have a transfer quarterback who came in this year. Look, Guyer's good every year, but Kevin Sperry transferred in. He's going to Oklahoma, so he's pretty good. And I think Denton Geyer has a chance to really have another phenomenal season once again. I have a few more from 6A we can get to in a minute, but I want to jump to 5A real quick. RJ, you were asking about those 5A programs. I mean, Alito, can they win a 13th state championship? I mean, that's the big question. 13. They're replacing a lot, but they have the most in Texas UIL, Texas high school football history. Their best player, their wide receiver, Kadon Finley, is a junior, and he has offers from every school in America already. He's dynamic without question. South Oak Cliff has been in the state championship game 3 years in a row. They won it 2 years in a row and then lost it last year. Can they get back? Coach Jason Todd does a great job there at SOC. They are loaded with talent once again, and I'm expecting the Golden Bears to have a bounce-back year, a bounce-back from losing in the state championship game. How about that? That's the standard that has been set at South Oak Cliff, and that's saying quite a bit. Denton Ryan, Coach Dave Hennigan, does a great job there. Their program is good, it seems like, every single year, but he's saying his offensive line might be the best he's ever had there. They've got a couple of big-time recruits, and I think they're going to be like just one of those mauling teams that runs the ball, and their defense is good. I think they're a state title contender as well. And then I mentioned Highland Park back in 5A from 6A. Randy Allen always has that program winning, but when they're playing at 5A too, I mean, it just feels like they even have a better shot at making a run for a state championship. So I'm watching the Scots closely. And then finally, maybe the most talented player that I think is in the area. I mean, there are quite a few, but a guy who doesn't quite get the pub that Decorian Moore gets and some of these other great players who are awesome is Frisco Lone Star has a running back named Damian Gross. He's a 5-star recruit. He's going to play all over the field, running back, wide receiver. They'll line him up sometimes in the Wildcat. I can't wait to watch him play tomorrow night against a really good Argyle team in that first game. But, I mean, the storylines are endless. Oh, I need to mention one other storyline too, boys, before I let you ask a question. I know I'm going a long time.
No, this is better.
Lovejoy is a program that has been on the rise for a while. They have this awesome wide receiver, Dalen McCutcheon. He's going to Florida State. He's going to be in studio with us this weekend on Inside High School Sports, getting an MVP bobblehead. Great kid, great player, but they've been on the rise. And then here out of nowhere, Coach Todd Dodge is back coaching Lovejoy this year, coming out of retirement. He won all the state titles at South Lake Carroll. He won a bunch of state titles at Austin Westlake. He retired, and now he's back. He loves going to those programs where it's a one-school town. Lovejoy is that. There are high expectations in Lovejoy, a lot of commitment to the athletics that are there. Lovejoy, the Leopards, could be one of those teams that makes a huge jump very quickly, and I'll let you know that we're going to see them in week 2. I'll already tell you, our Big Game Friday game of the week next Friday is when Lovejoy plays at Highland Park. So it's going to be let's see Todd Dodge there coaching at Highland Park against Randy Allen. That's going to be epic as well. But the storylines are endless, man. I could keep going on for hours with you guys here right now.
How the hell are you ripping off all this information? How are you learning all the incoming freshmen, the rising sophomore? Are you reading off a piece of paper right now? Like, how are you learning and taking all this in?
This is football.
Man, it's one of those things where I love it, and I spend a ton of time working on it. Our producer for Inside High School Sports, Ward Fasold, and I mean, we talk high school football all year long about the kids who are transferring and, hey, have you heard about this guy? I mean, it's our passion. It's something we care a lot about, and it's one of the reasons that I think our Inside High School Sports show has been so successful for years and years. This is my 8th year hosting Inside High School Sports. It's my 12th year hosting Big Game Friday on Fridays, being live at the games on NBC5. And, you know, when they gave me that assignment when I first started, it was one of those things like I couldn't wait because I grew up on high school football in Southern California, but the passion here is more than what the passion even was there, even though the programs out there are great. And I saw some great teams growing up out there. I mean, it's a love here, and it's all about community here. And so
do you get recognized more at a high school stadium than like walking around AT&T?
I mean, there are definitely people who come up to me and shake my hand and say, thank you for covering high school sports the way you do often when I'm at a game, which is cool because it means that what I'm doing has value and meaning to the community that I'm there attending. So I think I love that, man. I'm all about it. I think that it's a really, really cool thing, and it's something I love doing. And I hope that shines through when I host this show. Again, if you love high school football, man, set your DVR. 10 a.m. every Sunday morning. Check out what we're doing, and I think you'll see it's a really, really cool show with highlights, recaps, interviews, everything you need to know. to be an informed football fan, with the guys who are going to be NFL stars someday. That's the cool thing. We had Myles Garrett in studio. We had Kyler Murray in studio, Quinn Ewers in studio. Before they were guys, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Marvin Mims. I mean, the list goes on and on of these guys, and I always tell them the same thing. Just don't forget the little people when you shake the commissioner's hand, okay? All right, don't forget where you started here now. They always laugh, and I'm like, I mean it, man. And it's cool to see these guys down the road and then be like, oh, yeah, I remember being, like all those years ago when they were scared to be on TV. I love it. It's a really cool thing, and I love what we do at NBC5 for the high school football community.
Pat Doney from NBC5 joining us here on 105 through the Fan. All right, Pat, I know we talked about, just the different top prospects who are around the state, and Decorian Moore's great and everything like that. That's an Oregon commit, though. Let me talk about the Texas commit, and from a city we were just at the other day out there in Saxe, Kalik Lockett, and give us kind of another overview of just some of the guys that maybe are going to be relevant to your Texas, Oklahoma, like some of those people who follow those college programs are there. Who are some guys they can watch that are seniors this year that are going to be entering those programs?
That's a great point, and I'm glad you mentioned Kalik Lockett because he is, again, one of those great wide receivers who I think is going to be a star in college and potentially a star in the NFL someday. You know who really has done a great job recruiting the area recently is Baylor. There are quite a few names of guys who I'm watching closely who have big time. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, this group that is headed to Baylor has something to it. I mean, they have the wide receiver Taz Williams out of Red Oak is a phenomenal player. We had him in studio week 1. He's headed to Baylor. He's a really good player. Coppell's quarterback, Edward Griffin, a really good player. Coppell was undefeated in the regular season last year. What head coach Antonio Wiley did last year was special, and they have a lot coming back this year. So Coppell's going to be good, and Edward Griffin heading to Baylor is a big reason why. And then there's also at Richland, Michael Turner, their running back is special, man. He is a really good player. He's going to Baylor. So, I mean, there's and there are others as well. So I really have my eye on, I think Baylor has kind of snuck into, I've seen these rankings where they're like, they're like 28th or 32nd in the country. But then I watch these guys who are making plays on Friday nights in DFW high school football, and that's saying something at the level of competition that's here. And the high number of them headed to Baylor, to me, has piqued my interest a little bit. Those are some of the guys to watch there for sure, though.
Now, those are the guys who are kind of committed. You mentioned Boobie Feaster, who is one of the, most heavily recruited. In fact, I think he is the most offered player in the state right now of the underclassmen. When you look at some of the underclassmen, some of the guys who are uncommitted, some of these sophomores and stuff, who are some of the guys there that you look at and say, hey, this is the next crop. These are the guys that, you're going to be able to get a look at early?
I think that's a really good point, and that's the thing is we're always trying to find the next guy and the next guy that's coming up. One guy who is a little bit known, who I think is getting ready to have a monster season again after he was really good as a sophomore last year, is Forney running back Javian Osborne. I mean, and they're making this transition to 6A. They're in a really, really tough district. But I think what Javian Osborne could provide there for the Jackrabbits is a great example of somebody who I think is getting ready to burst onto the scene even more in a program that's on the rise. So I'm watching him very closely. And then the thing is this isn't directly answering your question as far as the underclassmen, but I did want to mention before I forget that I think TAPS sometimes gets overlooked a little bit, the private schools that are playing as well. And they have, there's 2 programs that everybody wants to pay attention and know is coming once again. Parish Episcopal is looking for a 6th straight state championship. Their quarterback, Sawyer Anderson, is one of those guys who he's not an underclassman. He's going to be a senior, but because he's playing at TAPS, he doesn't necessarily get the attention that some of these 6A programs and 5A programs get. Sawyer Anderson is awesome. He's headed to Purdue. He could have gone a lot of other places, but he wanted to go play with Graham Harrell there at Purdue. He was in studio with us over the weekend. He's great. And again, they're trying to win a 6th straight state championship there at Parish Episcopal, but they're going to have to now go through Jason Witten's Argyle Liberty Christian team, who won a state title in the level below them. Now Liberty Christian is on the same level as Parish Episcopal. So those two are playing against each other, a 6-time state champion against Liberty Christian that, had an awesome state championship run last year led by Jason Witten. So I'll be watching those schools really closely. We'll be at their game when they face off as our big game Friday game of the week as well.
Interesting.
Hell of a recruiter there that they got in Argyle.
You're the man, Pat. You're a machine. Thank you so much, man. And I know everyone will be watching. Keep up the great coverage. And thank you again.
Love you, boys. Have a great day.
Pat Doney, NBC5 on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We have to prep RJ's colon next.
Yes, all right. Well, great segue here. Let's get you on over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, bring it down a little bit.
The former Chicago White Sox, and the Rangers lead it 2-1.
Do you say the former White Sox or the former White Sox, as I think Hicks said?
I would say the former White Sox.
I would too. But it's like RBI and RBIs.
Yeah, I typically will say former White Sox or Red Sox, but I mean, I don't know, because it's spelled SOX too, and that's not technically plural anyway.
Do you say that he's a Red Sox fan or a Red Sox fan? I mean, I think
he's a Red Sox fan. He's a Red Sox fan. Red Sox fan to Sox fan is a lot easier of a choice than I think Hicks said the former White Sox. Right?
Yeah, I mean, technically, that's their team name, the White Sox. So,
like, are you a Ranger fan or a Rangers fan?
Rangers fan.
Rangers fan.
I'm a Ranger. I say I leave the S off. I
leave
think.
the S off.
I don't know. I'm not married to one. Anyway,
you're not married to a Rangers fan?
Oh God, God Almighty! I really need you to get refilled. I really do.
Or somebody just bring a bump. You know?
Below the belt coming up at 8:40. Or go where? What was the story I sent you? $5 million of coke that was picked up here.
Yeah, $5 million. Where was that at? It was the $5 million of coke that was found where? I didn't get it.
I said I sent it to you.
You did not send it to me.
I didn't send it to you for Neighborhood Watch?
No, I asked you to.
Okay. Well, I was in Texas. Armin Katayan previews the college football season coming up at 9 o'clock. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Oh, I know I didn't send it because I was complaining I couldn't just send it off my computer because of our phone differences. That's right. It's still in my... If I hit paste on my computer, the link would pop up right now because I copied it, but I didn't paste it.
I need you to get your refill. You'll remember things like that.
Wow. All right. So you got Corey Seager, Wyatt Langford, Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker, and of course Travis Jankowski, all making news for your Rangers in the mini sweep of the White Sox yesterday. And Choppy, you were looking for any type of mention with a Jeff Passan piece talking about our future.
Early free agency preview. That's what Jeff Passan did. He did MLE's early free agency preview. Now, there's some really good free agents out there this year. And he was just like, all right, let's just start the process because, basically between now and the end of the regular season and playoffs, that's about the time between the end of the regular season when the first guy will sign in Major League Baseball because it takes forever for these guys to sign. But the biggest one, obviously, is Juan Soto. You've got Corbin Burns, who's the biggest ace attraction. You've got more players coming over from Japan. You've got Pete Alonso. You've got Max Fried, who's been one of the better pitchers. You got Blake Snell again, and Matt Chapman, and Alex Bregman, and Anthony Santander. And I went through this article, and I was like, okay, you know what? Just give me something to be happy about. Give me something to look forward to. How many teams were mentioned in this article? How many different teams that will be players in free agency were mentioned in this article? And the answer was 15.
Half the league.
Half the league. And how many times were the Texas Rangers mentioned?
Which, by the way, are we believing that with the way free agency has stalled out and died as of late?
I mean,
or more people. Okay.
I think teams will kick the tires, they'll get scared off.
Is it a bigger impact on teams buying or teams selling because they all think with the extended wild card that you can be in it?
Well, in the off season, I would think that it would be more apt to buy.
You'd think.
You would think.
And then more hesitant to sell?
More hesitant to sell.
During the
maybe.
deadline?
Yeah, during the deadline. So, any mention of Rangers or defending champs or Texas, 0.
Yeah, they're broke.
Are we going to be looked at like a one-and-done Marlins? Who else is another one-and-done World Series champ?
Nationals.
Because at least
Nationals, the Marlins.
At least the Marlins like sold off. Like they went, all right, let's sell and regroup. Texas just has not been good enough.
In a 13-month time frame, this team spent $1 billion on free agents between DeGrom and Seager and Simeon. And here we are, 0 mentions. 0 mentions when Juan Soto is up for free agency. 0 mentions when Corbin Burns. And 0 a guy right up their alley, Walker Buehler. Right, because they love to get injured guys with upside. Right up their alley. 0 mentions.
Well, I mean, how sustainable is the business model of taking a large nest egg investment and spending like crazy at the very start, and then I don't know how sustainable that is. They spent $1 billion in 2 free agency periods, and then it's something where now they're kind of looking like they have to cut back.
Jerry Jones would tell you the same thing, right?
Sure. Some media companies will tell you the same thing.
Media company will tell you the same thing. Yeah, it's just it was a little bit disheartening to see this. I just want, I mean, at least not even a mention. Not saying like, so even they put Seattle on here. They're like, Seattle will kick the tires on Juan Soto and then they'll get scared off. That would have been great to read. Just kick the tires on these guys.
Which it was. Who was it? It was Jim Bowden the other day had a note in his that he said Texas would be likely to gamble on Corbin Burns.
That'd be great.
That Corbin Burns, but again, it's because it fits kind of what they're looking at.
All right.
It's another TJ recovery guy.
I'm really excited for this coming out on Netflix. Starting 5 is going to premiere on Wednesday, October 9th. And we've had all these different series. Drive to Survive Formula 1. Breakpoint, quarterback, full swing, receiver, sprint, full speed. Netflix is just profiling all these people. My wife got into it with rodeo in Texas and a bunch of the different track and field stars in the Olympics, following around Simone Biles. I'm excited for this. They are going to track on and off the court Jimmy Butler, Anthony Edwards, LeBron James, Jason Tatum, and Domantas Sabonis, the random Marcus Mariota throw-in amongst these 5. So the new Netflix,
he could play, unlike Marcus.
Yes,
or Tatum.
So this is going to be following them around, and they obviously landed a whale in LeBron and Edwards. We know is probably fascinating. Jimmy Butler's fascinating. Jason Tatum, going to watch now because of the finals hatred, and then watch Sabonis will end up somehow being the surprise intrigue. But another reason to love, absolutely love. My 3 favorite athletes in the Metroplex right now, Jake Ferguson, DeMarvion Overshown, personality, and Derek Lively. And Derek Lively making Bobby Belt an even bigger fan of him during the Mavs schedule release video. Listen to who he mocked.
Well, I think we found it. Oh, we found it. We did it! We did it! People always wanted to know what would happen if I never found the egg. I guess we'll never know.
Dude, that's... We did it! God, I love him. I love him so much. So there's Lively mocking Tatum.
And Tatum's just in...
Rank the order here of these guys of your interest level to follow and watch.
Ant, Butler, LeBron, Sabonis, Tatum.
You're not interested to make fun of Tatum and pick it apart?
No, he's cringy. It's like I don't like watching cringy, uncomfortable things. And that is his whole life. He is a phony, fraudulent NPC personality.
Non-player character.
Mm-hmm.
He's Tatum's easily number 1. He's for the exact reason that you don't want to watch him, because he's cringy.
it's going to be repeating. Like we know, he repeats everything everybody else says.
Sure.
So nothing will be unique. It'll be all quotes that I've heard before.
Maybe he'll
So I don't
change.
need any
Maybe
of it.
he's heard. He reads, listens, watches. Maybe he's heard the noise.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Because maybe he'll say, if you could change and I could change, everybody could change.
Who said that?
Rocky, me, you. Home team.
All right, child, let's get you prepped.
Well, I already got a call yesterday. I got a call yesterday from my GI, gastroenterologist, whatever it is, and they said, young man, ain't so young anymore. You turn 45 next month.
Whoa!
And your insurance pays for your colonoscopy at 45.
Oh.
So bend over, big boy. We're going in. And
you don't actually bend over for that.
You don't?
Have you had one?
Yep.
I thought they put you on a table.
Nope, they put you on your side.
Why did you have one?
That was when I had I thought I had like stomach cancer or whatever. When
Of course.
I had dropped.
Bobby broke a nail and he said, "I need a colonoscopy."
Nope. This
chipped a nail.
This was I couldn't eat anything for about 10 days without like throwing it up or having it come out the other end as not full. And I'd lost 12 pounds in a week, and the doctor's like, "Yeah, that's a lot. We need to look."
Was it misery?
No, I mean the night before the prep was not great. They used to make you chug the chalky mixture. Now they have you take like 20 pills in 3 hours.
So they're like, okay, so you need to
Tuesday for you.
Yeah, then you need to go get
Exactly.
these pills at the store, and you got to start taking them like a couple of days ahead of time, and then
days ahead.
Well, like to prep. Then they give you the prescription stuff that you take, and that's the day before. But there's like other ones that are like vitamins that want you to take like a couple days prior to that. No, I can't do any I can't take any aspirin or ibuprofen, or I think it's just Tylenol or something like that. It has to be acetaminophen. No alcohol for a few days prior to. I don't know how to do that one.
I mean, you haven't listened to the doctor before with that. So.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, but they're going in, man. They said they're calling my cardiologist to make sure that they're getting me okay.
Well, when should my dad expect a call?
That they can put me under. They don't expect any problems because I'm off my meds.
Good.
Thanks to soda weight loss. So I'm going to schedule it. It's going to be for sometime in October. I guess I got to take a day off of work because you got to be completely prepped. I got to have somebody drive me and drive me home because they're going to put me out. So this is yeah, they're gonna go in. They're gonna go and they said we'll burn off any polyps you've got up there.
Oh,
we'll just burn them off while you're in there. But it's like 30 to 40 minutes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I was clean. No polyps, no nothing else. I did because I'm such a panicky individual. As they were getting ready to put me to sleep, my heart rate jumped about 50 beats per minute, and they were like, "Whoa, hold on." I was
He
like,
goes opposite. They're putting him to sleep. The heart rate goes up.
"Oh yeah," I went up to like 1. I was at 80, and it went up to like 130.
Oh my gosh!
Why the Cowboys might have the league's best pass rusher while also having one of the league's worst pass rushes. That's next and Below the Belt here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Zero Res. It is time, boys and girls, to head on over to Zero Res and get your carpet professionally cleaned. You got to do it, right? But you got to do it every single year, and it's a great time to do it right now. It's the end of summer. Buy two, get two flash sale that's happening right now at Zero Res. You got to book before September 1st. So basically, you got to book by the end of the week. The end of summer sale, this week only. You book before September 1st, and you get the exclusive offer. Get 2 rooms of carpet cleaned, and you get 2 more rooms of carpet cleaned absolutely free. They came over to my...
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Plus incredible drink specials as well. Shell Shack, G-Bag Nation. This afternoon, we'll see you there.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
The GOAT has his built-in excuse now for when he inevitably fails. More on that in just a second. First, ESPN, Seth Walder. You're a big fan of Seth Walder, are you not?
I like
RJ
Seth.
Chappie?
I like Seth. I think the other guy's better.
Which one?
I don't know. Brian, is it Brooks? Burns?
Made a big impression on you.
Yeah, I don't remember his name.
Over at ESPN.
Casbar's better than all of them, though.
Over at ESPN, they have put out their ESPN analytics projections for the sack leaders in the NFL this season. And number one on the list is none other than Micah effing Parsons. Projected at 13.6 sacks, which is the same as Myles Garrett at number 2, but it's like just hundredths of a point higher. So Micah comes out a little bit ahead of Myles Garrett in this total. And that's actually a significant jump over third place Nick Bosa, who's 11.4. So they've got in their projections more than 2 sacks per game, or more than 2 sacks over the course of the season projected for Parsons and Myles Garrett. And that would, when you're talking about those analytics projections, which those models are generally pretty tight next to each other, 2 is significant. That's you're saying Garrett and Parsons, the analytics are saying they're significantly better than anybody else in the NFL. And number 4 on this list, after Nick Bosa's number 3, number 4 on this list is a Pittsburgh Steelers pass rusher. Would you like to guess?
Is it not TJ Watt?
It's not TJ Watt. See, you saw where I was going with that. It's
Greg Lloyd.
It's Greg Lloyd. It's Alex Highsmith who's on this
Alonzo's
list.
kid.
No, not Alonzo's kid. But Alex Highsmith is number 4 on this list, which just speaks to, I wanted to include that one because I know you love TJ Watt and that it was going to upset you to see that there was the difference there. Now, what's troubling about this list, it's great when you look at it and say, Micah Parsons, all the analytics seem to indicate he's going to be the top pass rusher in the NFL. That's great. That shows that, they're going to still be able to generate a lot there. The problem is that the Cowboys, this ranks the top 50 pass rushers. The Cowboys don't have another pass rusher in the top 50 projected to lead the league in sacks. So
Micah's going to get them all. They don't need them.
The second most projected sacks on the roster is Oso Digizua with 5.5. And that is way behind the pace of everybody else. That ends up being around 80th in the league. And it's the largest gap, in fact, between the top projected sack leader and the number 2 on your team. It's the largest gap in the NFL.
Wow.
And this is after the Cowboys come off last year where CeeDee Lamb being the top receiver in the NFL top receiver on the Cowboys compared to who was second on the team, that was the widest gap in the NFL.
Well,
this is that top heavy issue that we've talked about with the Cowboys where the depth is not great.
This is what happens when this team, they generally, and look, you can't argue with they've won games. They've won a lot of games. This is what happens when you refuse to get rid of good players. The Cowboys don't get rid of good players that they have. They draft a player, he's good, they re-sign him. They don't make the decision of you know what? We're not going to pay this position that kind of money. We're going to go find it in the draw. We'll just replace it. And this is kind of the byproduct of that.
So you look at the top 50, and then you look within the NFC East. Dallas has 1 in the top 50. The Washington Commanders have 2. One of them is Dorrance Armstrong, who you said goodbye to. So Dorrance Armstrong could have been on here on this list. The Giants have 3. The Eagles have 3. And you start thinking about, you've got 6 division games this year where if these projections are right and you've got consistent pass rush coming from these 3 teams and you have Cooper Beebe anchoring the middle as a rookie and Tyler Guyton, who, man, Broadus is starting to drive the train a little bit of concern that he has for Tyler Guyton.
Why?
Just not that he won't be good, but that he's going to be further behind than people are anticipating. Broadus thinks his hands are just not very good right now. That he's very athletic and he wins a lot just on his athleticism at times, but that his technique and his hands, he just misses guys sometimes, that he's not able to strike or punch guys.
The funny thing is with that you read that Washington has 3 and Philadelphia has 3. And both of those 2 teams have missed on a first round edge in the last 6 years. Eagles missed on Barnett, and
he was okay.
And then Washington missed on Chase Young.
Chase Young is on this list. Chase Young is projected 41st on this list with 7 sacks, even,
which is not what they expected when they took him. 2?
I'm reading a lot of Jalen Carter hype too, and improvement out of Philadelphia.
Jalen Carter's number 49 on this list. So yesterday afternoon, I went home, had to do an interview with NewYorkGiants.com. So it was an NFC East roundtable, and Fran Duffy, who's there.
I've never been on a .com interview.
I'll put in a good word for you. Okay.
I say no to websites.
Fran Duffy, who did. He did the Eagles portion of the round table.
Let's do pod.
I'm going to keep my joke. Fran Duffy, who did the Eagles portion of the broadcast, had talked about Jalen Carter is every bit of what people said he was going to be. I always felt like I had a lot of questions about Carter, not in terms of the ability, just in terms of the dude had so many red flags off the field and in the locker room. I just didn't know about the work ethic and everything. So I would never have felt comfortable taking him in the top 10 like Philly did and like a lot of other people did. I think if the Cowboys would have been in the top 10, I think they would have taken Jalen Carter. They weren't, but if they would have been in the top 10, they would have taken him there. But the word out of Philly is, not only just that Jalen Carter was really good last year, but that Jalen Carter will continue. They expect a leap this year and for him to be even better, like significantly better this year. So a lot of good pass rushers that you're going to be going up against this year inside the NFC East. And while Dallas may have the number one guy, it looks like as a group, as a collective, analytics are projecting this might be one of the lesser pass rushing groups in the NFL, even with the number one guy. Tom Brady. Tom Brady now has his out clause. We now know what his fallback will be when he inevitably is really bad at the broadcasting.
Oh, I love your bold takes. I like it. Strong opinions, bold takes.
I don't remember where you guys have fallen down on this. What's your anticipation for Brady? Year one. Do you think people are going to be clamoring for Olsen, or like, is there going to be any of that?
It's here. Tom is in an impossible spot because Greg Olsen won the Sports Emmy for like football broadcaster of the year. Like, he's easily, to me, the best. He was easily the best last year of all the analysts, and you're in a tough spot. Like, you're replacing him.
People don't want to like Tom. They already don't want to like him.
And I do. I like Tom. I don't think he's going to be good at this because it's just it's almost like he's so perfectionist, like overthinker guy that even when we hear about some of his preparation stuff like that, I'm like, dude, this sounds like you're going to be too wooden with it. Like, you're going to be too like, oh, it must be this way. Like, there's going to be no feel to it for him. And that's the thing. Who do you think Brady's going to be more compared to more frequently? Is he going to be, are they going to go, who is he compared to Romo? Or is it going to be who is he compared to Olsen? Or like, what kind of a guy is he going to be compared to? Because I feel like the Romo comparisons are going to be the one he'll get initially.
I'm hoping he immediately becomes the best X's and O's, explaining the play a little bit differently from other people. I'm hoping that.
It's like
he's this football genius.
I don't think he'll be as good as like Peyton when Peyton talks about the game as an analyst. Because as we know, Choppy, those who can't do teach. And that's why Peyton's is so much better, is because he couldn't do what Brady did.
Honestly, I don't think Peyton's very good.
Really? I think Peyton's
fun.
Great on the alternate cast.
Yeah, but the alternate cast...
Yeah, it's a talk show.
It's different.
Yeah, you're
right?
lounging.
It's different. Like, it's not like you're breaking down the play and immediately with the telestrator.
Like, no one can have Peyton's personality. You know, Tom's not going to have that. But I'm gonna say good. I'm gonna say he's gonna be good.
Well, here's his out clause. The NFL has ruled that they have put restrictions in place due to this minority ownership that Brady has with the Las Vegas Raiders. So because of that, the quote from ESPN, it says, the league confirmed to ESPN that among the restrictions, Brady will not be permitted to be in another team's facility. He will not be permitted to witness practice and would not be permitted to attend broadcast production meetings, either in person or virtually.
If this gets passed through,
that this will be something that when this gets put in place, which it's likely to, is that he's not going to be able to do any of those things. And that lack of access is a big deal, because that's where you get all the nuggets of like, oh, I was talking to this coach this week. They told us to look for this in this instance.
Rename the things he can't do again.
He's not allowed to be in another team's facility.
Okay.
Not allowed to watch practice. Not allowed to participate in broadcast production meetings in person or virtually. So he can't talk to anybody.
Choppy, am I making too bold of a take? And I feel like you might be about to say what I am.
So you don't care?
That he could get away. It doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter that much. It wouldn't stop him from being able to broadcast the game.
People in this market have covered the Cowboys without watching practice for a lot of years. So some of them never.
Yeah, as long as he studies the game tape enough.
Well,
maybe makes a phone call. Can he have contact? Can he pick up the phone?
That's not specified. I think the fact that he's not allowed to be part of broadcast production meetings virtually in person would speak to that.
Okay, you might be able to, I don't know, you pick up 2 nuggets per week by going there, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, like it's like they said they were gonna be ready for some trickery,
the trick play.
So he misses out on that. I don't know. Like if you're a smart football guy, I'm sure he could figure out what they're gonna do. This isn't rocket science.
All right, so Bob, predict the timeline Tom broadcasts how many games, then Raiders ownership is implemented, then he has to leave the booth.
I think what'll happen is that if he's bad at it, he'll leave. He'll say, can't. I got to do my Raiders thing. If he's good at it, he'll drop his ownership with the Raiders. Is what so I think he's building in.
Hedging.
Is he getting like $35 a year to broadcast? Or
It was
more?
10 for
I'm not
350.
hedging. He's hedging,
10
and
for
I think
350,
2 years. He's 2 years on this job, and then he's out.
Below the belt on your home of the Cowboys Thursday edition with Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Roberto, the longtime, big-time name reporter, Armin Katayan. He's got Nick Saban 9/11. He's got Jim Harbaugh Michigan drama. He's got everything you need to know to get you set for the college football season. And Armin Katayan will join us live for another whale alert on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to SotaWeightLoss.com, SOTAWeightLoss.com. Hit that request a nutritionist callback button, and they'll be on the phone with you. You know, just because it's fall, just because it's football season, just because it's bulking season doesn't mean you have to bulk up. You can still keep the weight off that you've already lost, right? That's the great part about it. So if you haven't started that yet, it doesn't mean that you have to go through another fall, another bulking season by putting even more weight on. Head on over to SotaWeightLoss.com, SOTAWeightLoss.com. Hit that request a nutritionist callback button, and they'll be on the phone with you, showing you, telling you, explaining to you what they could do for you, just like they did for me. I was able to let go of 30 pounds, 30 plus pounds. And I've been able to keep the weight off. That's the key. It's not just losing the weight. Anybody can lose the weight on any fad diet or any weight loss shot, but you can't keep the weight off if you don't change your habits. Soda teaches you how to change your habits and keep those habits from coming back. SOTAWeightLoss.com. I am...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Leave It On, the Thursday edition, is live with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We talk plenty of Cowboys and NFL being the home of America's team. Let's talk a little college with the longtime great Armin Katayan, who has the book that is coming out, The Price and What It Takes to Win in College Football's Era of Chaos. Good morning, Armin. How you doing?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Doing pretty well. First question. Do you think if everyone can go back and redo NIL that they would? Was this pushed out and rushed out too quickly? Or if they could go back and never create NIL, would the powers that be choose that?
Well, if you're talking about the powers that be in Indianapolis, you certainly can say, yeah, they'd like to see that, head over the horizon and never come back. I think the student athletes, though, would tell you that it was long overdue. And, it's a complicated story. And it really, it's kind of a reap what you sow proverb come to life in terms of, the NCAA and in the court system, not to get too legal here, but in the court system, time and time again, going back decades, had an opportunity to settle or to come up with a revenue sharing plan that would have been equitable for the workers that were providing the vast amount of revenue. And instead, the NCAA just dug its heels in and, delayed and denied and lost time and time again in court. That led to the July 2021 Supreme Court ruling, the unanimous ruling by the courts that opened the door and opened the floodgates to NIL. And, after that, it was, it's Katie bar the door, so to speak. I mean, what we're dealing with now is really the result of the stubbornness and the arrogance of the association to not share what has now become billions of dollars of revenue. So you know what? I don't have a great deal of sympathy for the folks back in Indianapolis at this point in time, because as someone said to me, a senior official there now, and I think under Charlie Baker, they're a lot smarter and they're a lot more in the moment, pragmatic. And he said to me, he said, Armin, we had ample opportunity time and time again to take the air out of this inflated tire. meaning the NIL market. And we just refuse to do so. They refuse to do so. This is the new administration. And we're paying for it right now, and they're paying for it in a dozen different ways.
So they clearly recognize they've been neutered. What is their future? What is their outlook?
Well, I think right now what's happened is the NCAA, has time and time again put in these series of guardrails, they call them, to kind of give some sense of propriety and transparency to a pretty opaque process right now. And every time they do that, somebody goes to court. Exhibit A, Tennessee and their collective go to court and say, no, this is a suppression of wages. This is in violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. You can't do this. You're a cartel. You can't unilaterally make these decisions. Whereas before, people just went along and got along. Not anymore. They're fighting every inch now for student rights and for the right to be able to dictate their own future. So I don't have a great deal of hope in the near term. Our book spends time with a couple of very interesting senators, Dick Blumenthal from Connecticut, who's a very smart guy and is a former AG in Connecticut, and has tried to work with Cory Booker in New Jersey to put together a proposed legislation. And then you've got Tommy Tuberville on the other hand, who is at the opposite end of that spectrum, in terms of the respect that he has in Congress. And so, and he's talking about getting rid of NIL. So that gives you an idea of where his head is at. So at this point in time, I just think it's just chaos, and it's the wild, wild west. And there's a couple of reasons for it. One, there's a lot of greed going on, wanton greed, everybody looking for the next big dollar number. And there's just a great deal of self-interest. And, okay, what's in it for us? How do we protect our university? How do we not end up being like Oregon State and Washington State on the outside looking in? So when you have all those elements, guys, you still have a great game, as probably as college football is as good a place on the field as it's ever been. But off the field, it's a three-ring circus right now.
Armin, what happened with the downfall of Jimbo Fisher at A&M?
Well, that's a really interesting question. There's a chapter that John Talty, who just briefly, people that know John, he's a national college football writer for CBS Sports and 24/7. And I didn't really know John. I knew of John when we decided to collaborate, but he kind of reminds me of a young me. He's very relentless. He's obsessive in his reporting. He's very careful. He's well-versed in the SEC. He's been covering it for 10 years. And he wrote this, what I think is a really revealing psychoprofile of the rise and fall of Jimbo Fisher, as it's called. And it's really based on, I think, words like arrogance and stubbornness and ego. It charts Jimbo's rise from the hills of West Virginia through Cincinnati and Florida State and Alabama, certainly with Nick Saban and then A&M, in the fall of his program. And there's a couple of things in there where Jimbo was obsessed. Even when he was at Florida State, he was obsessed with what Nick had at Alabama. These two West Virginia guys who were alpha dogs, both of them. And, one thing where he saw that Nick was flying around recruiting in a helicopter and he could make 10 stops in one day. And Jimbo said straight up to the president, John Thrasher at Florida State at the time, and says, I want a damn helicopter. That's what I want. And, it's not just, you can just go, it's not like I want a Mercedes, it's not like I just need even a Lamborghini down there in Texas now. I want a damn helicopter. And as John reports, after he won the title, it just changed for Jimbo. He became much more demanding, he became much more egocentric. And then you had that incredible NIL episode at A&M with Nick calling him out on the supposed $30 million recruiting class. And, you got a social media guy named Slice Bread, you can't make some of this stuff up, he fires the first warning shot. But I think what A&M is in Jimbo, when you get $76 million to take a walk, down the road, that tells you a lot about what A&M has to offer. And I think for us, and what we were hearing is when A&M went all in with they've got everything you need in terms of the booster network, the facilities, the the college president, anything and everything you need to win a national championship is sitting there in College Station. And what happened with that, whatever the amount of money was, whether it was $10 million or $20 million or $30 million, but as Nick charged, if you buy your top recruiting class, what that did was it just opened the doors in places like Ohio State, Oregon with Division Street, John Ruiz down in Miami, Tennessee. Everybody goes, oh, okay, it's open season now. So this is the game. And when you do that, that's when you were saying, going back to the NCAA trying to get their hands on this thing. When that exploded like kind of an atomic bomb down there in College Station, all the other power players in the game were like, oh, okay, those are the new rules? Great, we're all in. And then everybody else has to follow the leader. So it just ends up being what we're witnessing right now is programs like Ohio State saying, look, to get a class we need to win a national championship, it's $20 million. And, you pity poor Maryland. It's kind of the Macy's, as we talk about. There's a chapter John wrote, a couple chapters called Macy's, which are just great. The last thing you want to be right now in college football is Macy's, because you got above you have Saks Fifth Avenue, and they're taking your top players, and below you have the Targets of the world, and some of those people that are discount shopping pick your roster off too. So you're getting it from both sides, and it's a very unpleasant situation to be in if you're a head coach.
Armin Katayan join us here at 105 through the Fan. The book is called The Price, What It Takes to Win in College Football's Era of Chaos. You detail Nick Saban's final year. Was he kind of checked out in the final year? Like, did he know this was it? And why? What was the final decision to get out?
Well, I don't think he checked out. I think he saw the realities of what was happening. And if you had to define, if you use one word to define Nick's organization, as he calls it, it's control. Nick wanted complete control over every aspect. And I'm talking about making sure and talking to the janitor that the bathrooms were clean. So when recruits came in, if they had to go to the restroom, the first thing they saw was how spotless everything was. So you're talking top to bottom kind of obsessiveness. And clearly Nick saw what was happening, probably before almost anybody else, being Nick, saw the handwriting on the wall. But what happened is after they lost to Michigan in the Rose Bowl in the semifinals of the playoffs, Nick went to his beachfront estate down in Jupiter, Florida, and on the Atlantic Ocean, and it's not a bad place to go.
Right.
And I was communicating with. I've been close to Nick and Terry, his wife, for several years now, and Terry was worn out, and she saw the writing on the wall. These new rules she had texted me were just murder, dealing with all the change and everything. And when Nick came back, he took a little longer time away than he normally would. He came back and he had a line of players outside of his office, and they weren't there to ask the head coach, okay, coach, what do I do in the off season to get better, development program, or what is it that I need to do to get on the field more next year? No, it was, coach, I need more money, NIL money, or I'm going to go into the portal. And the whole idea of the development system that Nick had in place at Alabama that eventually paid great dividends for so many players going into the NFL just had broken down. And I know Nick was just tired of that. It's like, as Terry said to him, what are we doing here? Why do we need this? And in the end, he didn't need it. But, there's a player, there's collateral damage there. Caleb Downs ended up, and a great defensive player, ends up going to Ohio State. But one of the great characters in our book is a kid named Julian Sayin, who was the number one quarterback in the country in the class of 2024, a terrific generational talent. And the only reason he went to Alabama, he could have gone to Texas. He could have gone to Notre Dame. He could have gone to Penn State. He could have gone anywhere he wanted to, and he would have made a pant load of money, NIL money. He went to Alabama because he wanted to be the next great quarterback in a line of great quarterbacks, first-round draft choices that had come out of Tuscaloosa. And Julian's in his first day of classes. He has a 3 o'clock class, his first class in his new year, his freshman year. And what happens at 3 o'clock, the class ends, he goes to the team meeting at 4 o'clock. By 4:05, Nick has informed the team that he's retiring. So here's a kid, the only reason he came to Alabama was because of the head coach, and now he's dealing with the drama and the heartbreak of, now what do I do? And in the book, there's a series of things that happened afterwards. I won't give it all away. But there's a reason that he's now at Ohio State. And unless I miss my guess, he'll start for the Buckeyes next year as a sophomore. So that's, you talk about the collateral damage and the chaos that's going on in college football. That never would have happened before. Never. And now that's just sort of an everyday occurrence.
Armin, Will Hall, the head coach at Southern Miss, gave an interview this spring where he said he doesn't even get to do anything really related to football anymore. That he said everything that he does is related to culture and basically fundraising. Are we going to see a shift where college coaches are eventually, like, programs are looking less for people who are really good X's and O's football guys, and programs instead are looking for who's the best salesman, who's the best business-minded individual to come in here and be a CEO?
Yeah, I was thinking the exact word, CEO. I think you're right. I think the reason we call the price is it's not just the physical or not just the financial implications and the billions of dollars that are pouring in. It's the emotional and the psychological and the physical toll that this sport is taking on head coaches or even college presidents, athletic directors, conference commissioners, compliance people, all the way down. It's a 24/7 job, 365 days a year now. And that's exactly right. For a head coach, the culture in your locker room has dramatically shifted now because of money. You bring in a class, let's say you bring in an edge rusher, or you bring in a quarterback, or you bring in a running back, and the word gets out that, oh, that's a $750,000 pie. Well, what does that do to your locker room?
Yeah.
What does that do to the culture of your team? And that's what happened at A&M with Jimbo and whatever the number was when those new recruits came in, and were they good enough to even get on the field? A lot of them weren't. The culture that we heard, it was a pretty awful down there. And you're absolutely right. These coaches are consumed now with just making sure that every 6 months, whether the NCAA is going to close this spring portal or not remains to be seen, because there's probably going to be a lawsuit over that too. But can you imagine coming out of spring ball and you think you have your roster set, and all of a sudden you've got half of your backups are coming in and saying, Coach, I heard from this agent who said to me I could get $500,000 if I go into the portal. I don't want to go, but I need some money. Yeah. Okay, that's your before you have lunch, you've probably had 3 of those happen. Or if you're Mike Loxley in Maryland, as we detail in the book, and John did some great reporting on Maryland, is he had Talia Tagovailoa and 2 other players come into his office, Talia basically doing his father's bidding that necessarily he didn't want to have to do, but he wanted $50,000 before he would agree to play in a bowl game.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, there's a word for that. It gets pretty close to extortion. And Mike had to find a way to come up with enough money to pay his players to play in a game. Wow. Because it was so important to the program at Maryland, in the future of that program. And Mike, to his credit, was like, hey man, this is the way of the world right now. I can't do it differently. I got to find a way to make this work. But, if you read those chapters, you have some sympathy for what Mike Loxley's going through at Maryland, because they're the last place you want to be is in the middle right now.
Armin, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations on another book, and enjoy the college football season.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Armin Katan on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Who is the best running back on the Dallas Cowboys.
Trey Lance.
And Nick Harris is... You should take off tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
You get the day off. And Nick Harris is hyped up for high school football season as well. Nick joins us from DallasCowboys.com next.
Let's get you over to Johnson Fitness and Wellness. You know, football season is here. It really is. And, you know, I'm back from training camp. We're back from vacation. And I love getting back in the swing of things with the workouts, right? I'm ecstatic to tell you about Johnson Fitness and Wellness. They got top-rated treadmills, elliptical, strength equipment, rowers, exercise bikes, and massage chairs. And right now, special, a Labor Day special. Free delivery and assembly on home gym equipment and massage chair orders over $1,999. That's $1,999. Right now, that event, that summer clearance event, they've been happening all month long. This Labor Day special, taking over the free delivery and assembly on home gym equipment and massage chair orders over $19.99. Their experts over there at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are going to find the best home fitness equipment for you, your family, your unique fitness goals, your space, and your budget. Be the champion that you know you can be, right? Those massage chairs, guys, they are awesome. Recovery is such a huge part of making sure that your body is in great shape. You only get one body. Might as well take care of it. JohnsonFitness.com. That's JohnsonFitness.com. 7 area stores. Find yours at JohnsonFitness.com.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? And now that's some quality breakfast.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it,
back and relax while our fast, friendly team does all the work. Take 5, the stay in your car 10-minute oil change. Appointments now available at participating locations.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Every Thursday, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And we have some news, Bobby, to throw Nick's way.
We do. Todd Archer reporting that the Cowboys have signed to their practice squad cornerback Amani Oruwariye, who has started 36 games throughout his career, all of it for the Lions, I believe. He was with the Jaguars very briefly last year, but corner with some size. He's like 6'3", 200 pounds, and so he's been added as depth.
And Adam Schefter says Dalvin Cook will be wearing number 20. There's a sign of the Dallas Cowboys right there. Like a running back who many people think is done gets tweeted by Adam Schefter the number that he's wearing just because he's playing on this football team. If he goes and signs with Denver, they're not saying Dalvin Cook will be wearing number 20 with the Denver Broncos.
I don't remember them telling us what number he was wearing with the Jets last year. I don't remember that being a report. So
Nick Harris joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Nick, any reaction to those stories?
Yeah, so Oruwariye, obviously some size to the outside. I mean, they're going to have some help out there at corner for at least the first 4 weeks with Jaron Bland being down with his foot fracture. So, I see this as just extra added depth to that position group once this is finalized. This is just a guy that they could bring off the practice squad in case another injury does arise. But as you mentioned, Bobby, 6'2", 200 pounds. That's just more length there out on the boundary. And he had 6 interceptions back in 2021 with Detroit, so he's definitely a ball hawk. I think he would work well with an Al Harris type system, but it would just be a matter of him getting on the field, and I think we would talk about him. But, the number thing, I don't remember a number 33 tweet from Adam Schefter with the Jets last year. That's 100%.
Now, speaking of corners, you've been doing a lot of homework. Tell us about the work you've been doing on Kalen Carson.
Yeah, so Kalen Carson, are you talking about the tattoo?
Well, I thought you wrote a feature article where there's a DallasCowboys.com pinned story.
Yeah, there you go. So, Kalen Carson, he's obviously getting ready to go for in place of Jaron Bland for these first 4 weeks. It's going to be a big opportunity for him. And, there's a lot of parallels being drawn between him and Bland because Bland also had to step in as a rookie 5th-round pick and, fill in a starting role for a large amount of time. But for Kalen, he said, I'm not looking at anybody else's story. I'm trying to write my own. And so, that's a big deal. And as far as the tattoo thing goes, I saw that he had a huge neck piece last night that I didn't remember seeing whenever he was at Oxnard in training camp. So it turns out fairly shortly after he got done with his wisdom tooth surgery that he had to have during camp, he turned around and got a neck piece, and it's just this big tattoo on the side of his neck. And I was like, man, you're just kind of a sucker for pain, aren't you? So, this guy, he's locked in, ready to go for the year. But I think with the mentality of Kalen Carson, we've heard about it from Al Harris. We've heard about it from Mike Zimmer. This is a guy who's ready to step in these first 4 weeks. And now the products are going to have to show. The results are going to have to show. It's going to be a big opportunity for him.
Also at practice yesterday, Jerry Jones, I thought, had 2 noteworthy things come out of his comments about Dak's deal maybe getting done next. Translate Jerry Jones for us, please.
You could easily say, if you hadn't seen it by now, you haven't seen it. And so I'm such a fan of Dak's and appreciate all of the great things that we all know that he's there. And I appreciate his work ethic probably more than anything out here. And I can't tell you how proud I am that we've got him this year to start this campaign. Needing to see, I just gave an explanation of where when you look at a situation, you've also got to weigh, okay, what are the consequences of the other side of the coin? And so Dak's situation right now, for me, from my mirror, has more to do with our situation than it does with the merits of Dak Prescott being quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
Nick, what stands out more? You could easily say if you haven't seen it by now, you haven't seen it, or this whole thing has to do with our situation more than Dak.
Yeah, I think it's probably that latter quote. And I know this is a big salad, and that's always the big tough part about dissecting a Jerry Jones interview or Jerry Jones press availability. I'll give you the two sentences that stuck out to me whenever he was talking about Dak yesterday. He said, Lamb wasn't here, Dak is here. We really have no more to do to have this season on go by opening day. So that tells me that, there isn't any urgency. I know that's a key word we've been hearing. And I don't think there's a lot of urgency to be done with a Dak deal before the start of the season. And he was asked later in the press availability, okay, does that mean that once the season starts, that talks discontinue? And he said, no, absolutely not. They will continue as they have been going on. But, I mean, if you're looking at it from Dak Prescott's perspective, right, and you get a deal done before the start of the season, you're only shorting yourself what you could get out in the open market out in February or March. And even if he does want to be a Dallas Cowboy, and that is his long-term goal, and he's not fronting on that, then he can still get more pennies out of Jerry Jones whenever February, March does come back around. So, I mean, it would have to come to both sides coming to the negotiation table and understanding, like, okay, hey, this is where both sides want to be. Where can we get a deal to where it maximizes both of our outputs? And I don't see that happening before the start of the season, but it wouldn't surprise me if they try to get something done before then.
Nick, who is the most talented running back on the roster?
Talented? Oh, man, that's a tough one. If you could tell me that Rico Dowdle would be healthy for 17 games, I would almost lean in that direction. But, the best ability is availability, and we haven't seen that from Rico Dowdle in his first 4 or 5 years in the league out of South Carolina. So for me, I think whenever you factor all of that in, if you're expecting somebody to be available, then you probably look at Ezekiel Elliott. I mean, he did have 50-plus receptions last year. He's still reliable in short yardage and in pass protection, but I still don't believe that they have, the difference maker in that room. But adding Dalvin Cook, I think that's going to be an interesting layer to the whole ordeal. And, if they ramp him up in these first 4 weeks, get him on the roster in some way, shape, or form and see what he can do, it definitely could add a jolt. But as I said on Tuesday, I didn't love what I saw from him in 2023. I'm not 100% sure he could bring anything to that room in 2024.
Is Cook a guy you think that will get an elevation week one, or is this going to be a gradual ramp up before he starts getting elevations and then potentially signed to the active roster?
I think it's more so going to be gradual. I think they are going to give these three running backs a full opportunity. When I say three, Ezekiel Elliott, Rico Dowdle, and Deuce Vaughn, I think they, in these first couple of games, those are going to be the guys that get these opportunities. And, you also have to think about it from a CeeDee Lamb perspective. Is he going to be that 60-play guy? CeeDee says he will be, but if he's not, they're going to need to lean on the running game just a little bit more in those first couple of games. And if that's the case, you may as well see what you got in that room while you can.
Here's the tweet from Nick Harris 9 hours ago. So Texas high school football is back today, and there is not a better sporting spectacle on planet Earth than what will be going down in Hamilton, Texas tonight. The Ice Bowl at 90 degrees. Tell us about this and your high school football excitement.
Oh, man, yeah, football is back, and I'm not talking Colorado, North Dakota State tonight, guys. It's Texas high school football. So Frost, which is a town about 30 minutes south of Waxahachie, they'll be taking on Winters, which is a town south of Abilene. So it's the Frost Polar Bears and the Winters Blizzard. They're going to meet halfway in Hamilton tonight in the Ice Bowl, 90 degrees. Let's get weird. We're going to have some fun tonight. 2A Division II football. But, I love it. It's They used to be separated by 200 miles. Tonight, they'll only be separated by opposite sidelines.
What else are you looking forward to this season?
Yeah, so tomorrow night, the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, got to give a shout-out to Coach Jason Todd, making his way down I-45 to take on 6A powerhouse North Shore. It's a big-time game for that program. South Oak Cliff, these last few years, they have not been afraid to schedule some big-time hitters in non-district, and it doesn't get any bigger than North Shore, in my opinion. So they're going to go down to Houston, go into Harris County, and they're looking to come away with a win down there. It would be a monumental win to start off their campaign, but the two-time state champion South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, hoping they start off their season well. You also got Argyle and Frisco Lone Star at Toyota Stadium tomorrow night. That's going to be a really good one. Two teams that are always in the fourth and fifth round of the playoffs. Lone Star has a running back, and Davian Gross, that is going to be a top 20 recruit in the country this time next year. Really good talent. But if you're a Texas high school football fan or just a football fan in general and you don't know a whole lot about the high school landscape, get involved this year. You're literally in the best metroplex in the world for high school football. It's going to be a fun year.
Who's the school that cheats the most by holding all their kids back and have a bunch of 20-year-olds playing?
Stop.
It's not that anymore. It's more so, hey, we're going to show up at your middle school in 8th grade and trying to recruit you over to this high school. That's the problem these days.
Fantastic stuff, Nick. Thank you, man. We appreciate it.
Sounds great, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Nick Harris, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What was the disturbing number you had about Nick in high school?
Oh, it's the college players he's already been watching. He watched 150 college players over the summer getting ready for draft next year.
Wow.
Nick Harris, loving himself some pigskin. We were loving ourselves some Travis Jankowski. Was Mike Bassick loving himself some Leiter and Kumar? Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is next. But hurt in a car or a truck wreck? Call Frankel and Frankel first. It's Mark and Scott.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, the 1-2. That's in the air left field. That's trouble. Jankowski back, and he finds his catch! Oh my goodness, what a grab! He brings the game back!
Dave Raymond with the call.
That's a great call, by the way.
Maybe that is the spark they needed to go on a run.
Jankowski, Langford, Leiter, Rocker, Seager, all shining yesterday for your Texas Rangers and Texas Rangers organization.
Would the Rangers make the playoffs
if they started today?
If every single one of their games left was against the White Sox?
We have the best record in the league.
I think they would get it really close. I think we would have a fun final week.
That fourth inning was exactly the White Sox. Like the two players converging up the middle, no communication, and then the guy trying to tag the runner, and then the ball flopping out. And
when Nate Lowe was running,
the interference, like just
and in between innings, when the second baseman got chunked in the head because he wasn't watching.
Do you ever watch like the movie Angels in the Outfield?
Yeah.
And like they always have this, like the Angels are painted as like this just disaster organization where all the players are idiots and stuff like that. And you're like, no one, this is not a real representation of a team that kind of does feel like the White Sox.
You're like, it looks like they never went to spring training and they never practiced baseball. It's like they got
a whole team of CeeDee
26
Lambs.
athletes and just said, hey, you want to try this baseball thing out? And they're like,
all right.
It's
Major League level, ground ball up the middle like that.
Yeah.
Surely there's communication. Like,
well,
because it was on the second base side, so but the shortstop's still the captain.
In a way, no. So when the way that I can say it is when there's a slow roller towards first base, I like communication. I like screaming, I got it, if I'm the pitcher running to get the ball. But they say they don't want you communicating on that. It's more of a read. And so you're just supposed to have like a read that like you go after it, but if you can't get it, just go to the base as fast as you can. But the first baseman, to me, my opinion, I disagree with that teaching. Now, I'm not an infield coach because now I feel like the first baseman's left in no man's land.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't say anything, I think the first baseman should sprint to the ball, get it as fast as he can to try to get it to the pitcher. If the pitcher yells, I got it, now the first baseman needs to sprint to the base. So if I do get it, I can flip it to you to try to beat the runner. But yet I was told by all the organizations, no communication on that. So I'm going to assume that there's no communication on balls up the middle or when the third baseman cuts across the shortstop. Like, it's just a read. It's just an athletic read by both of those guys. And the more you play together, the more you know each other and the range that you have and the ability that you have.
Mike's dead on with that one.
Corey, the Jankowski catch.
I mean, like, just the coaching I always received about infield was exactly what Mike said. Like, they're not a communication at all.
Where's the Jankowski catch, Corey, in the Rangers history?
He's second of Gary Matthews, but the timing of it is freaking great.
My older son thought it was better than Gary Matthews.
It's the first, according to Evan Grant from Sports Info Solutions, it's the first potential walk-off home run that's been robbed all year.
There you go, Mike. You were asking that.
I was wondering if it's the first one ever in the history of the Rangers. I don't remember. Now, look, in the history of baseball, this game won't be remembered. But unless, like, the Chicago White Sox have the worst record in baseball history by one game, and then they'll go, we actually had a walk-off home run.
When the Rangers go 23-4 the rest of the way.
Stop.
Oh,
and make the playoffs.
But I can't remember in my lifetime a player for the Rangers ever robbing a home run that was in the ninth inning that would have walked off the game.
Mike, what did you see from Leiter, as Bruce Bochy once again said in the post? Little amped up. A little bit amped up out there.
100% amped up. He was okay. I see the ability to be a good pitcher, but he just can't execute his pitches on a consistent basis yet. Now, the hope is he can.
He needs to calm down.
You see the pitch that he has to throw. At least for me, I know. I'm like, all right, throw a breaking ball here at the bottom of the zone or below the zone, and it's over. And then he hangs a breaking ball. Or he throws it so bad that now the hitter knows, oh, that was a crap pitch, and you just eliminate that pitch. So he just gets into situations where major league hitters can eliminate pitches, and then they can look for that pitch. They know approximately the location he's going to throw it in, and then they'll hit him. But it's there every once in a while where you'll see this nasty breaking ball, or you'll see the elevated fastball well executed, and you're just like, it's there. Or the changeup. He threw up back-to-back changeups. So I'm like, that was great pitching right there. It's just he doesn't follow it up consistently yet. And I guess that's the tough part about Jack Leiter is he's only 24. Will he be able to do that next year? Will he be able to do that in September? The other thing, too, is every time he starts, he throws 30 pitches in the first inning. Yeah. I mean, I need to go back, but I feel like every time
catcher's interference doesn't help. Like, that didn't help.
No.
But he started off with, 4 straight pitches that for balls?
A dude who's a singles hitter.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he just can't hit extra base hits.
Does it seem like, and I know it's like tough for anyone, but he doesn't have, or at least he hasn't shown, the ability to throw a fastball in a fastball count and it not get hit. Right? Like, isn't that like a great pitcher has to be able to throw a fastball in a fastball count and it not get just tattooed?
Yes, but there's no doubt right now in the hitter's mind that he has to throw that pitch. And I would say that with Garrett Cole, I don't know, Chris Sale, I'm trying to think of guys, right? Even right now, Paul Skeens, even though it's a fastball count, and he's probably going to throw a fastball, in the back of the hitter's mind is he can throw a secondary pitch for a strike here. And right now, it's very early. They're like, I don't believe he can throw a breaking ball here for a strike. So I'm really sitting dead red.
Corey, what's coming up on the show?
Guys, who are the most interesting NFL starting quarterbacks to watch right out of the gate? And then the best run franchises, most unstable. Where's Dak going to be in 2025? We do that at 10:20. And guys, our show's done early today.
Oh.
12:30. We get to say
We don't make the schedule, Sean.
We get to move on, listen to another Rangers-White Sox game that'll probably be finished with one run between the two teams.
We got 7 runs yesterday.
Yeah, you know what? You don't make the schedule, but you don't try to stop it either.
So I've seen some of the numbers. Maybe I should try to stop it.
Oh, man.
Mike was making fun of television talking way more Cowboys than our entire radio station because it's desperation time before the season actually kicks off. I want to play the reason why and see who can point out the point of the audio. This is Stephen A. Smith talking about Ohtani and Aaron Judge yesterday.
On the verge of becoming a 50-50 player. By the way, they have game better than the New York Yankees. We can't ignore that. And then we want to give Aaron Judge credit, and he deserves it because a 465 on-base percentage is lethal. It's phenomenal, no doubt about it. But you do got Juan Soto batting up behind you. You understand what I'm saying? They can't get around you a little bit. So, I mean, they got to pitch to the brother. You understand what I'm saying? Because you got Soto waiting in the wings. So all of those things facilitate Aaron Judge being who he is.
Michael, you want to guess first?
Doesn't it go Soto then Judge? Because here's the deal. I don't watch every Yankee game, so I'm like, maybe when they throw a lefty, maybe it switches.
Pretty much all year, like Soto too.
I think this is the tough part about, like, this is why they don't do baseball. He's just making words, as many words as he can.
Because, like, Shohei bats leadoff, right? And for almost exclusively.
A lot of times. When Mookie when Mookie's back, have they changed that a little bit?
I mean, Mookie batted second yesterday.
Yeah.
So he either has, like, Mookie or Freeman batting behind him, which is, like, those are great guys to have behind. Now, Judge will have Stanton. When he's healthy. Sometimes. But Soto hits first or before him.
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm looking at yesterday's lineup. It's amazing how, like, the Yankees are great, and they really, you can argue here, they kind of only have 2 really good hitters, and everybody else is average. I know that Chisholm's done a pretty good job since he's been traded. But
my theory was that he knew Soto hit second, and he just doesn't know what a header behind means. In the line. I'm dead serious. Like I think he thinks of behind as being your second. You're not in the meat of, like, you're behind that.
It's tough. I mean, the ESPN has gone a certain direction over the last decade approximately, and it is kill baseball, which is weird because they do have Sunday night baseball, but they've decided if we can kill baseball as much as we can. And I get it from a perspective. I get it. Football definitely dominates, and then most of their hosts do like basketball. And then they bring in basketball people to really help out those segments. They just don't have anybody under contract anymore that they've hired to actually talk baseball, so they can't help these guys out.
Are you excited for high school football at all?
Hell yeah. I love high school football. It's super fun. I'm glad that you guys hit it every single week.
Yeah. Donnie crushed that.
Yeah, he's fantastic, but that's like how me and Corey started in the professional business.
They always give me such hell whenever I just go to watch a high school football game where it's like, oh, these are two big teams. I'm going to go watch it. Even if I don't know somebody there, I'll go watch like a high school game. They're like, they think that's weird.
It's not. The atmosphere can be fantastic. I wish you had more friends.
We're just,
but
he's got a big family. He still just leaves.
He just doesn't.
I don't talk to half of them.
What does your wife think about? You're like, I'm going out to watch high school football, and she's like, okay.
Have a great day.
Yeah, I don't know. She probably thinks it's like a fake cover for something else. Knowing her, she probably
That's
thinks
where the
like
makeup came from in the car.
the compact in the car. Boy, I won that. Boy, she hasn't been able to throw much my way since that happened.
Have you been taking advantage of being right on that and holding that over her head as I hope you would?
I've reminded her a few times.
Yeah.
Like I tend to like.
You should get like a necklace or a chain to really remind her.
You can give her.
You should get the compact makeup around a chain.
You know how
you
know how Drake had the necklace with the 38 diamonds on it?
Don't lead him.
But I mean, I could. You know how Drake had the 38 diamonds for each time he thought of proposing to a girl or whatever like that? I'm going to add a new diamond every time I'm right about something.
Yeah.
Over her. And then, I mean,
so too.
Going to have a big Flavor Flav necklace. I'm not even going to be able to hold my head up.
So two diamonds.
I have one more thing before you get home to take your nap.
Yeah.
Is
at 2:00.
If the Yankees play the Dodgers in the World Series, how much coverage do you think that gets on a morning basis? Because I get when it was Rangers Diamondbacks, like screw it, we don't care. Keep covering the NFL, cover college football. We don't care. But if it is Yankees Dodgers, I feel like they will say we have to do 2 or 3 segments on this morning show on Yankees versus Dodgers.
Does society guilt them into it like they did with the WNBA? That'll be the biggest question. If they do effectively, then we'll hear about it. Like, for instance, I know everything I know about the WNBA is against my will, thanks to STNA piping up. Caitlin Clark, by the way, 6 straight games of 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists that they led with on ESPN this morning.
That's the most in WNBA history. Which
I know. It's almost like the game is not very good.
It's because the MNBA hasn't had a long history before.
The MNBA.
Yeah,
Look
the
at this
MNBA.
guy. Yeah. He's like ESPN. ESPN doesn't call it the College World Series anymore. Now it's the Men's College World Series.
Oh,
because they have to put
the MNBA's had a head start. The WNBA had to catch
appreciate
up.
what you're doing.
When Trey Lance had the fumble in the last preseason game, the snap fumbled, then he picked it right back up. You know what we were calling that in the press box? The Angel Reese special.
Oh, very nice.
Who are the other media members who said it?
It was pretty good.
Me and Eric.
Oh,
yeah.
Again, no friends. We're back tomorrow.
Coolest
The
friend.
KMC masterpiece next on The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean and RJ show.
Thank you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Short show today. Will go till 12:30, leading directly in to Rangers baseball. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the show today.
Thank you very much. I just learned that Julius Caesar never said thank you in his entire life.
Really?
He doesn't speak English, so that's why I didn't say it, but he never did say it.
If that's what you're bringing today, it's going to be a hell of a show. I like it.
Was English created yet?
I don't know, man. I'm not sure how old this language is.
What do the people in England
I feel like they were speaking Rome.
Wasn't it Greek?
Yeah, look at Mike fact-checking you right here.
Was it Greece?
I think Greek was the common language of the Romans.
It was probably Latin et tu, Brute. Was what he said.
Stabbed in the back.
Yeah, so.
Okay, man.
He didn't just get stabbed by Brutus, though. It was a lot of other stabbers.
You know what? You know what I really would
Popeye's
enjoy?
enemy?
No. A couple minutes
That's
every
Buddha.
day of Mike and Corey retelling their vague thoughts about historical situations and like just seeing how factually accurate we can get. Maybe some historical scholars like, hey, I work at the University of Texas. I did my dissertation on this. You guys are 100% right. That would actually be super amazing.
Right on Wales.
Uh-huh.
All right, yes, you are.
That is true. And helium.
Yeah.
That is true. You warned us about the upcoming helium crisis. Just still really weird. Mike likes
We're
it.
all concerned.
All right. Who are the most...
Where do I donate my money to helium?
Oh, my God. We're changing Peace-a-thon. All right. There's a couple of different parts to this. Who are the most interesting NFL quarterbacks to watch in 2024? Now, keep in mind, I'm not saying by any means the best. And I'll give you an example. Like, for me, it's Anthony Richardson. And I thought about this because Steichen said that Richardson will be awesome and fun to watch. And the thing that I think makes watching Anthony Richardson this season even more interesting, it's because he kind of has that rookie vibe to him. But also, like, if he gets hurt, aren't you going to be like, oh, no. Is this like, not that he'll definitely be done, but you're thinking, is this going to be your whole career? And so I think Anthony Richardson is probably at the top of my list of most interesting quarterbacks to watch this year.
When you say interesting, do you kind of put the word on /unknown? Because, like, Lamar Jackson is really fun to watch, but we know what he's going to do. If you're a big Lamar Jackson fan, you're hoping in the playoffs he can play better.
I definitely think there's some unknown, because I'll just give you an example. Here's kind of just what I thought of when I stacked my list. Anthony Richardson, C.J. Stroud, Aaron Rodgers, and Caleb Williams. And so, like, I know C.J. Stroud had a really good rookie season. I know Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Famer, but you're like, hey, can you replicate that? Or for Aaron Rodgers, do you still got it? So you
had four guys.
Yeah.
The first one that comes to mind for me is in division, Jaden Daniels.
I could see that.
It's at the top of my list right now.
Oh, okay.
Because he's a rookie. He's unknown. He is getting to start week 1. I think it's very tough to be successful in this league right out of college, especially he was drafted by a bad team. In a way, Caleb Williams was drafted by close to an average team. They almost played 500 football last year. They just luckily traded with Carolina where they got the first overall pick. So he wasn't drafted by the worst team in the NFL. So Jaden Daniels for me, because I think he's going to be really good. The last person that I thought was going to be really good was Trevor Lawrence, and he's just pretty good.
Yeah.
So it could take time, and I'm sure for the Cowboys and Cowboy fans, you hope that he's not good.
Absolutely, I hope that.
But he is a guy that I'm very interested in watching. But for me, I'm still on the, I don't know if you want to call it a bandwagon because there's not many people on it. I'm very interested with the moves that Jacksonville made. If Trevor Lawrence can elevate his game back to 2022 and then even better than 2022, because 2023, the first 10 weeks, he was just like 2022, the end. You're like, okay, this is a really good quarterback, a top 10 quarterback. And then the last 5 or 6 weeks of the year, you're like, what the crap just happened?
My list goes as such.
Okay.
Daniels. Mostly because he's in conference or in division. And conference too.
So that makes him more interesting than Caleb Williams.
And I gotta know if Washington did something right hiring Dan Quinn and just rebooting the whole franchise. So I gotta know all that, and he's the linchpin to all of it. C.J. Stroud, can he replicate season 2? Caleb Williams, just like you. Rodgers is also on my list, Kevin, and then Dak. And here's why with Dak.
Okay.
He has a lot of pressure on him.
Sure.
To win.
Sure.
He has a lot of factors that could be a problem for him. Jerry likes that. I feel like, are we going to talk a little bit about him in the next segment? Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about Dak in the next segment.
Yes, we will.
My then other people that I would put in, have we decided on Purdy that he's not a good quarterback, he's just a product of the system, or have we decided, hey, let's wait, let's see it out?
I think Purdy is a really good name to put on this list because I do not think that final decision is in whatsoever.
Because he lost the Super Bowl, but he was in the Super Bowl. Like
He's made it to the Final Four and Final Two. He's had 2 years in the NFL, one where he wasn't the quarterback, obviously, to start the year, but you can't do much better than that your first 2 years.
Yeah. And then so that's where, like, I think after that, a lot of people are just like, okay, he's not good because he lost the Super Bowl. You're
Which
like,
is
okay.
tough because Joe Burrow, I feel like, is widely accepted as the second or third best
Joe
quarterback.
Burrow drug that Cincinnati Bengals team there, whereas everything else is built for Purdy. Then Jordan Love is the next one.
Okay.
Like those touchdown numbers.
Love,
those touchdown
intriguing.
numbers last year were very like, whoa, hold on, what is he? And compared to his touchdown interception ratio, was really good for his first year.
I had a question. Does Deshaun Watson, because he was another person that I thought of, no interest?
Zero interest until
I've totally
he does
given
something.
up on him.
Okay.
I can't believe how bad he is since he has come back from all of the
It has been astonishing.
things that once you saw him play in Cleveland and then you thought, oh, but 2023 is going to be different. He has a full training camp and all this, and he was just as horrible. And then you see Joe Flacco, right?
Yeah.
He's able to win with the same guys that Deshaun Watson can't win with on a consistent basis. So I just look at Deshaun Watson and go, he went from being such a great prospect and then I'll say a great NFL quarterback early in his career to the women's stuff and then getting traded and demanding a trade and then coming back from suspension and being, I think, one of the 10 worst starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
From the 4.69, they went with C.J. Stroud. From a different 4.69, Jalen Hurts. Now this offense is stacked with Dotson and Barkley. From the 9.72, Josh Allen. We'll talk about him again in just 1 second.
Kellen Moore's offense with Dak was very good. So if he's able to replicate that with Jalen Hurts and even convince Jalen Hurts to run a little more than Dak would, it could be as explosive as we've seen.
Now, we didn't get a chance to mention this.
And Bo Nix.
Okay.
I
Sure.
think any of these rookies that are starting, I think, are very interesting.
There's only two to start the year, right?
Three.
Is Caleb Williams starting
Yes.
too?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I heard that Daniels and Bo Nix, and I guess I missed the
Yes,
Caleb
and Caleb
Drake
Williams.
May lost
He
out.
lost.
Because
Which is that's an interesting way to put it too, because I even saw that on the ESPN bottom line. It was like, oh, Drake May loses quarterback battle to Jacoby Brissett, and I was like, did he? Because even the head coach is like, well, he probably played better than Jacoby Brissett. So I don't know if he lost as much as they're like, hey, I'm still not sure about our offensive line, so we're going to send him out there. All right. Now, Corey, we didn't get a chance to talk about this the other day, but the ESPN asked 103 NFL players questions specifically about quarterbacks, and so I wanted to bounce through a couple of these for you.
Which 103 do you know?
I don't know the 103, and every quote just says an AFC South player, an NFC East player. What, if anything, can Mahomes do to be the GOAT? Because 85 people said Brady's the best of all time. 7 people already said Mahomes is the best. And then the rest were kind of like scattered throughout. And you could probably guess Mahomes is on the way, but he's not there yet. You can't disrespect Tom Brady. He has 7 rings. Another player, that's a long way to go. And yet another player said he's got some of those skills that you can't teach. He's on track to be the best ever. And I think a lot of people would agree with that. Like, I don't think he's there by any means, but he's on a trajectory that I could see him becoming the best ever.
I am. I don't think he's the best ever now, but I think he's already put himself in probably like top 5.
Wow.
I could see that.
Top 5.
Yeah. Now I get it. If something happened today and he didn't play anymore, it might be a little bit tough to keep him in the top 5. But I do think right now he's top 5, and if he wins 3 in a row, if he does that this year,
Name him one.
I don't know. I don't know if I can take him above Brady yet, and
he might go to 2.
Yeah,
Right?
I think that. I think that Montana and Manning to me are 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that if he wins 3 in a row, Joe Montana never did that and did have a dominant team, and then Manning won all the MVPs.
Yep.
Not even Troy Aikman could do it, though.
Yeah.
That is true.
And all he does is win Super Bowls.
Boy, I heard a guy on the weekend on our 105.3. He's not from here. He's a moron.
He's a national.
Yeah. I was like, man, I changed the channel. I was like, this dude's a moron. But
who are the top quarterbacks?
He's trying to talk Cowboys.
Okay, I get it. Look, I have off-air thoughts for you about that. All right, top 3 quarterbacks in the league as ranked by the players. It's Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow. And then Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers round out the top 5. But wanted to get to this. Who will have the most successful career of the rookie QBs? J.J. McCarthy got some votes. So did Michael Penix. So did Bo Nix.
Wait.
30%, excuse me.
For their whole career?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
30 people voted for Jaden Daniels, and 34 said Caleb Williams. So when you look at the players, they're like, it is neck and neck.
They haven't even really seen them play yet,
Fair.
right? And
maybe they're going to college
but
stuff.
yeah, there's and the hype going on around it and everything. That's really interesting that Daniels already has that much love from players around the league.
Can I ask you this?
Sure.
I would lean towards Jaden Daniels, but I do think it's between Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels.
That makes sense.
4 or 5 years from now, as these rookie quarterbacks contracts come up, how many of these guys do you think, I'm going to call it maxed out, where the team's like, yep, we're ready to give you 50 to 60 million on a 4 to 5 year contract?
The tough thing about it is I already feel like 2 of them are at a deficit because McCarthy, they were like, please take this job. And it's not his fault, but he did get hurt and he's out for the year. And then for Penix, they're like, hey, we got somebody in front of you for at least 2 years, barring any injury complications. So it's hard for me to say more than 2 out of that group.
It's tough because in 2020, 4 guys got maxed out. In 2021, 1 guy got maxed out, and all the others are done.
Who is the most overrated quarterback?
I already know this one.
Okay, Mike, who do you think is the most overrated?
By the players.
Oh, by the players? Oh, crap. Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy is 8th on the list.
All right, I'll take the heat. I'll say
Dak Prescott is actually not in the top 8.
It's not Dak Prescott, Mike. You're okay.
Josh Allen, number 1. Jalen Hurts and Tua are tied for 2nd. But what I want you to focus on
they
here...
were teammates.
Yeah. What I want you to focus on here is Justin Herbert.
Oh, man.
Oh, Herbie.
He was ranked the 4th most overrated.
That I would probably rank him most overrated. But he can change that. He has tons of talent.
Okay. All right.
But he's getting rated very high for just talent and not winning and playing great quarterback.
He is, however, also 7th on the most underrated quarterback list. So players are like, you are both underrated and overrated. Who are the most underrated quarterbacks in the NFL? There's a tie for number 1 with 2 guys.
Underrated.
I feel like Purdy's
do you know this list?
Involved in this. I do not know this list. I knew the overrated one. I saw it on Twitter yesterday. I feel like Purdy's underrated.
Brock Purdy is tied for number 1.
Oh, wow.
With
Goff.
Goff was
Jared Goff is tied for 3rd, so that's a good guess. Matthew Stafford.
Oh, okay.
Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, he doesn't get a lot of love.
And now Brock Purdy and Matthew Stafford got twice as many votes as the group at 3rd place. The group at 3rd place is Bryce Young, Jordan Love. I didn't make this list. Jared Goff and Kirk Cousins. And so I know that will draw the ire of some folks, but then Purdy and Stafford are at the top of the list. Herbert is 7th, and then Dak is tied for 8th, along with Lamar Jackson, Hurts, and Tua.
It's tough to get to like the 8th most underrated quarterback. There's only 32 of them. And then 10 of them we don't like. Daniel Jones, who cares? You know? So like
I didn't see a lot of votes.
Like you have to start eliminating some guys where you're like, I don't even care. They're not on any list of overrated or underrated. We don't care about them. So I don't know. this is tough because we talk so much football, not just us, but the United States in general. It's the most talked about sport by far. So it's tough sometimes to be like, who's underrated, who's overrated? You're like, all you got to do is turn on televisions or YouTubes or
You can
us,
get
and you're
both
like,
answers.
gosh, like, I don't know. I hear this guy talked about a lot.
Not surprising, the overwhelming sentiment, because I've seen a lot of people text it in as well about Josh Allen. It's the turnovers. They get the focus about why he is the most overrated. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You want more football?
Let's do more football.
More football.
You get it, Barry Fish.
The best run franchises.
Heck yeah, where's Barry at?
The most unstable, and where will Dak be in 2025? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett. Weekdays at 10:40, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, could be a want, could be a need.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
With reliable technology, superior service, and professional installation. Control your alarm, cameras, locks, garage door, and more with a single app. Score big with DFW Security.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Turpin in motion to the right. Prescott back to throw. Tyron Smith, what a great block. Deep ball, right corner, end zone, caught. Turpin, touchdown! Turpin ran away, and Prescott found him.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to continue the football discussion. We're a week away from the start of NFL football.
I don't like it.
No?
I really have always hated this take a week off after the preseason. I would like for them just to start things up. I know there's a lot of business to take care of because now you're trying to wrap up rosters and all that, but I would love for this weekend to be the first weekend of NFL football.
The key is to not pay too much attention at all to football up to this point.
Then it surprises you?
Yeah, because then you're like, all right. You know,
wow, we're here.
Yeah, it's like I haven't paid much attention at all. I don't care about practice. Like I am ready for the regular season. I'm excited about next Thursday and all the games on all the different apps I'm going to have to steal from Kevin to watch those games.
Man,
that's a fact.
I need to talk to you about that.
Oh, no.
No, you can keep using my app. I need you to use a different profile because all of the progress of stuff that you're watching drives me insane, and I need it cleared off the screen.
You get to see everything he's watching?
I haven't watched anything in forever.
You have not?
No.
You weren't watching the Olympics?
No.
Oh, dear. I might have a different
Maybe
problem
it was somebody in his house.
Yeah, I don't think
there's
so.
no way.
I think it's just on my
There's
iPad.
no way. All right.
Was there any CD?
In the meantime, The Athletic always pulls. No, you're fine. The Athletic always pulls a whole bunch of agents about the happenings around the league. So I wanted to see what y'all thought about this or get your opinion and see how it stacks up against the agent.
Deal.
Which is the best run NFL franchise? Like, what do you look at and you're like, they got it?
Feels like it's the Chiefs.
Chiefs are actually in third.
Okay.
I feel
But that is a fair guess.
I feel like Baltimore's up there.
Baltimore is tied for fifth.
I know Pittsburgh has not won in a long time.
They are tied for fifth with the Steelers.
Okay, but
Niners.
The Eagles and the 49ers
Okay.
are at the top of the list, one vote ahead of the Chiefs. The Packers are also really high up there.
Okay.
I do not have any votes for the Dallas Cowboys.
I
I'm
figured
very,
they'd be
very
middle
sorry.
of the pack, to be honest. Like, there's teams, like, as much as I dislike the Jones family and think that they've ruined the history of the Dallas Cowboys, I still think that they're middle of the pack because they do make the playoffs more than the majority of teams. They just don't ever win and never will.
What is the most unstable franchise?
The Raiders.
It used to be Washington, I would say, right? 2 years ago.
I could see that.
But now that Daniel Snyder is gone, there's kind of hope that they can be run correctly.
The Raiders are second on the list.
Who's worse than them?
Could it be
And
the
the way
Cowboys?
that they're run.
No.
It doesn't say worst run. It says most unstable.
I feel like they're super stable. It's going to be the Jones family and the Jones boys and Jones girl.
Yeah, that boat's going to rock. It's just not going to flip over, you know?
You can say girls.
Yeah, I think there's just one. Right. Oh, I don't think the 25-year-old has anything to do with
the
it.
Jets?
The Jets are tied for third along with the Jags, Cowboys, and Cardinals for most unstable. So we're still missing number one.
Panthers?
The Panthers.
Oh, they got the owner that
are number one.
Yeah, they have.
On
He's
the
got a
list.
statue outside the
Is
stadium.
he still there though?
No.
Or did he? Had to sell the
that
team?
owner is not there.
But he's got a
anymore.
statue. And then the new owners poured drinks on people.
Did they not take that statue down?
I don't know.
They have statues there?
Why would you take a statue down? Once it's up, you leave it up, right?
All right. Well, I'm not getting involved in that conversation for sure.
Right.
I'm going to go with y'all's opinion, and then we'll go to the agents. Will the Cowboys and Dak Prescott agree to a contract extension?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Like you're saying before the season starts or just
No,
before?
just
I think
what-
he'll be a Cowboy.
But
Yeah.
it would be it wouldn't be an extension after the end of the season. It would be a new contract, right?
I guess you get extension as long as he doesn't hit free agency.
So I'm going to say no based on that.
Is he going to be with the Cowboys in 2025?
I think so.
Okay.
I would put a lot of money on yes.
So agents broke down like this. 18 said yes, but 13 said no. So again, actually closer than I probably would have guessed.
When
on that
Jerry
front.
throws out the line of, look, in this day and age, you can have guys with 1 year left on their contract and they're still going to hold, they might not be here. I mean, he's right about that.
Sure.
And so when it does come to like, hey, look, I don't care when we get we'll get them done when we get them done. It's kind of weird because he's like, yeah, man, they can hold out whenever they want. So I'm going to get held hostage at some point.
What do you think Patrick Mahomes would make if he was a free agent and there was an open market?
$1 billion.
With the salary cap, same salary cap?
No salary cap.
No salary cap, $100 million a year.
Billion.
Per year?
Overall.
Okay.
Like 10
years,
for $1 billion?
10 years for $1 billion.
I think that's.
So
I
100
honestly
million?
think that's very doable. Like I think that teams would look at that. I still think the same with maybe not now today, but that's what LeBron's market would be.
Sure. There's one agent that I think should maybe quit his or her profession because they said less than $60 million. Not entirely sure that one
What's
person.
that agent
That's not
trying to
an
do?
agent, is it?
Yes.
That's got to be like an owner's agent.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
That's
not.
Jerry.
They're
I think
not
you're-
good. They're not good at their job. But
Jerry said, I'm the representative.
6 of the 31 said 60 million. I even think that's wrong. 13 said 70 million.
I understand if we're working within the cap structure.
No, they said no cap.
Then $100 million.
5 said 75, and 6 said $100 million or more.
Shohei makes 70.
It's true.
Let's look at the reality of one thing that there is restrictions,
Yeah.
but there is no cap. Shohei makes 70, and they make 8 more or 7 more $1 billion a year in the NFL.
So the thing that came up there was he would own the money, but which owner are you going to get to step out of the kind of collusion of being like, hey, no, I'm fine.
I hear
I'm
you
fine
on
with
that.
80 or 85, but again,
So
I
now
wouldn't
we
care
have
if
to
I
go
was an owner.
NFLPA actually has an NFLPA.
Yeah.
And they're just not like whatever you say, boss man.
But there were still plenty of people who said more than 100 million.
Okay.
Who is the best GM in all of football?
It's easy. Jerry already said he is.
That is.
Nobody can do this.
Yeah, nobody can lose like Jerry loses. I think he made that clear as
Nobody
day.
can effing do this S.
You guys might be stunned to learn.
Jerry's not on the list.
Is it
Jerry-
the Philadelphia dude
did
who's
not get
moving and shaking all the time?
one single vote. Howie Roseman is tied for second. Brett Veach with
I was gonna
Kansas
say
City
Veach, yeah.
is number 1. Do you want to see the schedule extended out to 18 games?
Sure.
Yes?
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
I'm fine with it if we eliminate another preseason game.
Which they would. So Jerry said.
I don't mind it going to 20 if we just eliminate all preseason football, which I've watched 1% of.
16 agents said no. 14 said yes. So really, really close right there. And then they ask, keep in mind they're asking agents this. If you could eliminate one rule outside of the salary cap, what would you get rid of?
I think practice, right? They just wanna show up
That's
on
probably
Sunday.
the player, what the players would vote.
That if you touch the quarterback, it's a flag.
Okay.
I'm trying to decide between that and pass interference, like the right way to do pass interference. Because
Keep in mind, this is from agents.
Maybe the agents would want, help me out if this is still a rule. I'm just thinking agents would want them
thought
to
you
be
were
able to
asking
do
me.
alcoholic commercials while active.
Oh wow!
Okay, that is
Yeah.
an
or cigarette
interesting
commercials.
Like, yeah, that I guess there wouldn't be any restrictions on that. I guess this would also be dicey too, but that they can represent gambling.
And weed companies.
Actually, that did come up.
I don't
one
feel
time.
like weed companies have enough money.
Bet.
Okay.
Do you think they have alcohol money and they have?
They're on
they
their
have-
way to it very fast.
Really?
I mean, they just had a big head start. Alcohol has a huge head start.
And also gambling, right? Like drafting.
Gambling has a
FanDuel,
huge
like,
head start as well.
Yeah, and guns. So I guess guns would be next. because they have lots of money.
You know what? That one
Like
did not
Smith
come
and
up.
Weston?
Those are the three biggest.
Is it Wesson or West?
I
You
don't
said
know.
Weston, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like, isn't that the thank you for smoking? It was alcohol, tobacco, and firearms were
Yes.
the three biggest holding everything. Everybody
Now,
hostage.
you guys bring up some intriguing ideas. The agents went in a different direction.
All right,
They
fine.
said, I would like to raise the size of rosters. That came up
yes.
a
That makes
whole
sense.
lot.
More clients.
Gives them more clients. Yeah.
Some would like a separate salary cap for quarterbacks, which would also let them potentially get those extraordinary deals. And then also shrink the length of rookie contracts and get rid of the 3 years out of high school rule to get into the draft.
I disagree with that.
Okay, tell me about that.
Just physically, I don't think you're prepared. In NFL, even in the NBA, it's a
Sure.
rare breed that is really ready for it.
You could
but in
see-
the NFL, man, there's just such a big difference.
You could see how an agent, like back in the day, whether it was Mo Claret or whoever, was like, hey, let's get him into the draft right now. We can make some money. And then another agent said, add more rounds to the draft. So much like expanding the size of the roster, more jobs.
Broadus would love it.
Hopefully more money. Yes. I'm sure
He's
scouts
getting more
will-
players to
Yes.
scout. He's like, oh, more scouting.
Absolutely.
Gotta
I mean,
go
I
watch
know
more
that like
tape.
Larry Brown was taken in the 12th round out of TCU, right? And wasn't Drew Pearson taken in like the 78th round or
See?
whatever it was? But
So, we
that
could do
being
it.
said, at that point, we get to the 5th or 6th round, and teams are only taking players based off of. I don't think we can get them in free agency draft.
Okay. I'm glad that you brought that up because another agent brought up the idea of, hey, can we create a separate window for undrafted free agents? Because it feels like they all have to decide within 8 to 10 minutes their entire future. Because basically they're like, hey, will you sign for this? Nope, see ya. And they just next on the list.
Somebody did ask Mike. They said CBD Kratom has enough money for that.
Do they? I don't know.
They put their name on the Texas Live right
Okay.
out there. So that is a place that's happening there for big weed.
I mean, I know this goes to Reggie, but what if you just had no draft and you gave an allotment of money to teams that based off of where they finished, this is your allotment of money to use on
So you might be like,
players.
I want to go to the great team, but I'm not going to get paid jack.
Yeah,
Whereas
like
if I go to the Panthers, I can make a ton of
Or
money.
like, I don't know. I'm making up numbers here. The top team, the worst team in the NFL, has $30 million to spend on college players, and the team that won the championship has $15 million to spend. And then you're obviously in between 30 and 15 million, and you can spend it however you want.
That is an interesting point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The Rangers sweep with the greatest catch ever.
Oh.
Next.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proud to
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Bag Nation, you can join us on Thursday at the Shell Shack in Dallas on Henderson. This will be after the Rangers game, and you can pick up the Ace Boil, which includes a pound of shrimp with corn, potato, and sausage. We're talking $19.99, plus incredible drink specials as well. Shell Shack, G-Bag Nation. This afternoon, we'll see you there.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
The 1-2. That's in the air left field. That's trouble. Jankowski back. And he finds a catch. Oh, my goodness, what a grab. He brings the game back.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Great call right there, as well as great catch. Now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Baschek.
All right, so there haven't been tons of things to celebrate this year,
What do you
but that was awesome.
Yes.
That was arguably the greatest catch in Rangers baseball history. Now, I know there's been more meaningful games in Rangers. I don't know. 500 more meaningful games, maybe 5,000 more meaningful games.
All of last year's playoffs.
But
that's more than one. I'm sorry.
In the 9th inning, where that's a walk-off homer, when that ball was hit, here's my thought watching it live. Oh, Jankowski's going to make like an effort, and this ball is going to be 10 feet over his head, well into the bullpen, and he's just going to try his best because the game's over. And when he caught that, that was, for me, I'll say the second most exciting moment of the season. Is there anything that comes to mind as the most exciting moment? Because Jared Sandler had this call, who's in the room getting ready for the game. And it was, for me, we talked about this because he knew it off the bat. And I didn't know it off the bat, except the reaction.
Oh, yeah.
Of when he hit the ball. I was like, he did this? Was Josh Smith hitting the walk-off homer against the Astros.
Oh, yeah, that was a great
So
call.
for me, I would say that's moment number 1 of the season.
Of this year?
And then moment number 2 is that freaking catch last night. And I know, ultimately, it's going to mean nothing in Rangers history.
It could mean something in Major League history, though. The White Sox have the worst record.
True.
Josh Smith also had a pretty awesome defensive play at third, right? Where he goes diving back.
Where he's running back and
that's
catches one kind of over his shoulder.
Pretty awesome play this year.
That was
there you go, that's it.
I can't believe when I watched it, I thought that Jankowski really used the wall to get that high, but when you watch, he didn't.
No.
He just jumped that high, and guess what? He was in that inning for defensive replacement too.
I've watched it
a good decision
a bunch of different times, and that is a great decision. You could put Andy Chavez in for Nelson Cruz, and everything would have been right if he'd have just been out there. That being said, I watched like his feet on that chop, 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 slow stride jump, and I had to watch it over and over just to see the pacing on that and the timing to make that happen. But he took that ball out of the air.
He's the only outfielder on the Rangers by far that makes that play.
Yeah.
Adolis can't make that play. Leote can't make that play. Evan Carter,
I was
Wyatt
going to ask
Langford.
if he wasn't get hurt, could he have done it?
Who's that?
Evan Carter.
I don't think he would have got back to the wall with that much time. I think that there would have been more of a fading to the wall and not like Jankowski perfectly knew when to jump and not accidentally jump into the wall. How many times have we seen? In fact, in the playoffs, I believe it was Kyle Tucker who gave up a home run to the Rangers, which was kind of an easy saving home run play. But because he jumped a little bit close to the wall and jumped back, the wall took away from how high he could get. So that was just such a perfect play from Jankowski. And I think when they go to MLB Network and they do the top 100 defensive plays of the year, I think that one has to be top 10 in baseball. I don't know if it'll be number one. Last year, actually, Leote had the number one defensive play in Major League Baseball last year.
I did not know that.
And
was it a diving forward catch?
No, he never has done it. It's the one where he caught Yordan Alvarez's home run in the playoff game, which actually didn't give the Rangers a win. It was here at home in the playoffs. Yordan hits a ball to center field. Leote catches the ball. It's an unbelievably great play. That was baseball last year. MLB Network, I remember watching the greatest defensive plays. Like, that's an interesting one. It was a great play, but it didn't mean the Rangers won the game. It's just he saved a home run in the ALCS, which still led to an Astros win. All right, so last night, I hate doing this, but I am. We scored 7 runs.
You're disappointed that despite the win against terrible pitching, we still can't put up any offense.
I get it. The offense is going to be bad this year. It's one of the worst offenses in baseball and will be at the end of 162 games. The Rangers will have one of the worst offenses in all of baseball. But they didn't have Garrett Crochet. Fetty's already been traded. You're facing their kind of bullpen. You're facing a starter who, technically didn't start because Crochet gets the start in the game for throwing 4 pitches, who doesn't have a good year going. And you're just like, I looked at this. They have, as a team, and this is for all year, they have a 4.89 ERA as a team.
It's not good.
And you got 3.5 runs yesterday.
Man, you should be able to get 6.
Yeah, and it feels like when you brought it up with Boston, we underperformed against that woeful pitching staff as well, and it just happens time and again.
So good news is Wyatt Langford hit a home run. These are few and far between. I think
there's a no doubter too.
Yeah.
I mean, when he hit that, I was like, that one's gone.
I'm going to go to Wyatt Langford. I know we discuss him a lot because he has to be a superstar. I hate saying this.
Yeah.
He has to become a superstar. And I'm not saying at the end of this year or next year, but here pretty soon in 2025, 26, 27, he has to become Bobby Witt Jr. That's what has to happen for the Rangers to get back to being a 90-win team, and that's just one part. That's not the only part. Wyatt Langford, 4th overall pick, has to be as good as the best players in baseball offensively. If you had to guess Wyatt Langford's numbers next year, and I'm going for basic stats here, whether it's batting average, OPS, home runs, RBIs, do you guys have a feeling of what Wyatt Langford can be in 2025 for the Rangers?
270, 20, and 80.
Oh, man.
All right.
I think we're pretty much on the same page. I was going to say 20, 75, and then a 260 batting average.
Yeah.
I'm
and
a
that's
little
not
high
bad.
on that, yeah.
That's not an all-star. You'll never make an all-star team doing that. And I'm fine with that in his second year. But I need him to become a 30, 100 guy. I need him to become a guy who blasts 30 home runs, who has 100 runs scored and 100 RBIs on every year.
Are we rushing some of these guys too fast? Is my question.
But I think that's kind of your point, right? Though, is that like you kind of have to, because if it's not them, then what are we going to do?
Yeah.
Well, okay, and I'm not saying this team in particular. Across the league, it seems like we've changed the whole philosophy on giving guys time to develop. And I don't know how quickly we just cancel out on them versus letting them develop and letting them have the moment. Because Jackson Holiday this year was miserable to start.
Yeah.
And then he found it somehow after going back down.
Yeah. He's a high school guy.
Yeah. Okay.
Dylan Cruz has just been called up by the Nationals.
LSU.
He was the 2nd overall pick.
Yeah.
Wyatt Langford, 4th overall pick. Those were the 2 guys that were like, who should you pick?
Yeah.
Once you get past Paul Skeens, and by the way, the Pirates, there was big debate on Skeens versus Cruz. I talked to somebody.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
It was not an easy pick for them at
Did you
the
see
moment.
the Pirates yesterday, by the way?
Yeah, they blew a 150-run lead.
They did.
Thanks a lot to my fantasy team.
Even Livy Dunn was throwing shade on them on social media.
Oh, no.
I think it was it 10-3 and they lost?
And they gave up 10 runs?
Yeah. So when it comes to Cruz, here's my question. Would you have rather done the Dylan Cruz route this year for Wyatt Langford and have him play AA for 2 months, AAA for 2 months, and then come up and play the last 2 months approximately in the major leagues? Would that have been better for Wyatt Langford than just playing the whole season in the majors? I don't know.
Okay, if that's the question you're asking, yes. It sounded like your first question was, do you prefer? I prefer the way the Rangers did it.
Okay, yeah.
Just because when the season started, man, I know it feels like a long time ago. But do you remember the palpable level of excitement, not just about the Rangers defending world champs, but about Wyatt Langford?
And to add to that, I don't know how this works, but nobody has a book on Cruz right now, but they will, and then he's going to have to adjust. They have a pro book on Wyatt Langford now, and now he has
they
an
didn't
off-season.
have a book on him to start the year.
But now they have, I mean, they kind of know he has an off season to go adjust. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's not like he starts off hot and then fades and we're like, what happened? Now he has time to, in off season to correct or whatever.
It was interesting, and I know I'm out of time here, is I was listening to Sean Casey and Mark DeRosa talk about Dylan Cruz, the stud for Washington, who's off to a pretty good start. He was in rookie ball, and luckily I got to come up with Sean Casey. He was always 2 levels ahead of me in the Cleveland organization, but he started off, and the hitting coach was like, hey, you got to get into your legs, and he got really squatty. And then he hit like 140 for the first 3 weeks of his rookie ball career. And Joel Skinner, who was one of my coaches too, said, hey, Sean, how did you hit Richmond? And that's what college he went to. And he showed him his stance. He's like, what round were you drafted in? And Joel knew the answer, but he's like, yeah, second round. He's like, and what did you hit at Richmond? And he's like, gave him a 400 batting average or whatever. He's like, so you decided to change? We drafted you in the second round as a pure hitter, and you've totally changed your stance. He goes, why don't you go back to your old stance and see how it works? And then he just took off hitting the ball. And so Dylan Cruz has totally changed his stance. And so it's interesting and Sean Casey was just saying, who was the hitting coach last year for the Yankees, just saying, it's interesting how hitting coaches, they all want to tinker, especially with the studs.
Yeah.
To say I had a piece of that. And it's like, Dylan Cruz has totally changed the way he hit last year at LSU to the way he's hitting now. And he's like, sometimes you have to watch how much you listen to these hitting coaches and how much they change you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on the Fan.
Commercial-free KNC.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I think this practice squad to me looks just fine.
Okay.
Although there's a few openings there, so they can still sign some guys if they need to.
Okay, Mick, this is the part where you're supposed to be like, and I got 12 names to fit in those
I hate
2
to
to
lie to
3
you guys,
spots.
right? Yeah.
Man.
I mean, if you went through that, you might find, maybe a dozen names you recognize?
Sure.
Of
Josh
however
Ball was
many
one of them.
people had been cut, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty slim pickings, but I would imagine the Cowboys did that.
I mean, I hope so.
Yeah, and I mean, they don't practice until noon today. We'll see if they found anybody to add to the practice squad. But other than that, it looks like they basically kept their own, except for Delvin Cook.
Yeah, because he's a new addition to the
He's
practice
supposed
squad.
to practice today, so we'll see how much he does. I
'Cause
can't
he's on the
imagine they're
practice
going to
squad.
ask him to do too much, since he hasn't been doing anything, or working out, I should say. So, yeah, we'll see where that one goes.
I just wanted to kind of get your thoughts, Ryan Flournoy, when it comes to his prospect for the season.
Mm-hmm.
Injury would probably put him on the field, but is he he looks like he's a legitimate future project for the NFL to be a really good NFL player.
Yeah, I think he's a keeper. I don't know how much he would add this year if everybody stays healthy, or how many wide receivers could you keep active on the 48-man roster game day. But I think that he is one of the guys, and you guys have heard me say this a lot, how some of the young guys flash, and then the next day they go away, and then they flash. I thought he was pretty consistent during training camp, and also in the preseason games he was able to play. I think he continued to make plays, and the quarterbacks seemed to have confidence in him. They didn't shy away from throwing him the ball. And I know a lot of times they're running plays and, the ball's supposed to go there. But when in some of their competitive periods, I thought they went to him. And he made some big plays in key situations. And when I say key, I'm talking, okay, it's 3rd and 8. They're practicing a 3rd and 8 play. And the ball goes to him, and they're not afraid to go to him. So, yeah, I think he's got something. And it may not show up this year, but I think in the future they have somebody they can sink their teeth into.
And that kind of accentuates the point, and I guess what I was going to ask there is, Broadus has said this multiple times, that Will McClay and that scouting department had a lot of pressure on them because the Cowboys' approach to free agency, and they had to deliver some rookies this year. This draft was fantastic, and it just kind of proves that Will McClay can find some really good gems here.
Well, they had 8 draft choices, right?
Mm-hmm.
6 of them made the 53-man roster. One's on the practice squad, and the other guy got claimed to get on a 53-man roster. So you could almost say they, somewhat 7.5 for 8. And they needed young guys to not only, kind of bolster the 53-man roster, but actually step up and compete. And, if you look at this year and the guys last year that they brought in and, that made the team and are making an impact or need to make an impact, yeah, it's been a pretty good draft class over these last couple of years.
Jerry Jones has talked, not just recently, but for a while, and it's come more into the spotlight because of whether it's McCarthy or Dak or whoever, but he thinks that the angst and the pressure of being in the last year of a contract is a positive. I'm curious, from your experience in football and with the Cowboys, do you think that is an accurate statement?
Well, I don't know if it's a positive, but I don't think it's a negative.
Okay.
And that, I don't know if that's skirting the answer, but I don't think I've ever seen somebody purposely go out there, and lackadaisically and not try, right? Because, well, they didn't pay me and, I really don't care. Well, if you do that, just think about it. You just put out some bad tape. And when people on other teams are scouring and looking for guys, and they say that tape, they're probably not looking for an excuse on why this guy, was half-assing it. They don't know that maybe he was in the last year of his contract and that affected him. All they do is see tape. And I just think if you think about, the rest of us on whatever level of competition we participated in, you just don't go out there and not try and embarrass yourself, right? You want to win. You want to do well. It's a pride thing. So, Yeah, I just think that, once you get competing, you're not thinking about that. You may be bitter, but, boy, you're not going to go out there and purposely let the guy across from you beat you just because you don't care. I think guys have enough pride if they've reached this level to give it their best at all times. And that goes for the coaches, too.
Yeah, that is a big thing hanging over Mike McCarthy, too. I know you were just talking about Dak and other players there, but Mike McCarthy's dealing with trying to get the team to rally
they all
with
have
him.
egos, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want their buddies to show them up or guys they don't like to, kind of show them up. So I think that keeps you working and working hard. Now, when it's over with and you're sitting there going, okay, I don't have a contract. What do I do? Well, then it probably eats at you. But I think in the heat of the battle, I just think it really doesn't come into play.
Yeah, after it's all said and done with, Kevin, then you just take that good tape that you have because you were a professional and you went out and did your job.
Yes.
And you say, look at all this good tape that I have.
Or
and
if you're a coach and you go, well, look, I just went 4 years in a row, 12-5.
Is that going to be nice? Do you want that? And here are a couple things I suggest to get us over the top for a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm curious about that because, obviously, I get that that's a reference to Mike McCarthy and stuff. Do you think he would go somewhere and he's like, I have 4 years of going 12-5, and now I want to be with an organization where that's not good enough? Because, it does feel like the Jones family has hyped that up a lot in the offseason, and I'm not going to lie, that kind of annoys me that the Cowboys have gone from a quest to the Super Bowl to it's really neat that we've won 36 games in the last 3 years.
Well, I think that if you're trying to promote yourself, right, put yourself in that situation, what would you do? Right?
Yeah, that's a tough question.
I would talk good about the things that I've done well.
Then I would say I would fire myself. I got you.
I mean, but you know what? I truly believe that it's like they don't make that up. They feel that way, and that you've got to take the good and try to make it better. And you don't make it better by being. But they haven't hidden the fact, right, that they're disappointed in what happened in the playoff game. I think, and I think that still hovers over this team's head, that it kind of diminished everything they accomplished last year. If you look at, the number of, 10 Pro Bowlers and 4 or 5 All-Pros and, setting franchise records. And, it was really, you had the second best record in the NFC. But it didn't pay off for you, and so, yeah, and it still, I think, eats at these people, and well, it should, and it should motivate them. Sort of what I don't know if you guys saw what Rico Dowdle said. Somebody asked him if the presence of Delvin Cook is going to motivate him going forward, and he said, "What motivates me is my 2 kids I got to eat." Feed to eat, right?
Yeah, I feel like that other quote would have made some really big noise.
Right. I'm not making enough money. I can't buy food, right? And he goes, that's what motivates me. And so, and everybody's got their own motivations, and you can't let that the failure kind of drive you down. It's got to be, okay, well, 12-5 was great, but we got to get better because we didn't finish the job, and I think that's still kind of hanging over their heads.
I hope you understand this, Mick. I thought that was a great point that you just made, but also in the back of my head, I was thinking about if I had to tease this segment, does Rico Dowdle want to eat his kids? Like how problematic that would be and everything.
It would be a must listen.
When you're writing a story and typing things out, you always got the delete button, right?
That's
but when you're talking, the delete button doesn't come soon enough.
Yeah, that is. I've been on that. I've been on that side of it. Trust me, for sure, many, many times.
Mickey, you kind of have. I don't know if it's a weekend off, but one more weekend before everything gets rolling. Do you just pay attention to Missouri football all weekend? What's going on
tonight?
Yeah,
they open.
Yeah. Does that take over your whole?
We all knew.
Murray State. It's my motivation to hurry up and get my work done.
Popeye Jones.
Do what now?
Popeye Jones.
Popeye Jones.
Are you just naming off
He's
all
just
the people
naming
that have gone to
old
Missouri?
basketball players from the schools
okay,
that you're
okay,
mentioning.
I see where he's going.
Thank you very much, Mick. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
By the way, did Mike come out of his britches on that catch last night?
You turned your mic off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ran upstairs and told both of my kids who weren't asleep yet, I said, come downstairs right now.
Do they think they were in trouble?
Yeah, a little bit.
I didn't know a guy can jump that high at the fence.
That was amazing.
Right?
Yes.
He can.
And he didn't use the fence. I thought for sure he used the fence. And then watching on replay, I'm like, that son of a gun jumped that high.
Mickey, do you think the White Sox are going to set the record for worst record?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Are you proud of that?
There's no sense at this point to, miss a chance at setting a record, right?
Huh.
I mean, look, the first year the Cowboys fell in my lap covering them for the paper. They were 0-9, right? And I'm sitting there going, you know what? I am going to cover history. This team's going 0-16, be the first one to do it. And then they won a game.
You can
and
see
I'm
how
going,
maybe the team wouldn't feel that same way, though, right?
And I'm gonna, cover history. And then they win one, and it's like, well, it's only a bad season now.
Man, what fascinating insight I did not anticipate. Thank you very much, sir. We'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola. Right here on 105.3
Always
The Fan.
delivering, man.
He gave me another perspective on that. He was like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Might as well set the record now, which I do enjoy.
I was mad as a kid that the Mavericks won late in the year to not have the worst record in NBA history. I thought it would be cool.
I did too. It was either I don't know if they actually won 2 in a row, or it was like 2 out of 3, and I was like, well, that's completely going to screw this whole process.
Well,
up
they did.
to
They
catch
didn't-
the 76ers.
They got Jim Jackson instead of Shaquille O'Neal.
We got him.
I mean, that was the one we wanted.
I don't think so.
No, I don't either. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're a week away from the start of the NFL season, so which players are going to win all of the awards? Next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, and we're
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Control your alarm, cameras, locks, garage door, and more with a single app. Score big with DFW Security.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with bad news for the Eagles. I guess people will view that as potentially good news for the Cowboys. James Bradbury suffered a significant leg injury days after making the roster. It looks like he's going to be out between 6 to 8 weeks due to a, quote, significant lower leg injury. So tough start to the season already for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, that's not a very deep spot for them either on their roster. So that's interesting.
Fair.
Like that, I think they only have a few corners.
They open up Thursday night. They're quick.
They play Friday.
Friday
right, in Brazil.
Okay.
Oh, are they?
Is it the Dolphins?
Is Vin Diesel going to be there for it? And he's going to go Brazil.
No, I don't know
Pele's
that
gonna be there.
to be the case.
Yeah,
I
Pele
don't
passed away.
think that
When?
is going to happen either.
Nobody knows that.
Recently.
I bet people know. They just, I don't know what year that happened.
That he died?
Yes.
2022, December 9th, 29th.
Oh, you know that date? You have it on your computer.
I looked it up.
Weird take by the NFL. They said Rashee Rice will not be placed on any sort of leave, barring, quote, a material change in the case. And then they said, following the conclusion of the legal process, the NFL will review the matter under the personal conduct policy, which is fine. They have just had a very inconsistent way of enforcing this.
So they're still monitoring the legal situation, and that's going to take place. That'll culminate after week 1, so he could play until
probably a lot after week 1.
And they play Thursday night?
I believe that is correct.
And it's, by the way, it's the Packers.
Not in Brazil.
Eagles, Packers is the first game.
But when Zeke
exactly
had a legal situation, they were like, don't care.
Yes.
We're out to hunt down Jerry Jones, essentially, was kind of what happened there. All right.
Kinda.
All right. Let's see how it is.
That's
what we got to deal with as Cowboys fans, guys.
Everybody's against you.
The Cleveland Browns are, I don't know, man. They're doing things that confuse me. So, they have the Deshaun Watson contract, which is just a huge problem for them. But they have said, you know what? I think it's going to be all right. So they converted a whole lot of his salary into the minimum and converted it over, which will save them $35.8 million on the salary cap this year.
There you go.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The next 2 seasons, Deshaun Watson's salary cap hit is now $72.9 million per season.
Is that the biggest salary cap hit for anybody?
Yes.
Are they all in?
I mean, if they use the money on something, I guess. I'm not sure what they're targeting at this point, but
Brandon Ayuk?
They could. Maybe they're going to get back in that.
Yeah, what's up
mix?
with Brandon Ayuk? Like, I feel like that's a dead story, or maybe
Let's
I'm just
talk about what's up with Brandon Ayuk. So one of the things that has changed in this whole scenario is now he's finally been cleared. One of the reasons he hasn't been getting fines or anything like that is, you remember, I think it was his neck and his back that he said were problematic. Yeah, and it wasn't even a Friday. And so I think he said that was the problem. But now Kyle Shanahan said that Ayuk has been cleared by the doctors, which means if he doesn't show up to practice, he is subject to fines. So, I mean, plus the season starts in a week or, a week and a half. It feels like something is going to happen in the next few days. But that's kind of where we're at.
Well, am I crazy for putting this together? The Browns just opened up $35 million.
Now that makes sense.
Because they have $72 million a year.
Brandon Ayuk is the only player that I think at this point would be available for that amount of money.
And that is, because I know we were joking about the all-in, but that is the kind of move that I'm like, hey, it might not work for you, Cleveland, but I appreciate that they're like, let's go for it.
But would it work more for San Francisco getting Amari Cooper? Because that was...
And draft pick.
Yeah, and draft pick. So that would be... They would be winning that for sure, I feel like. I know
San Francisco would?
Yeah. I mean, to get him... Look, man, as anything I want to think about Amari Cooper, he's still a big play threat.
Okay.
And so I think that they would get better, especially with the picks.
Who do you think's better, right? Like, let's just take the player. Do you
think...
think...
the system, Amari Cooper.
Okay.
Amari Cooper's a polished route runner who, with his system, with Shanahan's system, he'll do just fine. Okay. Cleveland's still chaos trying to figure it out.
All right. Well, then I guess that would be a big win for San Francisco to go along with the draft capital and the less money and everything like that. But
Ayuk needs to make his damn mind up. That's what needs to happen.
Woo!
Sorry about that. Like, it just needs to happen.
That's okay.
Sounds like he might be making his mind up that Cleveland's moving that money around.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Let's go from that to who is going to win all of the awards. Also, as Corey mentioned earlier, Jacoby Brissett will be the starting quarterback for the Patriots in Week 1.
Finally.
And they'll wait to see how it looks before they put Drake May in.
If they're playing an NFL team, they're losing. They have an NFL team scheduled in Week 1?
Yes. Mike, coincidentally enough, they do.
Can you believe that?
And the next week.
I can't believe it.
Well, they're in big trouble.
Who is going to win MVP?
Like, the odds-on favorite would be Patrick Mahomes, right?
Correct. By far and away, that's who NFL.com thinks is going to win as well.
Did anybody love it up like I did?
No.
Okay.
16, I know that said snow, but that was just me thinking and then saying no. Patrick Mahomes got 16 votes. The next highest one, Josh Allen and C.J. Stroud at 4. Could CeeDee Lamb be Offensive Player of the Year?
Sure, I'm sure he's top 5 candidate.
Yes.
Tyreek Hill is probably a top 5 candidate.
Tyreek Hill got the most votes, followed by Bijan Robinson.
Whoa, over the McCaff, huh?
And then, yes, Jamar Chase is tied with the McCaff.
Well, I think you might be right. The McCaff might have a calf. I mean, he has a calf injury right now. So
what's more concerning, that or the fact that Jamar Chase supposedly wants 1 penny more than Justin Jefferson? I don't know
if
that.
I love it. I love it.
But it seems like the Bengals are probably like, no, you can have the CD contract. And he's like, nope.
Yeah, well, and he also has to remember the team that he's talking with right now, too.
True.
Like, they don't like to spend money.
Very true.
And they're the lowest ones on having money around. I think they only have like $900,000. Like, that's about it.
No, that's all the
Or
money.
$900 million.
I was about to say, how are they putting this roster
Yeah,
together?
it's only $900 million, but it feels like $900,000 the way they work.
CeeDee Lamb is
so much money.
tied for 5th, along with several other folks. So the top 4 goes
Zeke,
Tyreek,
Yeah.
not Zeke.
He's 15th on the list for his
Tyreek
number.
Hill, Bijan Robinson, Jamar Chase, and Christian McCaffrey. Defensive Player of the Year. Is Micah going to win it?
No.
Oh, man.
I don't know, man. They just, for some reason, he keeps sliding late.
What stat will he have that puts him over the top if he's only going to rush the passer now, let's say 60% of the time?
I do wonder if he can still get the numbers
even with the
by not having to, like, maybe being a little fresher, not having to go up against 312-pound offensive linemen or 350-pound men. If that allows him to, you know what, we're going to sneak him in here, and each week he can pick up a sack, but he's not putting him up in like 2-sack volumes.
All right, so I don't know the odds. I don't think you have the odds up.
I do.
I wonder if Aiden Hutchinson has like low enough odds that he would be somebody that elevates his game to Defensive Player of the Year.
Tell me what you think about these odds. Micah Parsons and TJ Watt are both around 5.5 to 1.
Makes sense.
Max Crosby 7 to 1. Miles Garrett 8 to 1. Aiden Hutchinson 11 to 1.
That would be like, if I'm trying to, hit it big, I would take Aiden Hutchinson and Jordan Love as my MVP and my Defensive Player of the Year. But I get that they're not likely to do it, but I like my numbers on them.
Not surprisingly, Caleb Williams, the choice for Offensive Rookie of the Year, Comeback Rookie of the Year, Comeback of the Year. Joe Burrow gets the nod on that one. And then Coach of the Year, DeMeco Ryans from the Houston Texans.
I wonder what he has to do. Does that make sense?
He was really good last year.
Yeah, but now
that's a good question.
It's like you probably need to be a 1 or 2 seed, right?
Yeah, if his team,
definitely.
If his team does, as good as he was last year, if his team doesn't make it back to the playoffs and have maybe a better record, it's not enough.
I definitely think they need to have a better record. The fact that he didn't win last year is going to work in his favor, because had he won last year, then it'd be like, okay, well, I need you to definitely be the number 1 seed.
Okay.
All right, let's go from that to Tom Brady. Have you seen all of the restrictions put on Tom Brady since he is technically a part owner?
Oh, with Giselle?
I heard with Bobby Bell.
Not with
they're divorced.
Giselle.
Oh, they're saying, hey, dude, you don't have access. You won't have access if you're gonna be part owner of the Raiders.
And that seems like that would be really difficult for his job. So
doesn't it seem like that's the right thing to do, though?
It does. What do you think about this? He would be subject to the league's gambling policy. That's fine. He would be prohibited from publicly criticizing game officials and other clubs. So if you just see the worst call, he's got to be like, yeah.
That's a call that happened.
that is a call that happened.
If Jerry had all that access, do you think he could even take advantage of it? Like, they're restricting the access of Tom Brady because they're like, you might use this and help out the Raiders with scouting. Like, hey, man, I was at practice. This guy on the practice squad can play. We need to pick this guy up and put him on our active 53. If Jerry had that access, the way that they're restricting Tom Brady, do you think Jerry could take advantage of that
Not the way
access?
Tom Brady could. Just no. Tom Brady, like you just said, he looks at something and he's going, that's how I would beat them. And I just don't think Jerry looks at it the same way.
Look, I'm interested to see how it plays out, because he also can't go to the pre-production meetings and
what?
Yeah,
he can't have those pregame interviews.
Which I will say, that feels like that's where they get a lot of good stuff.
It helps me out. I won't say tremendously, but it helps me out to go into the dugout at 3:30 p.m. and then get the Bochy interview, and his guys are walking by, just, hey, what's up? How's it going? Da-da-da-da-da, and you just, and I know that there's more for football because they're only playing once a week and you're trying to get as much information as possible for this one game, but it does help you out. If I was restricted and they said you cannot go into the clubhouse, you cannot go into the dugout, you can't have access to any of the coaches, I'm like, okay, it would give me limited information during the game where I feel like I get to give a little bit extra information based off of conversations.
And then I heard Bobby earlier. I believe he said he thinks Brady will do this for maybe 2 years. Do you think that's how it could play out?
Before he gets tired of it and moves on.
I assume
he's like, look, we've had kids and now I don't want any responsibilities.
I mean, maybe. I assume it would be his choice and not the network's choice to bounce out of the booth. Do you think he'll make it longer than 2 years?
I mean, they got Greg. They got Greg Olson just waiting in the wings.
I don't think it's about his production. I think it's about, does Tom Brady have the motivation? Isn't he close to a billionaire?
Probably. I'm not sure, but I can see
that's just the tough thing is, why does he want to put in all that work?
Yeah.
I get Tony Romo, and Tony Romo has plenty of money. He doesn't have to work. He can sketch it out.
Around 300 to 450 million.
He's got to get to work.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do.
Oh,
That's
because he had to give some to Giselle, or Giselle had to give it to him, or
I'm not sure. Surely they had a prenup, right?
I think the prenup was hers.
Oh yeah, she has more money than he does.
She makes the cash.
I understand prenups. I just feel like you're going into marriage
thinking you're going to fail.
Like, we are
agree
getting
with
divorced,
you
right?
1,000,000%.
Or I am not going to be faithful in this marriage.
I agree with you 1,000,000% on that. And then in case you wanted to know, the Chargers did make a trade. They picked up Taylor Heineke in a trade with the Falcons for a conditional 6th-round pick.
You're kidding me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this is going to be fun. We're supposed to hear from Mike McCarthy.
Yes!
But assuming he's not on time, we're going to roll with AM on the FM next on The Fan.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how you doing?
Doing great, babe. Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do not push the button. You have no idea what it.
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Guys, I finally know what it's like to be in TV because I've got a bunch of nonsense going in one ear, all the beat reporters just talking back and forth, and then I've got myself and you guys in the other ear. So this is fun. This is going to be a good time.
Alex Stormfront or something?
Yeah, in another life, I was probably a Dan Brunoff. If you ask me, growing up, I was real fascinated with weather. But since we don't know when or if McCarthy's going to show up on time, I'm not going to do a question of the day today. We're going to do some baseball shenanigans, if you will.
I like it.
So,
I always like this Alec guy.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that, Mike. I have 2 different pieces of sound I want to play for you boys. We can start with the wildest double play that's just fun to read on paper, or some shenanigans that happened in the Red Sox radio booth. I'll let you choose.
I vote for that second one.
I vote for a double play.
Second one.
All right, so let's go to WEEI,
I know where
Red
my
Sox
butter's
radio.
bread and butter.
This is just wild fun that happens sometimes. You hear it on the Cowboys broadcast, you hear it on the Rangers broadcast with Jared and Matt especially, but I don't know if I've ever heard this happen in a baseball booth.
How about a little threesome? This booth, we could do some damage. On the golf course, I mean, 0-2 to Ernie Clement.
And they spent a good 5 minutes, the rest of the half inning, just laughing. Because they were talking about going golfing together. There's more to it. Like, just listen to them trying to get through the rest of this half inning here because it was bad.
Hurry back, Joe Castig. 1-0 Red Sox in the 6th, and a slider misses just outside 1-2.
It was just straight laughter.
When somebody is laughing near you, though, sometimes I do feel like that can be kind of contagious.
This sounds like our show.
Yes.
What are you talking about? Nobody can broadcast and be that childish and that juvenile.
That's why that guy doesn't like us on that whatever Reddit.
On Reddit.
Oh yeah, because we're childish and juvenile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
I like
As
it.
one is. But yeah, this continued there was literally a 5-minute clip that I found of this where they were just, you could almost feel them looking at each other and making eye contact once the laughter stopped, and then it just picked back up. It was incredible.
The moment that sticks out the most for me, because I've had a lot of these moments in time where we've laughed really hard on this show. But the one that I couldn't breathe, it was the whale night. It was the moment we started doing whale jokes, and I don't even think I got through that joke. Like, I don't think I finished the joke about
I thought that was the funniest joke.
Are
I'd
you a
ever
blue
heard.
whale? Maybe we can go hump back at my place. And I don't even think I finished the joke because I was laughing so hard. And then the boss brought us in the next day and played it. It was like, what do y'all think about this? And I was like, I think it's hilarious. And he was like, okay. Sometimes I think the line was, sometimes I gotta figure you guys out to know.
We were on a remote. I had to take my headset off. I thought Corey's delivery of that and his joke that I assume he made up was the funniest thing ever. Well, we go haunt back in my apartment.
I can still tell you with full faith that the hardest I have ever laughed at work was Masterpiece of the Week last week.
It was really good.
The pull holes was...
It made Reggie want to come back
Reggie,
to Dallas.
Reggie texted us last night and was like, I just want to be part of it. It's so much fun.
I was talking to Peyton before he left this morning, and he was like, I had the biggest culture shock last night. I was like, what is that? It's like, I opened up Twitter, and I see someone on my feed talking Astros. I don't follow any Astros fans. And then I see it's at Reg Atatula. And I saw that last night. It doesn't feel right. It still doesn't feel right. He's a traitor.
Do we need to put him in Forgiveness Friday?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, and then for the 806.
Hold on. Read the one from the 214. It's Mike's fault your show's so childish. It was so serious when it was just
So fun fact about our show, I remember when we took over an afternoon drive for a while, everyone's like, your show's so serious. I wish you guys had more fun. I'm like, I promise we're fun, but it was like the Boston City Marathon bombing, then the explosion in West, then Pat Summerall died on back-to-back-to-back days. And it was like, okay, that's tough to like really yuck it up when you're like, yeah, did you see the marathon? That's crazy. Like that, it's really hard to just kind of joke around when stuff like that was happening.
It's a tough job, man. Kudos to y'all because, sometimes life happens and it's weird to talk about on sports radio, but we do it anyways. We do the tough work around here.
The 806, Kevin, I think you were going to read this. Every other live read that Mike does, and Kevin and Corey's laughing in the background, making Mike laugh.
Well, it's just because things he's like Tezerpatide. It feels like
Tezerpatide.
Or when he goes, yeah, you just try to rob my parents, or they at least
DFW security. And I don't even get paid by DFW security anymore for years.
The at least one or two where you started and either were doing the live read at the wrong time, or were so dissatisfied with your live read that you're like, you know what? Let's start it again. 3, 2. And he counted himself down, even though we were still live in the middle of it. I thought that was so funny.
Or last week, he goes, I bet Leon Bridges has low T. And starts talking about men's T.
I can't remember how I started that one off, but it was good.
By the way, really Leon Bridges is on the Casey Musgraves holiday special that I told you to watch.
Okay.
What a callback.
All
one of my
right.
favorite songs.
You're a pro, Corey.
Yeah.
All right, Mike. This
Most
is for
professional
you.
one Mike ever did, Alec. I'm sorry. Is we were talking about mics and he goes, here's a mic right here for whatever. And it was so funny.
This one is for Mike. The Yankees played the Nationals yesterday. And I don't know if you've ever heard of this. The 8-6-2-3-2-5-4 double play.
The 0-2. Lined in the air to center. Judge racing back. It's over his head. One off the wall. Gallo is going to be held up, but there's two
Rangers legend
there.
Joey Gallo.
Now Gallo's caught. They have a runner caught between second and third. Gallo is watching it. Now he's headed home. The throw home, and now the runner goes back to second. Gallo's going to be tagged out. They have the other runner in a rundown.
So he's tagged out there, and I'm tagged out because it's time for the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy.
So, had to redo it.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that play.
Mike, David Moore, Dallas Morning News. Knowing your love of talking about how you'll deploy personnel in the regular season, can you just talk a little bit about the running back room? We've talked about how it's by committee. Is there a lead back? Will it be more situational as far as how you approach it this year?
I think, David, really the biggest thing is, what's the definition of committee? You want to play as a play caller. You want to be able to play, wide open at first, second, and third down, and you want it to flow. My definition of committee is it's a long year, and you want to be able to have distribution throughout that position because of the toll that it takes on the running back, position. So, yeah, so we want to play in a flow. We don't want to necessarily, be in personnel groups that every time, this particular player runs in or this particular player runs in, after 3 or 4 weeks, you have major tendencies. So, yeah, we just want to be able to utilize all those guys, but stay in a normal flow.
We haven't talked to you since you've added Dalvin Cook to the practice squad. Just what you saw from him, and just can you envision him help? I guess obviously.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dalvin's really somebody we've been there's been interest for quite some time. I personally I'm a fan. I've seen him run down the sideline from the opposite side of the field too many times. So just he's just a hell of a player, and I think when you just look at our roster additions this year, we've added some veteran experience, more than we've had in the past, and he's a great example of it. I mean, he's just an excellent football player that's available, and we want to get him in here and make him part of it, and get to work.
Clarence Hill, All City, Dallas. You talked about adding veterans, including Dalvin Cook, and some of them had connection with Zimmer. How much is Zimmer's influence in the connection to play a role in some of these decisions?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, anytime you're talking about any player, and Mike's, he's had a number of these guys. That's a positive. It's definitely a resource you got to tap into. But availability is number one too. It's got to work on both ends. But yes, Mike has been very. I mean, obviously we wouldn't probably brought any of these guys in if Mike didn't have a positive experience with them. I think that's common sense. But yes, I think all of our. I mean, you collect as much information as you possibly can. So there's a lot of relationships, networks that go on in this industry, and obviously with Mike being the head coach and having those guys, it's important.
Getting back to the running back position for a second, Deuce, he's on. He made the final roster. We've been talking, since last year about his role and how you can use it. Have you defined, how you can use him and get enough touches for him to justify him?
Well, I mean, definition. I think like anything, if you watch, you all have been here. You look at the way we train players. Deuce is one of the players that was trained, both as a receiver and a running back this past off season and training camp. He missed some time there at training camp. So yeah, we're trying to expand the value of all these guys, and this is an example of it. But now it comes time to game planning and how he fits into that and create those opportunities.
There you go, Mike McCarthy telling us that running back by committee means it's a long season. Really wish that follow-up question would have been, so if you had Bijan Robinson, would you not really use him a lot during the regular season? Coming up,
Atlanta didn't.
One game they didn't even do anything.
Yeah, they're like, Bijan, we drafted him, so what?
Committee. Coming up next, is this a fair assessment of how the Cowboys are looking this season? Next on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, let's talk about extreme temperatures. Look, yes, it's happening now with the summer, but it's also going to happen this winter. It's going to be cold. Cut down on your bills and upgrade. I know I said it weird. Bills. And upgrade your home with locally owned Best Buy windows and siding.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're running with you all the way till 12:30 leading up to Rangers. So I got a question for you guys. Do you think this is a fair assessment of the direction that the Cowboys season is going to go? So
yes.
Okay, great. I was looking through an article posted by the Dallas Morning News where they went through the prediction for the Cowboys season and a couple of different questions, Super Bowl winner, everything like that. So we've isolated 8 people from that panel. How many do you think picked Philadelphia to win the division versus Washington?
6.
How many people are there?
I mean, versus Dallas.
Oh.
8.
3.
4.
Okay, that is correct. 4.
50-50.
You think that, wouldn't you?
I would think the other 4 picked Philadelphia.
4 for Philadelphia, 3 for Dallas, 1 for Washington.
Ooh.
Tim Kalishaw said Washington will win the division and the Cowboys will go 8-8, 8-1.
Tim Kalishaw loves this show.
Does he?
He listens to it all the time.
Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point. It's good to have a successful radio show. He is also the only one who picked the Cowboys to not make the playoffs. The rest of the 8 all picked the Cowboys to make the playoffs. Every single one of those people said the Cowboys will go 10-7 or 11-6. Is that kind of, Mike, I feel like where you sit going into the season?
I lean to 10-7, 11-6. So I'm with those people. The one thing that I wonder about is, let's just say the Cowboys are 5-5, and I know there's still 7 games to go. What will be tough is right now is Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, as we sit here today, would be free agents at the end of the year. That can cause a lot of issues with teams going, I'm fighting for myself here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm not sacrificing for the team. And the 2 biggest parts of an NFL team are probably in this order: quarterback 1, head coach 2. And if there's no commitment for them to be part of this team the next year, that does make it tough. I just think that all of a sudden there could be fracturing.
Oh, yeah.
That last kind of that December run. I don't know if this will be a team.
Yeah. No, Kevin, the idea of Dak Prescott throwing a playoff game just to be like, see, I have control over everything. Like that idea and concept. Or the idea of him going, you know what, I'm going to get 4 games into this season and then I'm hurt.
I don't believe that will happen.
Like, I don't either. And the Cowboys' leverage on that front would be, well, we're going to go out there with Trey Lance, and if the season stinks, we get a new quarterback. Like something like that. I don't believe it either. I would love more to see the idea of Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott have so much respect in that locker room that they can say, guys, let's rally in spite of what Jerry's been doing. Let's and all those things to make it a winner. I still think, though, that they're going to be a 10, 11, 12 win team. That's just kind of where they're built.
Now, the panel was split 4-4 over Micah winning Defensive Player of the Year. 4 said yes, 4 said no, including Dana Larson, who said, yes, Micah will win Defensive Player of the Year.
Do you respect her?
And win the division.
Very much so.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
She said they'll win the division as well.
All right, well, good for Dana.
All right.
That will be the first time in the history of this division, I think.
It's not in the history, but it
Let
is
me ask you this.
19 years. It's a long-ass time.
When did Phoenix leave?
Oh, like this configuration?
Yeah, like it might be. Because when Jake Plummer in 1998, that was our division. So at this point, it might be, since Phoenix left and they did the reconstruction of divisions, it might be.
All right. And then this one was really interesting to me. Who's going to win the Super Bowl? Out of 8 panelists for the morning
Dana
news.
Picked Dallas. Because I will stop respecting Dana's opinion if she
Dana
picked the
did
Cowboys.
not.
Okay, I still respect it.
Chiefs.
Only 3 picked the Chiefs.
San Francisco. Give me that rice-a-roni.
Pick San Francisco. And all other 3 votes went to one team.
The Cowboys.
The Texans.
No.
The Jacksonville.
The Ravens.
What? The Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, yeah.
And that is who...
Action Jackson.
That is who Dana Larson
picked respect
to win the Super Bowl, as did David Moore, as did Newey Scruggs. That fascinated me because, I get both of y'all's first 2 picks. Kansas City, San Francisco, obviously excellent teams. And I know Baltimore was really excellent last year, but it felt like that was their year, and they still couldn't win it. But now this group says, no,
Henry.
We still think that Baltimore can get it done, maybe because of that addition.
They didn't. Help me out here. What did they lose? I don't feel like they lost anything that was valuable to their team.
Okay. All right.
So they're bringing back the core of their team. I don't recall them losing anybody great. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. And then they added Derrick Henry, who I think still has a little bit left in the tank. You do have to watch how much you run him in the regular season, but maybe they look at and go, Derrick Henry controlling the clock in a playoff game versus Kansas City would help them figure out a way how to beat them.
Makes a little bit of sense. I get it. And they're good enough to always be in the conversation.
Yeah.
Very well run organization.
Yeah.
So they're going to be there. They have the quarterback they feel. So I understand it.
So, Kevin, I know you're a big Lamar Jackson fan.
I do like
I'm not saying I'm not a Lamar Jackson fan, but can I ask you this question? Yeah. If they're down by 4 points or more, like a touchdown with about 3-4 minutes to go.
Yep.
I am now to the point that is the death of Lamar Jackson in the playoffs.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
Because he has to move the ball quickly. And I know he can do it with scrambling, and you can still do it with a certain amount of time left.
But they do at times like to have their pace with running the ball whenever the hell they want. And if you picked up the pace, you could do it. But I understand. That is a very valid concern. And look, we talked about it. He's the defending MVP.
Yeah.
I don't think he gets a sniff for MVP this year.
No.
I just don't see
Unless
how
they go like 15-2.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's fair. If they put up a on the verge of a historic season, but other than that, I think people are going to look at the playoffs like they did after Dirk won the MVP and they got washed out in the first round and be like, I can't vote for you again until you win a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
even
and
though
I
it's
just
a regular season.
I think they can. They just have to play with the lead in the second half.
I could see that.
Or just give Dak the MVP instead.
That's another thing though. I don't think Dak can sniff MVP this year either. The top two for MVP last year, because of their playoff failures, I do not think they will truly be in the MVP conversation this year.
Put it on the wall.
Okay, I will. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. So let's talk with Jared Sandler next right here on The Fan.
With staff shortage.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Tolbert Garage Door, DFW's #1 garage door company. Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
No. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sorry, Alec, that just had to be done. I had to shut down a conversation before it could potentially start on air right now. Courtesy of Blue Nail Roofing. Let's chat with Jared Sandler. Jared, did you like the Shohei Ohtani dog first pitch yesterday?
Decoy, yeah, it was fine. I'll be honest. I saw a tweet, but I saw the video, but I literally watched it as I was watching Travis Jankowski.
Okay, so you lost focus.
So I saw it, and
Sure.
I saw Decoy, and I saw Shohei show some excitement and passion or emotion, and then I saw Janko.
When you hear that people showed up 10 hours before the game for that bobblehead, do you think, I get passion, but you can use common sense and maybe show up 4 hours after that? Like, they showed up 10 hours before the game for a
we
bobblehead.
have people for these, the ring giveaways. I know when it's a ring giveaway because I show up to the ballpark and there are hundreds of people already there waiting.
Exactly, but there's thousands of rings. So you could push the time back a little bit. I'm not saying you shouldn't still be there early, but 10 hours early?
Yeah,
Come on.
Maybe it's the LA traffic. They thought that they needed to leave then.
Maybe.
I think the Nathan Eovaldi ring, you didn't have to show up early.
When was that one?
The day that I was doing a game with against Minnesota, and I was there was people there very early, but I don't think the attendance was even 30,000, or it was close to 30,000, and there was 28,000 rings.
Yeah,
in your face.
So I
Yeah,
think
on your face, man. Hey, you guys started playing the Eleno clip of On Your Face.
It's so good.
From when Neffy struck out A-Rod.
Yeah.
When did you guys start playing that? Because Mike...
Just this year.
Okay, because Mike all of a sudden this year has started telling me On Your Face. And I was like, yeah, the Eleno clip, but what, like, this is a new thing for you?
Yeah,
but I
is.
never, articulated that question.
I don't want to tell you, but I will. I did not have that discovered that early on. So
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I
It's not
kind
like
of
I expect you to
discovered
listen to the
it. I
Spanish
kind of
podcast.
discovered it recently, and then I just thought this is the most amazing thing ever, and I didn't really understand it or discover it until
your
this
face.
year.
Hey, Eleno apparently has some pretty funny nicknames for players that he can get away with on the Spanish broadcast.
Okay.
But we can't.
I don't know that Eric or Matt or I would ever use some of these, but
I have a question, a
Yes.
serious baseball question.
yes.
if
Jack
you will.
Leiter.
Yeah, and it does. Bochy, when we had him on
Which
Wednesday.
book is it in?
Don't worry about that. Palms. When we had
Psalms, isn't it Psalms?
Yes, it
Did you
is.
say
Stop
Psalms?
all of this.
when we had
Even I know
Bochy
that.
on the other day, I did ask him about Jack Leiter and having him up for a little bit. Isn't it helpful to work with him a little more and be able to critique him rather than having him up and then sending him back down? Can you tell us a little bit about what the plan might be with him?
So Jack had to be returned, I think that is the official word, to AAA Round Rock. He was the 27th player. Now, the Rangers could have turned right around and said, we are recalling Jack Leiter and then make another roster move. It would make no sense for them to do that today because then Jack would be wasting a roster spot. He can't pitch for, 4 days or whatever. His next turn would be against the Yankees. I would not be surprised if the Rangers waited until the Angels series to recall Jack. They could perhaps shield him from having to face the Yankees. That's not oh my gosh, we're going to baby him forever. But the reality is he's made 4 major league starts. He is working on just baby steps improvement. Why expose him? A guy who, if anything has been a challenge for him, it's been fastball command. Why expose him to Soto and Judge if you don't need to, right? It's not like they're playing for a playoff spot. And people can get mad at me for saying that, but they're not. They're not making decisions surrounding that. So
Boch pretty much kind of said that with us
right?
yesterday.
So I think you'll see Jack Leiter next week. I don't know if it's going to be against the Yankees. It could be. If it's not against the Yankees, I think it's against the Angels.
And right now, even Boch said after the game, once again, that first inning, he's struggling with the adrenaline of pitching in a major league game. And that will change over time. But right now, he's still struggling with, he's just too amped up.
Yeah. And the catcher's interference didn't help. But, I mean, he goes right off the bat and walks the first batter of the game. And he's not really throwing pitches that are close. And, whether he walks guys or not, and after the catcher's interference, it's the pitch count. I mean, he was at 30 pitches after one inning. You can get away with that once in a start, but if you want to give the team 5-6 innings, he's got to be more efficient, and I think that's going to come with just improved command.
I think the great thing is you see it at times. It's just not consistent. You see a nasty breaking ball, or you see a well-located fastball, or you see back-to-back changeups. He struggles to take that pitch to pitch to pitch.
And Mike, we talk about this all the time. Everyone has different paces in which they grow. This year has been a really successful year for Jack. He went from having a bad AA year to a really good AAA year this year. Hopefully he can show some incremental growth at the big league level, but I think no matter what, this has been a step forward for Jack. It just might not be happening as quickly as some people envisioned when he was drafted.
Can I ask a quick?
No, sorry, Mike. We're going to have to go.
I'm going home.
Sorry, Mike. We're going to have to go. We've got Rangers and White Sox coming up next. 1:10 first pitch, 12:30 pregame. So just a couple minutes away. We are the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back tomorrow. Full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fortrea Clinical Trials is currently seeking healthy adults ages 18 to 60. You must be available for one stay of 14 nights plus 11 follow-up visits. Compensation of up to $13,006 may be provided for time and participation. Call Fortrea today, 469-914-8330, or find out more at FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com.
When you refer a friend or family member who qualifies for Fortrea Clinical Study, you can get paid too. Earn up to $500 per qualified referral. Ready to do your part in helping medicine move forward? For more information, visit FortreaClinicalTrials.com or call 1-866-429-3700. That's 1-866-429-3700.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoplex lease, yeah. Autoplex lease, yeah, we got the cars you love to drive.
Hi, this is Chuck Cooperstein for Autoflex Leasing. Y'all know how much I love Autoflex, but I thought you should hear some reviews from other customers too. Jonathan says, leasing with Autoflex was one of the best and quickest experiences I've had in leasing a vehicle. Ms. Brown says, I'm very pleased to say I've never experienced such astounding customer service. And Posh says, from the moment I walked in, the staff was welcoming and attentive. They took the time to understand my needs and budget, and Autoflex showed me only vehicles that were a perfect fit. See, people can't get enough of the amazing customer service and vehicle selection that Autoflex offers. If you're ready to start driving your dream car today, then reach out to my friends at Autoflex Leasing online at autoflex.com or give them a call at 972-234-1234.
O'Reilly. You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from one Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about My Computer Career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay no interest for 5 full years. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys now for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
What up, friends? Zach Wolchuk just hanging out, putting together my Prize Picks lineup. And if you're not doing it, what is wrong? Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Get in on the daily action with your friends and become part of the Prize Picks community today. And we got football season ramping up. 1 Caleb Williams passing yard gets you 1 win on Prize Picks every win in September. That's right. Only 1 yard gets you an automatic win every football weekend in September. 4 weeks of free dubs. Don't miss this deal on Prize Picks because it's gone when September ends. And Tolos, Prize Picks has a deal just for you. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code KRLD and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code KRLD on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details. This is Zach Wolchuk sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trajan Wealth. You've helped a lot of people determine how much to put into their 401k and what investments to put it into. You mentioned a big mistake that most people make, and what is that?
One of the biggest mistakes people make is leaving their 401k behind when they leave their job. And another big mistake is rolling it into your new 401k.
Really? Why is that?
By leaving it behind, you completely lose control. You never want to leave your money with an old employer. And if you roll it into a new 401k, you'll often have limited investment options and may incur costs to do so. Trajan Wealth can help complete the paperwork free of charge and do a tax-free rollover. We can then help invest it according to your exact retirement goals and not just what the employer is offering.
If you've got an old 401k or one that you rolled to a new employer, call Trajan Wealth today at 469-579-3500. Advisory service offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
The following is a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
You're listening to 100,000 watts of Rangers baseball on KRLD-FM, KRLD HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. We are 105.3 The Fan.
Hello there, everybody. This is Eric Nadel speaking to you from Guaranteed Rate Field on the south side of Chicago, along with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler and our engineer Nick Hepner. Alec Medford, Chris Strong, and Trevor Beck are back in master control today. The Rangers try to sweep this 3-game series from the White Sox today. They'll do it with Nathan Eovaldi on the mound. The right-hander 9-7 with a 3.79 earned run average. He will oppose Nick Nastrini, called up by the White Sox today to make the start. He's been starting at AAA Charlotte. He has pitched in the big leagues this year and sports an 0-5 record and an 8.39 earned run average. He has had problems with walks. He has walked 25 men in 25 innings. The Rangers, with the win last night, improved their record to 62-71. They're 9 games below 500. The White Sox are 72 games under at 31-103, on pace now to lose a record 124 games. It's a warm day in Chicago, temperature in the 80s, humidity in the 70s, and a light breeze blowing across from left to right with plenty of sunshine. Lots coming up on the pregame. Stay with us on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
Pitch to Corey here, swung on. There's a drive to deep right field. Back goes Smith. He's at the wall. That ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Corey Seager. Once again, the Diamondbacks pay for pitching to him. Smash over to third, off the glove of Ornelas. It deflects to Smith, who barehands it, fires to first, and gets it. What a play by Josh Smith. He came in a little bit to his right, made the barehand pickup, and whipped it over to first. Wow.
He struck him out looking. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
You are dialed in to Texas Rangers baseball on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Texas Rangers Radio Network. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Bring the heat. We're leading you up to first pitch with the Texas Rangers pregame show. Also brought to you by Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life. Who's your beneficiary? Ashley, America's #1 furniture and mattress store. Bailey & Gallion. By Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. And by Terramona Tequila. It's Terramona time in Texas. So gather round and savor your summer with Terramona, the official premium tequila of the Texas Rangers. This is the Texas Rangers pregame show on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Texas Rangers Radio Network, leading you up to first pitch. Coming up, a visit with Rangers manager Bruce Bochy with Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks. Here's Jared Sandler.
Hey everyone, thanks for hanging with us today as the Rangers and White Sox wrap up a 3-game series from the South Side. Coming up later on, Matt chats with Rangers Assistant General Manager Nick Hundley. And in a few minutes, we'll hear from Bruce Bochy as he has his conversation with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. We're going to hear from Hicksy in a second as we go around the league, but first I want to remind construction professionals that if you're ready for a better equipment rental experience, SitePro Rentals offers no-hassle equipment rental for any project. Call 972-RENT-NOW to experience better service, better people, and better technology. SitePro Rentals, your job site is their job site. Well, we go around the league, Matt, and last night the Rangers' highlight play from Travis Jankowski was a big talk around the league. So I figure we just stick to talking about Janko's play, one of the best plays that we've seen in a long time. And I'm curious, now that we're, a little more than 12 hours removed from it and you've been able to sleep and wake up and think about it, what are some of your prevailing thoughts about that play?
Well, I watched it quite a bit yesterday and a little bit today as well. And last night I also went back to pull up the video of the Gary Matthews Jr. catch against, Jason Lane in Houston back in 2006?
It was Mike Lamb.
Mike Lamb in 2006. And I'm reminded as I watched that catch how incredible that catch was for him to get up over the wall as high as he did and to pull that one back. Just another amazing athletic feat. But watching the Janko catch last night over and over again, I decided not only to, watch what he did, and every time he went up, I'm like, he's not going to get that, and I know that he caught it. It's still amazing to watch that he was able to get that. But I also watched people in the background for their reaction. And, there weren't a lot of people here yesterday, but there were some people that were seated above the Chicago bullpen, in and around the bullpen, and other people in the bullpen. And to watch their reaction, it's kind of like the reaction that all of us had, but from the opposite side, right? The Chicago fans were thinking that Andrew Vaughn had just hit a walk-off 3-run home run. So there were so many people that had their arms in the air waiting to celebrate the walk-off, and then to see the disappointment. There was a security guard in the White Sox bullpen who wasn't doing his security guard thing. He was ready to celebrate, and so he had his arms up in the air. And then when Travis made that catch, the security guard thrust both of his hands down in disgust. He made a 180-degree turn and walked away from the wall. And so, you think about it from the Chicago perspective of this is a team starving for wins. They had one in their grasp, and Travis went and took it away. So you see the emotion from both sides, the reaction from the guys in our dugout. And I remember what my reaction was. My jaw dropped, and I just kept telling myself, be quiet, let Eric make this call, which was a great call and fit the moment, because as the ball was leaving, Eric was ready to launch into a 3-run home run, and that's the end of the ball game. And then his emotion changes when he realized what an incredible catch Travis made. So, I kind of lived it over and over again, and I think a lot of Ranger fans wanted to live that over and over again. And if you didn't see it yesterday, well, you've got to go online and find it today.
It was a tremendous play. You'll be able to see it for years, I'm sure, on highlight reels. Hicksy, appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, there you go. That is our look around the league with Matt Hicks. We're going to hear from Nick Hundley later on, but next, Eric Nadel and Bruce Bochy sit down and talk as we get you ready for the Rangers and the White Sox on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
Hey, Ranger fans, Lorenzo's El Tiempo Cantina is now open in Choctaw Stadium. Stop by before or after the game for the best margaritas, fajitas, and tortillas made fresh daily. Lorenzo's El Tiempo Cantina, open daily for lunch and dinner.
The next generation of Rangers fans are watching. Every swing.
And he hits a high drive to deep center field. On the track, at the wall, that ball is history.
Every pitch.
Struck him out swinging on a high outside fastball.
And every move you make. Coca-Cola and your Texas Rangers invite you to recycle your plastic bottles in the Coca-Cola recycle bins located conveniently around Globe Life Field. It's easy, it's smart, and it's what will inspire the next generation.
Community Coffee is the official coffee and preferred tea partner of the Texas Rangers. When we began in 1919, we didn't set out to just make great coffee. We set out to make something that would bring out the best in people. Whether it's the start of someone's day, the middle, or the end, if what we could bring to the table could bring out the best in others, well, who wouldn't want to share a cup of that? Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
Rangers fans, score the big bucks playing official Texas Lottery games with the Jackpocket Lottery app. Jackpocket lets you play Powerball, Mega Millions, and all of your favorite lottery games right on your phone. And now Rangers fans get a free Powerball or Mega Millions ticket using the code RANGERS at checkout. Over $100 million in prizes won on Jackpocket. Again, just use code RANGERS for a free lottery ticket. Jackpocket, the official digital lottery partner of the Texas Rangers.
If getting a whole team's equipment to Surprise, Arizona and back for spring training sounds like a complicated challenge, you would be right. TGL is the official supply chain management partner of your Texas Rangers, and we're hiring. Visit gopgl.com and click careers.
It's time to go inside the clubhouse. The Texas Rangers pregame show continues with the Bruce Bochy Show.
Welcome to the Bruce Bochy Show. Hi again, everybody. Eric Nadel with the Rangers skipper. Rangers try to sweep the White Sox today after 2 wins yesterday. So much good stuff happened. But let's start with the Travis Jankowski catch. Boch, what did you think when the ball left Andrew Vaughn's bat?
Well, I didn't think anything good was going to happen on it, believe me. And it's really incredible what did happen, but when he hit it, I thought it was out. And he had hit a ball in the first game I thought was way out too, and I can't believe that one didn't go out. But, to go back and look at that catch, 3 or 4 times, which I did appreciate how easy he made it look too, and how graceful it all was. It's one of the best catches I've ever seen, if not at the top.
Is there another catch that comes to mind for you that is comparable to that a guy has made for you?
I would have to bring up Gregor Blanco, was playing right field, and that came through a perfect game. And I go back and think of the ground that he covered, and he cut this ball almost in center field, diving, just full out, dived, make a unbelievable play to preserve the perfect game. And that's close, but still, in the 9th inning, the game's over if Janko doesn't make that play. So, what was at stake? I still have to put last night's catch at the top.
We thought perhaps Jankowski would be in the lineup today, like the guys who hit home runs are in the lineup the next day for you. Did you consider that?
I did, but I have this rule, Eric. If you hit a 3-run homer, you get to go back out there and play, and that's what Langford did. But also, I said I got to keep his legs fresh, so when he goes out in an 8th or 9th inning, then he'll have the spring in him to make another catch like that.
Speaking of fresh legs, Leote got a huge stolen base for you after singling with 2 outs in the 9th inning. That was crucial, quite an important play that hopefully doesn't get overlooked with the Jankowski catch.
I agree. 2 outs, nobody on. You're looking at, okay, we got to hold them, go it, and win this in extra innings, and we got on base, and that's a big base. That's the kind of player he can be. When you're on first, 2 outs in the 9th, they know you're going to run. We want them to run and still get it, and against a catcher that throws very well. So that was huge, and of course, You get the at bat by Marcus, and thankfully Corey hit it in a good spot there where they couldn't make a play. But Tavares had a really nice game. I loved the way he swung it from the right side too. Great job by him.
We'll talk about the Ranger pitching from yesterday's 2 games when we come back right after this.
There are a lot of ways to make whiskey, but there's only one way to make Jack Daniels. Jack could have been like any other whiskey. Instead, we charcoal mellow every drop through 10 feet of hard sugar maple charcoal. We use water from Cave Spring Hollow in Lynchburg, Tennessee. It's no coincidence that Jack is what it is today. Because when you make your own label, you make everything else yours too. But we don't need to tell you that, do we? Make it count. Jack Daniels. Please drink responsibly. Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2024 Jack Daniels. All rights reserved.
Hey Rangers fans, looking to add some championship flavor to your game day grub? Grab a bottle or two of the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. Whether you're grilling out, tailgating, or enjoying the game at home, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce adds the perfect kick of flavor to all your game day favorites, like wings, tacos, nachos, and more. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold.
If you have cancer, you have a powerful choice. An advanced cancer treatment available right here in North Texas at Texas Center for Proton Therapy. Proton therapy precisely targets your cancer, sparing healthy tissue for fewer side effects. No doctor's referral needed, so visit texasprotons.com to find out if you're a candidate. Powerful cancer treatment, a powerful choice. The power of proton therapy at Texas Center for Proton Therapy.
The Bruce Bochy Show continues on the Texas Rangers pregame show.
Back with Bruce Bochy. Jack Leiter took you into the 5th inning in the night game last night. What did you think of his performance?
Yeah, a lot better. Something he can build on. The first few outings up here were tough ones for him, and got off to a rough start, and he could have caved in very easily with what has happened in the previous starts when he came up here. He had trouble getting it down early. He was amped up, but the slider wasn't working for him, so he had to make an adjustment. And you could see his confidence grow in that 2nd inning when he left some runners stranded. And so good 3rd and 4th inning. And 5th inning got off to a tough start for him. That weak, ground, that Sinai ground ball that got through. And then probably was focused too much on Robert running, ended up walking the next guy. So that's why I went and got him.
What are the plans for him now? Does he stay in your rotation the rest of the way?
Yeah, we're going to try to, keep him going as far as pitching in the rotation. Now, being a 27th man, he has to go back and to AAA, but we'll find a spot here for him soon.
Jose Urena came out of the bullpen, gave you 4 scoreless innings. It's his 2nd straight outing of 4 scoreless innings, and he picked up the win both times. Is that his best role?
It could be, and that's where he's pitched the best, although he's given us some good starts too. And I think if you asked him, his preference would be to start, but he's so valuable to have as a swing guy. Somebody needs a day or gets hurt, he can start for you, but he can give you 4 innings like that, especially in a doubleheader where the first game we used all our leverage guys, and so we needed someone to pick them up, and we had a perfect guy down there. He had just done it. He did it again, and he's just done a really impressive job for us all year.
And I don't want to close without mentioning the job that Andrew Heaney did in the first game, giving you 5 innings, allowing 1 run after getting warmed up to start the day before. You talked about maybe shortening his outing yesterday because he had warmed up, but how do you think he did?
Drew did another nice job. He's kind of been the unsung hero, I think, as far as our starters. He's made the most starts, consistently has given us a chance to win a ball game. Here he warms up the night before. He could have said, hey, I need a day or two, but he wanted to pitch yesterday. He knew our pitching situation, and then goes out there and gives us 5 solid innings. Pitch count was pretty good. If he hadn't warmed up and gotten hot the night before, he probably goes back out there in the 6th.
And that's the Bruce Bochy Show. More coming up on the pregame on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
Hey, Rangers fans, it's your turn to be a champion. Throw your weekend to curveball and get in the game at Choctaw Casinos and Resorts, the official casino and resort of the Texas Rangers. Play a perfect game at the blackjack table or in our state-of-the-art poker room. Experience Major League exhilaration with an epic live concert, or celebrate your W at one of our world-class bars and lounges. However you play, get ready to walk off a winner at Choctaw Casinos and Resorts.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! This is so fun! I can't wait to go home!
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Welcome back to the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network pregame show. Getting ready for the Rangers and the White Sox. It is the finale of this three-game series. We've got our inside look coming your way, but first it's Terramana time in Texas. So gather around, savor your summer with Terramana Tequila, the premium tequila of the Texas Rangers. Well, Travis Jankowski was the talk around the clubhouse this morning. He was the talk around Major League Baseball, and deservedly so, with a tremendous catch that he made to rob Andrew Vaughn of a walk-off home run last night to save a Rangers victory. Now, according to Sports Info Solutions, that was the third home run robbery of Travis Jankowski's career. He also robbed Mike Ford of a home run last season with the Rangers, of course, Ford playing for the Mariners, and he robbed his former teammate Jace Peterson of a home run in 2017 while with the San Diego Padres. But it's the first stolen walk-off home run of Jankowski's career and the first in Major League Baseball since Cubs outfielder, or then Cubs outfielder, Mike Tauchman took away a potential walk-off home run from Cardinals slugger Alec Burleson on July 28th of last season. Jankowski, who is sitting on 99 career stolen bases awaiting that milestone moment, had a milestone moment last night. Speaking of milestone moments, a reminder, even though Corey Seager had 6 hits yesterday, none of them left the yard. He had a couple that hit the wall. He is sitting on 199 career home runs, 1 home run shy of becoming the 15th primary shortstop in Major League history to reach 200 homers. He'll also become the first left-handed hitting primary shortstop to reach 200 home runs, and he will be the third fastest shortstop, lefty or righty, to reach 200 home runs, unless it takes him another 98 games to hit his next home run, and that just doesn't seem likely. There you go. That's our inside look. We get you ready for the Rangers and the White Sox. Nick Hundley's next on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
Attention listeners, did you know scammers have 6 go-to places to find victims? These are places where you often use your debit card: gas stations, restaurants, retail stores, online shopping sites, ATMs, and hotels. Visit aarp.org/teamuptexas to learn to protect yourself against scams. Then enter our Texas Baseball Sweepstakes for a chance to win 4 sweet seats, food, drinks, and parking for an upcoming home game. That's at aarp.org/teamuptexas.
Hey Rangers fans, this is Marcus Simeon. It's time to sign up for the official kids club of the Texas Rangers. Hey Chuck, tell us about all of the great benefits of being a member of the Junior Rangers.
Thanks, Marcus. Junior Rangers receive a backpack, jersey, cap, water bottle, tickets to games, and more. It's a $320 value for just $35. Sign your kids up for the Junior Rangers, presented by Golden Chick. Go to Rangers.com/Junior Rangers.
Ivan Poch Rodriguez here. In the major leagues, it's important to have a strong team behind you. For over 40 years, the law firm of Bailey and Gallion has been representing people just like you that have been injured in auto accidents.
Call Bailey and Gallion today at 1-800-LAW-OFFICE. They'll help you get treatment at no upfront cost to you. Pay no fees unless they win. Call now, 1-800-LAW-OFFICE.
Team up with Bailey and Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers.
The Yankees are coming to the ballpark on Labor Day. You should too. As Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, and the Rangers seek to avenge their series loss to Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, and the Yanks.
Seager launches one deep out to right. It is
The star-studded 3-game series runs September 2nd through the 4th and kicks off the final month of the 2024 season. Don't miss out. Get your tickets at Rangers.com.
Welcome back to the Terramana Tequila pregame show out of the final game in this series with the White Sox. And joining us on the warm-up show today is former Major League catcher Nick Hundley, now special assistant to Rangers general manager Chris Young. And Nick, I've got a lot of questions for you about what you do now and your time as a player. But, I mean, we got to start this interview with last night's game and that catch by Travis Jankowski and all of your years playing pro ball, not just in the big leagues, but in the minor leagues as well. Have you seen anything like that?
No, not at all, Matt. Thanks for having me on. That was just everything involved, the timing of it, Janko getting in, that inning, going back full speed, catching it at its highest point. That was incredible. And it speaks to the type of person and professional he is, that the second game of a doubleheader, long day, he is prepared. His body's ready to fire and function. He knows exactly what he needs to do to get ready to play. It just speaks to the person, and it's really cool when all that work that he does behind the scenes is showcased for everybody to see.
Yeah, I think about his day yesterday. He got to play 3 innings in the first game defensively, got 1 at-bat, didn't play at all until he was inserted there in the bottom of the 9th inning in the second game. And I know that players, when they're not playing, will take some time maybe to go down in the tunnel, maybe take a few swings, just limber up, whatever. But it's still, even knowing all of that, it's still remarkable to think that a guy can come in and make a play like that, where last night we're talking about that play quite possibly being the best catch in the history of Texas Rangers baseball, maybe even eclipsing the great catch that Gary Matthews Jr. made against the Astros back in 2006.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen Gary Matthews Jr. catch, too. That was wild. But I think, for me, that's the best catch I've seen this year. That's probably the best catch I've witnessed live in terms of robbing home runs. And it couldn't happen to a better guy. I mean, I was with the Padres when we drafted Jank, and just watching his career. I mean, he has done such amazing things in this game to go out there and do it on that type of stage late in the game. And I loved Andrew's comments about, hey, I owe him a dinner. You're like, yeah, 100%. Yeah, take the boys out and take care of them for sure.
Well, you played for a long time in the big leagues, and you did see a lot of amazing plays and a lot of amazing catches. Is there anything that comes to mind that could rival what you saw last night?
Oh, man, I have to dig deep. Dig deep for those ones. I played with Will Venable. He was one of my first roommates in pro ball. We played pretty much every level together. And I've seen him make some unbelievable catches, some in the minor leagues, too. He's a similar type of athlete, like long and can go get it like Janko does. But, yeah, nothing really jogs my memory about how the timing and how well he got back to the ball. Climbing the wall. Nothing really jogs my memory to remember something that was that good.
All right, we're talking with Nick Hundley here, special assistant to Rangers general manager Chris Young. And I know there are a handful of guys that fill that role in the organization, but can you give us just a little peek into what it is that you do? Because we see you from time to time, not all the time, but every now and then.
Yeah, I love being a part of this organization with the people. And having boats around and CY and guys and Dayton Moore I get to travel with a lot. I kind of think that my role is to give my opinion and then support whatever decision's made. I haven't earned the right to make any decisions. I've earned the right to give my opinion. So I'm very thankful for that. And Chris gives me access to every part of the organization, from amateur to pro scouting to roster construction, and even talking through when we were hiring boats. I was fortunate to play for boats for a couple of years, just like CY was, and to be included in those types of processes and to be able to have a voice in that, I'm very thankful for.
Well, let's talk about those connections, because that's what baseball really is all about. And when you were in San Diego, which is where you spent the bulk of your career, I think maybe for 3 seasons, that overlapped with Chris Young being a pitcher. So what was Chris Young like as a pitcher in San Diego, and what was your relationship like with him?
Yeah, I was really fortunate when I came up. We had guys like Greg Maddux, Trevor Hoffman, Chris Young, David Eckstein, guys that taught me how not only to play the game, but also to prepare how to play. And Chris is exactly the same guy now that he was when he was playing. Uber competitive, very relational, very prepared, very forward thinking. Like, he would come to me, and this is 2008, my rookie year, and he would, before all the data and all the analytics, and he would give me a printout of everything he wants to do, a 2-page report about everything he wants to do to every single hitter in the lineup. And that was my job to go and memorize that and be on the same page with him and go, because he was so prepared that I felt that it was my job to match that preparation. So I gave him my best effort on that end. So it was really, really fun to be able to learn from guys like him.
Hey, you also spent some time with CY in the Major League office, and I want to double back to what happened here in this series, because Tuesday we played 4 pitches of baseball and then the game was suspended. Me personally, I kind of like that baseball has changed and gone to the suspension rule. But in a situation like we experienced with just the 4 pitches, should baseball maybe revisit a situation like that to say, you know what, let's just start all over again?
No. I thought that was the worst rule in the history of the game.
Okay.
Like, if you say that game didn't count, I was there. I put my body on the line. So did everybody else.
Okay.
Like, you were there.
Right.
It happened.
Right.
So to pretend just because it didn't go 5 innings that it didn't happen, and everything that you tried to accomplish or the opposing team tried to accomplish is irrelevant, I think that's ridiculous. Okay. So the suspended game is amazing, because I got ready to play and I was out on the field, and there were fans in the stands, and we're entertaining those people, and those stats go on the back of my card, whether I hit a home run or strike out, and now you're going to tell me that I wasn't there? It makes no sense to me.
And that you didn't hit that home run?
No, or I didn't strike out. Either way, right?
Right.
Like, you can't have it both ways.
Right.
I did stand in the box.
Right.
I did put my skills to the test against the best people in the world that day.
Right.
I either got it done or I didn't. But for you to tell me that I didn't do that is a flat-out lie.
All right. We're talking with Nick Hundley here. And Nick, toward the end of your playing career, you spent a couple of seasons in San Francisco playing for the Giants with Boch as your manager. What were those 2 years like?
We didn't win as much those 2 years for a multitude of reasons, but Boch, I've been very fortunate to play for amazing managers. I played for 5 different managers, and they were all outstanding. But the pace and the poise and the forward thinking, Boch gets a lot of credit for winning 4 World Series, and rightfully so. I don't think he gets enough credit for the type of relational manager he is. I mean, to a man, you talk to former players, you talk to people that have been around him, you talk to guys that are playing for him now, the love and the care he has for people. I think that's the most important thing that he brings to the table, and he nails that everywhere he goes. And that's why when it was like an opportunity to go and try to get him out of retirement, and Chris was talking about that, it was like, man, that's such a great opportunity for this organization, for the people in this organization, whether you win or lose, to experience a leader that cares about people and pours into the people around him.
All right, one final question. Not only did you play for the Giants, but at the end of your career, you also played for the Oakland A's. And a little over a week ago, San Francisco and Oakland played that Bay Bridge series and played the final game. And I actually listened to the end of that on the radio, the A's broadcast, and the emotion that was coming out. And, of course, there were so many people that were there at the ballpark. It's kind of a sad chapter, I think, in baseball, that's not going to happen anymore. What are your feelings on that?
Yeah, it's sad. Honestly, I was born in Corvallis, Oregon, and at that time, you're either Bay Area sports fan or you're a Seattle sports fan. Obviously, the Blazers are right there, but, I love the Giants, I love the A's, and I love the 49ers. And to be able to play for both those teams. I was in Oakland in 19 when they presented the Howard Terminal renderings and all the excitement around that, and what the future of this marquee franchise, the white cleats, the clean white jerseys, the Kelly green can be in a new location, the history with Ricky Henderson and Carney Lansford and all those guys that I used to grow up watching, makes me sad.
Yeah.
This is a marquee franchise that should be in Oakland and should have the support of the community in Oakland and the political support and the ownership support. And, a failure of whatever, it's sad for the game to not have the Oakland A's and the Bay Area rivalry going forward.
All right, for joining us here on the warm-up show today, Rangers Special Assistant to the GM, Nick Hundley, will be our guest at Bob's Steak and Chop House. Nick, thanks so much for the time. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks anytime, Matt. Appreciate it.
Very good. Stay tuned. We've got the starting lineups and the first pitch coming up right after this on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
Something is missing from the online college experience: connection. At ACU Online, we believe in you as a person. We're Abilene Christian University. We offer small class sizes so you can easily interact with students and professors. And you'll have a personal advisor throughout your journey. Education with connection. That's ACU Online. Pursue your graduate or undergraduate degree at ACU Online. acu.edu.
Hey Rangers fans, looking to add championship flavor to game day grub? Then grab a bottle of the original Louisiana brand hot sauce and feel for yourself what victory tastes like. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold.
There are a lot of ways to make whiskey, but there's only one way to make Jack Daniels. When you make your own label, you make everything else yours too. But we don't need to tell you that, do we? Make it count. Jack Daniels. Please drink responsibly. Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2024 Jack Daniels. All rights reserved.
The Texas Lottery presents Now That's What I Call Hits, with hit songs like Give Me That Money. 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 And Winner Winner Chicken Dinner.
Winner, winner! Chicken dinner!
That's right. With hit scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, you can have an instant hit on your hands. Like the old classic, Ain't That Some Luck?
Well, ain't that some luck?
You can hit it big with big cash prizes.
So play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Let's pause 10 seconds here for station identification along the Texas Rangers Radio Network.
Your home of Texas Rangers baseball. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. We are 105.3 The Fan.
And there's a swing and there's a drive. Deep left field. Going back is Florial at the wall. He leaps, and it is history. A two-run homer for Marcus Semien just over the outstretched glove of Florial.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Got him with the fastball. Yates is pumped as he leaves the diamond.
The pitch. Langford swings and belts one. Deep left field. Back goes Melendez. That ball is history. A grand slam for Wyatt Langford. The first of his career, and the first grand slam by a Ranger this year.
You've been listening to the Texas Rangers pregame show, brought to you by The Farmer's Dog. Join the thousands of dog people and vets striking out kibble from their dogs' diets with The Farmer's Dog. Get fresh, healthy, human-grade dog food delivered at thefarmersdog.com/Rangers today. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Bring the heat. Medical City Healthcare, the destination of choice for healthcare excellence. Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. BioAdvanced. BioAdvanced provides advanced solutions for your lawn and garden. Get more from the Blue Bottle. First pitch is coming up next on the Texas Rangers pregame show. You can hear every game all season long on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Texas Rangers Radio Network. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Bring the heat. Alongside Matt Hicks, here's your Hall of Fame voice of the Texas Rangers, Eric Nadel.
From Guaranteed Rate Field in Chicago, it's the Texas Rangers against the Chicago White Sox, the final game of a 3-game series and a 6-game road trip. Hello again, everybody. This is Eric Nadel with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler, and our engineer Nick Hebner. Alec Medford, Chris Strong, and Trevor Beck are back in master control today. Nathan Eovaldi is making his way across right field toward the Rangers' first base dugout. He'll be on the mound for the Rangers today. Your pitching matchup brought to you by Terramana Tequila. Make your starting pitcher a pitcher of margaritas with Terramana Tequila, the official premium tequila of the Texas Rangers. Eovaldi, the right-hander from Alvin, is 9-7 with a 3.79 earned run average. He's working with 5 days rest, having one last time out, giving up 3 runs in 6 innings. And for the White Sox, just called up today for the first time since June 8th, it will be Nick Nastrini on the mound, a right-hander from San Diego out of UCLA who made 6 starts earlier this year, went 0-5 with an 8.39 ERA and walked 25 men in 25 innings. He will get the start for the Chicago White Sox today. Texas at 62 and 71. The White Sox at 31 and 103. They're on a pace to lose 124 or 125 games this year, depending on how far you round off. But in any event, the White Sox in this series have lost both to the Rangers, and they have now lost 6 games in a row. It's a beautiful day. It is warm. The temperature in the low 80s, humidity in the low 70s.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.